capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening. Welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with Successor Agency, Housing Authority, Parking Authority, Public Financing Authority, and Youth Endowment Services Fund Board, Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. Please join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meetings with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, and we encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. If you'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Mullins.
Here.
Councilmember Perez.
Present.
Councilmember Takahashi.
Here.
Vice Mayor Schultz.
Present.
And Mayor Anthony.
Present.
Thank you.
We have a quorum. I'd like to advise the community there will be 7 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and the public comment period for the public hearing. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Additional in-person public comments will be available after each of the reports later in the evening. This first period is for general public comment. You can fill out a yellow comment card and give it to the city clerk, or call in now, 818-238-3335. There will be a second public comment period. It's a different colored salmon card, and then if you want to call in for that, you're going to have to wait till after. All right, so first we have 4 announcements this evening. It'll be on a short little video here.
May 23rd, 2023. Join us on Monday, May 29th for the annual Memorial Day ceremony at the McKinbridge Park War Memorial as we remember and honor the military personnel who made the ultimate sacrifice for the United States of America. The event will include a pre-ceremony concert featuring the Burbank Community Band and a flyover sponsored by the Cusumano Real Estate Group. For more information, please call 818-238-5378. Did you know Burbank has a free mobile app that makes it easier than ever to request city services? Available for download on the Apple and Google Play stores, the Our Burbank 311 app streamlines how you can obtain city information and report issues such as wastewater, street repairs, and fallen trees. You can also request services with ease, such as bulky item pickup, graffiti removal, and so much more. Download it for free today or visit 311.burbankca.gov for more information. City Council unanimously adopted a resolution to initiate a transition from our current at-large elections to elections by district. And now, City Council wants to hear from you to determine where neighborhoods and communities are grouped together for the purpose of electing future members of the council. We are hosting public hearings, community forums, and providing 2 interactive mapping tools to gather people's vision for how district boundaries should be drawn. Paper maps are available at the city clerk's office in your local library. You may also draw your neighborhood using the digital mapping tool on the project website. Join us for the 3rd public hearing on Wednesday, June 14th at 6 p.m. in the council chamber. For more information, please visit www.burbankcouncildistricting.com. The City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 23 upcoming vacancies on the following board, commission, and committees: Burbank Culture Arts Commission, Infrastructure Oversight Board, Park Recreation and Community Services Board, Planning Commission, Police Commission, Sustainable Burbank Commission, and Transportation Commission. The deadline to apply is Tuesday, May 30th at 5 p.m. Applications are also being accepted for 1 vacancy on the Community Development Goals Committee for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2024. The deadline to submit an application is Monday, June 5th at 5 p.m. If interested in applying for any of these vacancies, please visit www.burbankca.gov/BCC application or contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or cityclerks@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
We have 4 council presentations on the agenda. First is the presentation of a proclamation declaring May 21st to the 27th, 2023 Public Works Week in the city of Burbank. And I want to welcome Mr. Ken Berkman, Director of the Public Works Department, to join me up here. Give him a round of applause. He does a good job. So I'll read this off. National Public Works Week. Whereas public works services provided in our community are a vital part of our citizens' everyday lives, and that is so true. I rarely interrupt the whereases, but that's like real. That's very real. Whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is important to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs, such as the operation and maintenance of wastewater systems, streets, buildings, traffic signals, vehicles, and equipment, solid waste collection and disposal, pollution prevention, parking management, graffiti abatement, the planning, design, and construction of capital improvement projects, and whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services, and whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works officials, and whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the Public Works Department is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now therefore, I, Constantine Anthony, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st to the 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week in the City of Burbank, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works, and to recognize the contributions which public works employees make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Signed 23rd May 2023.
Well, thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I call up on a few of our team members to come up here with me and introduce themselves? That proclamation says everything, but I have just a little bit more to add, if that's okay. Everyone? Let me start with Mr. Wren.
Thank you, Ken. Dan Wren, Chief Assistant Public Works Director and City Engineer.
Omar Mohezi, a Principal Civil Engineer.
Steve Walker, Assistant Public Works Director, Wastewater.
John Molinar, Assistant Public Works Director over Solid Waste and Streets.
David Null, Senior Civil Engineer, Engineering Public Works.
Anthony Roman, Senior Civil Engineer.
Sherry Richardson, Administrative Officer.
Good evening, everybody. Edward Yu, Traffic Engineering Manager.
Artin Magurchian, Senior Civil Engineer.
Thank you. So, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, Council members, thank you. We appreciate this proclamation. It's so cool to have Public Works Week follow last week's budget presentation because while they highlighted our large-scale programs and projects and responsibilities, there's so much more that happens behind the scenes that people don't see but do get to experience here in Burbank. It's pretty amazing when you think that we are a full-service department, including a solid waste company that does it all from collections to the landfill to the recycle center. We operate and maintain our own treatment plant. And then almost any time somebody calls to ask for service about a pothole or a sidewalk issue, it's handled within 24 hours and almost always the same day. And we came through a heavy rainy season without any issues. I mean, I can go on and on, but we have plenty of other proclamations to get to. From the folks that are taking the phone calls and reviewing the 311 app requests, issuing thousands of permits, see them on the street, please wave hi, give them a thumbs up because they're really working hard for you. It's an honor to be a leader of this department and with such a great team. So from all of us, I want to say thank you, and we appreciate celebrating Public Works Week with us. So thank you.
And the last thing I would say is Public Works is the one department where the better they do their job, the less you think about it. So we definitely have to highlight this because what I don't want to do is you guys thinking about what they're doing in the middle of the year because they're not doing their jobs correctly. We have an amazing Public Works team because the fact that most people here have no idea who these guys are is a good thing. You guys do really great work for the city. You keep the city running. You keep our citizens happy. Quality of life, safety, all of that stuff is really great. So one more round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Oh, let's get a photo with everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next is a presentation of a proclamation declaring June 2nd, 2023, National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Burbank. Joining us this evening to accept the proclamation, Mr. Jared Cavagnolo, Ms. Ruth Kennedy Mountjoy, and Ms. Laura Petit, members of the Moms Demand Action Movement San Fernando chapter. Welcome. Please come on up. National Gun Violence Awareness Day, where every day more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries, and whereas California has 3,253 gun deaths every year with a rate of 8 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $41.9 billion each year, of which $1.1 billion is paid by taxpayers, and whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities, and whereas cities across the nation, including Burbank, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions, and whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is a mayor's highest responsibility, and whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories, and whereas mayors and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as we see an increase in firearm homicides and non-fatal shootings across the country, increased calls to domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence. And whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at the age of 15, and June 2nd, 2023, to recognize the 26th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, born on June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Hadia Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 2nd, the first Friday in June in 2023, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June 2nd, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors, and we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now, therefore, I, Constantine Anthony, Mayor of the City of Burbank, declare the first Friday in June, June 2nd, 2023, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the City of Burbank. I encourage all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Signed 23rd of May, 2023.
Thank you. If there was a whereas contest, we probably won, right? Thank you so much. My name is Ruth Kennedy Mountjoy. I'm joined here by Jerry Cavagnola and Laura Pettit. We are all volunteers with the San Fernando Valley Moms Demand Action chapter. And we wear orange simply because we want to demand a future free from gun violence. As the mayor announced, orange is the color that hunters use to say, don't shoot. It's also the color that many gun violence activists have adopted to symbolize peace. So we wear orange to honor those who have been killed, injured, and impacted by gun violence, and to demand an end to this public health crisis. So as many of you know, 2022 was a very deadly year in our gun violence epidemic. 2023 is not looking much better. We're only halfway through the year. We've had over 200 mass shootings. Nearly 17,000 people have already been shot and killed. But here's the thing. As these incidences of gun violence increase, so too does the movement to stop them. And Moms Demand Action, as well as groups all over the country, we're going to continue to educate, raise awareness, rally, and organize for safer communities, because together we can build a future free from gun violence. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jared for some comments.
Thanks, Ruth. So first of all, I'm responsible for all those whereases, kind of at least indirectly. It's the one who submitted the ordinance. In my defense, I did, tell Ms. Scarzone we could shorten it if we need be, but I actually do appreciate you, Mayor Anthony, reading all of it, because I think those statistics just kind of speak to the severity and degree of the public health crisis that Ruth just spoke about. I actually just want to spend most of my time kind of thanking you all, not just for allowing us to be here and receiving this proclamation, but specifically for other actions that City Council and staff have taken on this issue. To Council Member Perez and Vice Mayor Schultz, thank you for coming to our Mother's Day rally and march just about a week ago. It was really nice to see you there. And really just thank you to all of Council and staff for your work on putting in place things like the moratorium on firearms retailers, to Chief Albanese and all your staff for the gun buyback event that you put on. I know you plan on doing another one of those this year. And also just your continued work, your department's work, the city attorney's work at letting people know about gun violence restraining orders as well. I think it's important to note that, based on reports we've seen given at council meetings like this, Burbank's actually quite safe in terms of gun violence incidents, especially for a city that is second in the nation in per capita gun stores. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I don't mean it as a joke, but I think that is a testament to just the responsibility of the citizenry, both gun owning and non. Certainly, again, to the work of the BPD, and even to our proprietors of our gun stores for being that first line of defense in determining whether somebody should walk out the door with a deadly weapon. I also know that, like, all of you want to do more on this issue. I know Vice Mayor Schultz, you proposed looking into adopting parts of the Giffords Law ordinance the way Culver City did. Councilmember Mullins, I want to thank you for suggesting and for BPD's support of bringing gun violence prevention into the schools again. And Mayor Anthony, I want to thank you for signing up to be part of the Mayors Against Illegal Guns program, and for adding your support to a letter from California mayors supporting Assembly Bill 28, the Gun Violence Prevention, Healing, and Recovery Act by Assemblymember Jesse Gabriel, just down the road a bit. This is a bill that will fund sustainably gun violence prevention programs throughout the state. It's coming before a full assembly vote very soon. Call your lawmakers, please. And just also want to offer that in my role with the chapter, I'm currently the lead of a program that we call Be Smart. It's our secure storage education program. I have information about it. We can do presentations at any community venue. I know there was some interest expressed at the march about possibly pairing with Burbank Public Schools as well in doing this. So just know that I'm available on kind of that education piece that you spoke to. So thank you again.
Thank you all for coming out. Appreciate it. Our third presentation is a proclamation declaring May 1st through the 31st, 2023, Older Americans Month in the city of Burbank. I welcome Mr. Bruce Oldham, Chair of the Burbank Senior Citizen Board, to accept a proclamation. Welcome, Bruce.
Thank you very much.
I'll go through this first, and then we'll invite the crew up so they don't have to stand through the whole thing. Older Americans Month. Whereas the city of Burbank includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their time, wisdom, and experience to our community, and whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently, and whereas the city of Burbank recognizes the need to create a community that offers the services and supports that older adults may need to make choices about how they age, and whereas we appreciate the value of inclusion and support in helping older adults successfully contribute to and benefit from their communities, and whereas the city of Burbank can work to build an even better community for our older residents by not limiting our thinking about aging, exploring and combating stereotypes, emphasizing the many positive aspects of aging, inspiring older adults to push past traditional boundaries, and embracing our community's diversity. Now, therefore, I, Constantine Anthony, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Older Americans Month and urge every resident to celebrate our older citizens, help to create an inclusive society, and accept the challenge of flexible thinking around aging. Signed the 23rd of May, 2023.
Thank you.
You take that. Do you want to invite your people up? Well,
Yeah, I will. I'll introduce them.
Okay, let's get them up first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Here.
Yes, I want to first thank our staff members who help us in Park and Rec deal with guiding us along the right lines. But I did want to introduce the board members that are here. Ara Boyajian, and you want to come up? You want to come on up? Yeah, come on if you don't mind. Come on up. Michael Johnson, who wasn't able to make it. John Medici. Marva Murphy is also on the board. She was not able to make it tonight. Richard Rupp and Cynthia Leva. I think the only thing I wanted to remind everybody is that our meetings are every Wednesday, the last Wednesday of every month, and the public is invited. So any seniors that are interested in learning more about what the board is all about and learning what we're trying to do to help the senior citizens of Burbank, you're certainly welcome to attend the meetings and make comments if you decide to do that. But that's basically it.
Okay,
I think so.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, our Senior Citizen Board, if you do want to attend, they are at the Jocelyn Center right down Olive in front of Jocelyn, in front of George Isay Park. You can check out their agenda and schedule on our website as well. All right, the final presentation for this evening is the Peter McGrath Older American Volunteer Service Award. And I want to welcome Miss Kim Freed, the Recreation Supervisor in the Burbank Parks and Rec Department, to speak on the volunteer program and to introduce this year's award recipients. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony and council members. May has been exciting, and it is Older Americans Month. I am honored to be here today to announce this year's Peter McGrath Older Americans Volunteer Service awardees. This award was renamed in December 2019 in honor of Peter McGrath. Mr. McGrath was a respected community member who dedicated his time volunteering on various community or city boards, commissions, and committees. These very deserving individuals were selected by an evaluation committee composed of 3 representatives, each from the Burbank Senior Citizen Board, the Supporters of Senior Services, and the Jocelyn Center House Committee. The qualifications being nominated, you must be at least 60 years of age, a resident of Burbank, and have volunteered a significant amount of time for the betterment of the community. The committee was charged with the responsibility of making the selection based on the information provided only on the application, a difficult task indeed. This award is designed to honor and encourage older adults to continue to be actively involved in their community. The following awardees certainly reflected the National Older Americans Month theme for 2023, Aging Unbound. At this time, I'd like to have Mayor Anthony help present these certificates to the awardees for this year's City of Burbank 2023 Peter McGrath Outstanding Senior Volunteer Service Award. Our first awardee this evening is Donald Bellasaroni. Go on up. I'll be in the middle. Over the past 30 years, Don has volunteered tirelessly for our community. He continues to organize car club drives, thanking first responders, car shows, donating to Burbank charities, not to mention the 50th anniversary events throughout the 2023 season as president of the Burbank Historical Society. He has served as president of the Burbank Historical Society in 2006 to 2007, and again 2022 to 2023, and is still on the board of directors. President of the nationally known car club, Burbank Road Kings, from 1997 to 1998, and is currently the board of directors as community relations representative for Burbank Road Kings Car Club. He became an ambassador in 1987 for the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, chair of the ambassador committee. You've done a lot of things. Committee for the Chamber in 92 and 1993, and served as the Chamber Board of Directors in 1992 through 97. He still serves as an ambassador committee on the ambassador committee. Don is also a member of the Burbank Elks Lodge for 46 years. Don will help anyone and everyone he meets, and without need for recognition. He loves people. He has been described as giving, selfless, and supportive. As you can see, Don is definitely an outstanding volunteer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. I guess when I reached 29, oh yeah, it's after 60, right? Anyway, I hadn't seen 60 from 15 years ago. But anyway, I really appreciate this award. You know, a lot of people might not remember Peter McGrath. He was just a fantastic person. I'd go to several city functions, and all we'd talk about is 66 Mustang he has and how he wants to fix it up and everything. He was a great guy. What a good role model he played for everybody. And, you know, being in the esteemed company of Douglas and Ron back there, who was a recipient last year, the Quanahs really present a good showing of volunteerism. The Burbank Historical Society is obviously very high on my list. This is our 50th year in Burbank, and I urge everyone in TV land here, if you will give 3 hours a month over at the museum as a docent, that's all you need to do, and we'll teach you. And the history of Burbank is just unbelievable. The mayor can attest to that. You know, we just had a tea last weekend, and he attended, and we had a great time. Also, the Burbank, I mean, you open it up, right? We have a car show on June 11th, and invite everyone here, and you'll see everything. The Christie's going to come from the fire department, and the 49 Ford is coming from the police department, and we have the 1923 Moreland bus from the museum is going to be over there. It is road worthy, right? And anyway, come on over. We'll have plenty of food, vendors, music, and you'll have a great time. And it's free to the general public. Okay, but anyway, I really appreciate it. You know, the city's been great to us, and that's why we give back. And everybody turn your TVs off, not yet, but turn your TVs off and come on down and volunteer. Whatever committee it is, just volunteer. It'll make you feel great.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Put your award up.
Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Kim.
We're not done yet. Our next awardee this evening is Douglas Chadwick. Come on up, Doug. Douglas is dedicated to giving the gift of literacy to kids. He has personally built 165 little community libraries, 15 of which are here in Burbank and which are located in front of the YMCA, Burbank Boys and Girls Club, the VFW, and the Burbank Housing Authority, just to name a few. 4 are also built in our Burbank Parks and Recreation Department, for our Burbank Parks and Recreation Department. This was all done in the past 7 years. Douglas has also helped get over 300,000 books to kids. He manages the Book Depot at the YMCA, which is a library full of brand new books, which he orders, curates, ships, and delivers to organizations and kids in need. He works with several organizations to get donated supplies for kids as well. Douglas is the president of the Kiwanis Literacy Club, the executive director of the Kiwanis Literacy Club Foundation, the vice president of the Kiwanis Rose Float Club, lieutenant governor for the California, Nevada, Hawaii Kiwanis District 10, and a member of the Kiwanis International Young Children's Committee, which is dedicated to literacy for kids around the world. He is also the co-advisor for K-Kids, a leadership and community service club for elementary school kids through the Boys and Girls Club at the Thomas Jefferson Elementary School. His former position includes president, vice president, second vice president of the Kiwanis Club of Burbank. While Douglas is a fairly new official Burbank resident, he has been very active in our community for over a decade. Douglas dedicates his life to service to the community. He is passionate about literacy and providing the gift of reading to kids. His community service work is full-time, and even with a bad back, he is unloading, packing, shipping, and delivering books to those in need. He is passionate, caring, loving individual who will give you the shirt off his back if you asked. He contributes hundreds of volunteers hours each month and has dedicated his life to community service. Douglas definitely depicts aging unbound. In addition, I am proud to announce that Douglas will be representing the City of Burbank to be honored as our 2023 awardee recipient for the Los Angeles County Commission for Older Adults Volunteer Service Award as well. Let's have a round of applause for Douglas. Thank you.
I might need this later. Let's see. Thank you very much for that. When they called and told me I won the Peter McGrath Older American Volunteer Service Award, I had to ask, older than what? How old do you have to be? But hey, age is just a number, right? So I want to express my deepest gratitude to all those that have supported me in everything I do. We have almost 20 people that have supported me over the years are here tonight in our support. And I couldn't have done all of this without all of them and more. My focus has been getting books to kids into the hands of kids that need them the most. My friends in the amazing community of Kiwanis and Burbank, you have been my backbone, my cheerleaders, and some of even my mentors. To all the volunteers out there who make a difference every day, let's keep challenging those stereotypes and improving that age is no barrier to kindness, compassion, and it's a whole lot of fun. Thank you, Burbank, for this incredible honor. Let's continue spreading love, laughter, and joy, no matter how many candles are on your birthday cake. But my Burbank journey doesn't start. My Burbank journey starts in 1961 when my folks moved from Michigan out here, and my dad worked right here in Burbank in 1961 at IERC. So even though I didn't live here then, my dad worked here, and I've been giving back to Burbank ever since I could. When I moved back in '99, I moved to Burbank, up at Cabrini Villas. So I've got strong Burbank ties, and thank you very much for this award. I appreciate it.
Congratulations. All your awards.
Mayor Anthony, would you like to say a few words to our awardees?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I didn't realize Doug was winning the county award too. That's great. Obviously, you get to a certain point where you can't stop yourself from giving back. When you've been in Burbank long enough, I first moved here in 2004. You get to a point where you realize that this community has given you so much, you're compelled to serve. And I felt it. I felt it, years back when I joined a commission. I felt it. I served on a commission with Peter McGrath, and he would talk about this all the time. You're just compelled. So the folks that are here doing the work, these are like the top of the top, the guys who put in all the time and effort. There is a whole host of folks who put in anywhere from 10 to 20 to 30 hours a week, just volunteering, different service organizations, different community organizations, committees, commissions, boards, you name it. People are out there and they're propping up the city, and they're doing real hard work to make sure that every one of us is taken care of. And so thank you to Donald and to Douglas and to all of their support teams and all of their friends and family and neighbors who do all this really great work. I really do appreciate it. We all appreciate it. We really do. Thank you. Mr. City Manager Justin Hess, do we have anything to report?
Mr. Mayor, I know we have a lot of items on the agenda tonight, so I do not have anything for tonight.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, please report on closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and for the benefit of the public, City Council met this afternoon at 4 p.m. to discuss 4 items in closed session. The first item, a matter of personal injury lawsuit pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Cabrera versus City of Burbank. City Council took no reportable action. Second, premises liability case, existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. In the case of Collegian versus City of Burbank, City Council took no reportable action. Another existing litigation case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, the matter of Los Angeles Waterkeeper versus State Water Resources Control Board with the City of Burbank as a real party in interest. This is an administrative writ case. The City Council gave the City Attorney direction to enter into a joint defense agreement with the City of Glendale, who is also a real party in interest in this case, to defend the case on behalf of the City of Burbank. Finally, City Council met on a matter of labor negotiations concerning International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers with the city's Management Services Director and Labor Negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City Council took no reportable action on that item.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now is the time for joint general public comment. Please fill out a yellow public comment card if you'd like to speak in person, and anyone watching at home, dial 818-238-3335. You will be put in a queue until we're done with the general public comment. Let us begin. First up, I have Joel Schlossman, followed by Roy Simosian.
Burbank tanning salon Monday and was arrested minutes later by officers who found him eating dinner at a nearby restaurant, Burbank police reported. Police said they had not determined the motive for the bizarre killing in the West Coast Tan Salon in the 300 block of East Alameda. There was no evidence of robbery, Sergeant Scott Wilson said. Lorraine Jean Neary, 23, of Burbank, was pronounced dead. This is April 16th, 1991. I'm concerned, Mayor and Vice Mayor, with your desire to bring mentally ill people to Burbank. I'm concerned with your desire to bring transients to Burbank. I'm concerned with taxpayer dollars being used to fund parking for an RV park. I've read all those dozens and dozens of letters that our citizens sent in, and they are against it. I'm, of course, talking about number 20 on your agenda. I wish that you would talk to the chief of police and ask him if there's a likelihood of crime increasing with this population. And when you increase the crime, you're going to have crime victims. And that's us, everybody in this room. There's consequences to what you do. And it's we're a compassionate people, Americans, and we should be. And there's plenty of safety nets already. It's redundant what you're doing. I don't need to go down the list of all the compassion that we have to help the down and out. This is the wrong way to do it. When you get done talking with the police chief, talk to the fire chief and ask him if he expects an increase per population, pro rata of this particular population on the demands of paramedic services and fire services. I'm concerned about this, as all people in Burbank should be, and rightfully so. You've done some bad things. The tiny homes, bringing in that population, that will not have a beneficial effect for the citizens of Burbank. Use your head here. Think about it. Would you want this next to you? Thank you.
Roy Simosian, followed by Ron Bax.
Good evening. My name is Roy Simonson. I am a homeowner in the Burbank Rancho, and I'm here to speak about SB 35 and the Rancho. Now, I have to voice my opinion. It may be wrong, but I truly believe that SB 35 is a fraud, and here's why. The same people that are trying to say that they're solving the homeless problem are at the same time allowing millions of homeless people come across our southern border into every city in this nation. Is this going to be our response, the destruction of neighborhoods to accommodate this? We didn't ask for it. We worked all our lives to build a neighborhood in a great city. And speaking of which, you might take that and go with the fact that there's a history of Burbank, and it all started in the Rancho. That is where Dr. David Burbank built his ranch. That is where you got your name, and horses were there before it was even part of the United States. When it was Rancho Providencia, horses and cattle were here, and they are still there to this day. All we're asking for is protection to preserve that heritage. And it's part of your heritage, and it shouldn't be overlooked, and it shouldn't be destroyed by these, I don't know how to put it. I have no kind words for the people running the state of California. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Ron Bax, followed by Michael Hastings.
No paper tonight. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, you'll have to wait a couple of weeks probably for the next episode of review of the April 2022 citywide survey, because I feel I need to respond to the gentleman that followed me last week that claimed my presentation was a farce. I did not say there was not a current problem. I agree with the city attorney that there's very little the city can do about it. I recommend that the tenants get with their owners and ask them why they have to be displaced, because AB 1482, which is more likely, or more called Civil Code 1946.2b.2d, says that it has to be that they cannot be reasonably accomplished in a safe manner with a tenant in place, and it requires the tenant to vacate the residential property for at least 30 days. I don't know what, short of raising the building, would require that a tenant be displaced for 30 days. Okay? That went fast. But what I will say is I have to restart or re-present my dissertation from last week because apparently I was misunderstood. AB 1482 started this problem by blindsiding us owners that had kept rents low after the Great Recession. COVID compounded that by extending that we could not exercise our rights from 1482 for 2 to 3 years. Okay? Then Proposition 19 came in, which is going to make generational wealth very difficult because it puts my heirs in the same position as somebody coming in off the street and wanting to buy the property. The problem with 1482 and what you're contemplating by 0 to 7% rent cap is that those owners that are hurting, that'll continue to get harder, nobody's going to be able to come in and buy their property from them with the rent rolls they're stuck with. If I can't make it work, the business work, the rent rolls I have with the amount of years I've had the properties and therefore enjoy a lower property tax base, plus have done all the repairs and other things, then nobody else is going to come other than a large corporation, a real estate investment trust, or an LLC that has the backing and the funds, the depth, to be able to purchase the property, use the funds from another organization or NED property, et cetera, to do the renovations required. And again, I say raising the building was the only thing they could do, I think, to raise the rents by probably doubling them. And I'm going to give you 7 seconds again.
Thank you. Michael Hastings, followed by Chris Rosati.
Good evening. I'm Michael Hastings, the president of the Burbank Police Foundation, and I'm here tonight to ask you to please consider the item that is on your agenda to accept our donation of $19,000 to erect a flagpole in the memory of Officer Matthew Pavelka, who it'll be 20 years, November 15th of this year, who gave the ultimate sacrifice to all of us here in Burbank, which was giving his life. We have been through the journey of this flagpole when we first met with staff last November. We figured it was going to cost us about $10,000. We put the word out to the community. People came forward, and money just kept flooding in. To make a very long story short of our journey, we are now at $19,000, as you can see, because things changed. And as things changed, we had to obviously tap into more of the funds that the foundation raises that normally goes towards scholarships for our young children, which you saw here about 3 weeks ago. We started out with a flagpole with a solar light, which is where we thought we were going with the sustainability. Then we were told, no, you can't do a solar light after we already had the permit. So we're now doing an electric light. So we are going to have an electric light up there. It would be wonderful if the city could do the hookup for us, which would save us a lot of money because they had already dug up the properties to fix the lights that were there. Had we known we were doing an electric light, we would have said, please don't fill in the holes. We would have gone in and done our work at the same time, but we didn't know that at the time. But we did submit the $19,000 agreement that I gave to Park and Rec today. We're willing to move forward and get that done so that November 15th of this year, we will have the flag up there for everyone's remembrance, and understand that there are people in Burbank, as we hear about senior citizens, but also there are also people in Burbank that are very young that give an awful lot. And this young man, Matthew Pavelka, gave his life. So we hope that you will seriously consider accepting our donation. We have covered all of it. It would be nice to see some money come back. But thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. I have Chris Rosati, followed by Christy Maloof.
Good evening, council members, mayor, staff, Mr. Ramirez. We gotta stop meeting like this. Chris Rosati with the Burbank Police Foundation. I'm here to talk about item number 11. It's with great honor that we present this project to you on the 20th anniversary of Officer Pavelka. Having a monument at the Defender of Constitution Memorial site is very fitting for one of our own. We must never, never forget the sacrifice that Mr. Pavelka made. We thank you for your consideration, and we hope that you accept our donation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosati. Christy Maloof, followed by Mira Shah.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Christy Maloof. I'm a 26-year resident of the city of Burbank, with the last 10 years as a landlord of a family-owned 5-unit apartment building, which I am proud to say I have had the pleasure and still have the pleasure of some long-term tenants. I love living in the city of Burbank, a place I call home. I am retired with 40 years of dedicated service to the city of Los Angeles. As a result, I was a first-hand witness to the deterioration of several residential neighborhoods due directly to programs LA initiated to help persons experiencing homelessness. The areas where homeless people congregate become virtual wastelands filled with all sorts of trash, including human waste, places where crimes occur, from the worst crime of homicide to selling and using narcotics to petty theft, etc. I am proud of our Burbank Police Department under the leadership of Chief Albanese. His command staff, the officers patrolling the streets, civilians inside, and volunteers. They do not need to worry about RVs in a parking lot with permits for homeless people to monitor for more crime. There are plenty of resources out there. Let's try to add more affordable housing in these multi-units that are being developed all over the city of Burbank. Let's make this a priority. I do support AB 1482. I feel it works. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mira Shah, followed by John Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony and City Council members. My name is Mira Shah. I'm the CFO of the Boys and Girls Club, and I'm here on behalf of the CEO, Shanna Warren. We are here to thank you for your continued support for the Youth Task Force funding for our after-school middle school programs at Luther, Dolores Huerta, and Muir. These 3 programs continue to be vital to the youth of Burbank, providing valuable services during the time that young people need us the most. The Boys and Girls Club provides a safe and caring environment where middle school students can get their homework done, are provided with mentoring services, engage in athletic activities, and also have the opportunity to participate in programs such as VEX robotics, microscope science, chess, visual and performing arts, and much more. We currently have over 230 middle school age youth, grades 6 through 8, from these 3 schools. The club helps young people succeed academically, nurtures healthy lifestyles, encourages good character and citizenship. Our unit directors work with school counselors, and many youth referred to the program they continue to connect with the counselors so that no young person falls through the cracks. Using our 3 priority outcomes, the club is able to use survey data from our National Youth Outcomes Initiative survey to determine how well it is helping youth accomplish our goals. We track academic success, good character, and citizenship and healthy lifestyles. All these survey results are shared with the City of Burbank each year. We are grateful for our long-term partnership with the City of Burbank on this, and thank you for your time and help in helping us provide a world-class club experience that assures success is within reach of every young person who walks through the doors. Thank you.
Thank you. John Fisher, followed by David Donahue.
Hello again, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, collected City Council, other officers. I haven't introduced myself these last couple of weeks because I've been emotionally rattled every time. I would like to fix that. My name is John Fisher, and today is the day for me and my neighbors. In 60 days, I do not have a home. I will surely find another unit. I'm going to be okay. But my home is gone. I would like to address two comments from last week's meeting. The first being from the city attorney, saying that there's nothing that we can do to help the people who've already been served a 60-day notice. While that may be true, we can still do something to help people who haven't gotten their notices yet. When someone lies bleeding before you, you don't moan and pine over how you can't prevent the injury that's already happened. You act, and you try to stop the bleeding. This city is bleeding. I urge you to do something for the people who haven't gotten their notices yet, for the people who call Burbank home. The other comment is from someone we've heard from in previous weeks, and again tonight, who had the audacity to claim that these are actually a good thing, a blessing in disguise, that if we don't allow these evictions, these rent evictions to come forward now, that something much worse will just happen down the road in a few years. But these are happening now. People are losing their homes. Members of the community, long-standing members of the community. We are hearing tonight from property owners who have had stable tenants for years and decades who feel privileged. We have heard from homeowners and property owners in this town who are worried about the turnover in who makes up this town, and we are actively expelling people. I must now find a new place to live, and I ask this council, should it be in Burbank? If I find another affordable home, will I face the same problem again and again? Will I face another rent eviction? Who among you can look me in the eye and tell me that there's no place for me? No place for the working class in Burbank. Can any of you do this? If we fail to act, if we fail to pass these renters' protections, that is what is being said. Thank you.
David Donahue, followed by Clint Olisone.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and council members and talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I'm a resident and business owner here in the great community of Burbank. Two things I want to talk about for my first opportunity to address the dais. One is that I had the opportunity to attend the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's Lineman Rodeo. And Mr. Riyadh Slayman sent me an invitation. I was not aware that it existed, and I would encourage anybody who lives in the area to witness this event. The talent and skill exhibited by these teams, which Burbank Water and Power had four, is just incredible. I happened to witness them lowering down a dummy who, as to replicate somebody who touched an electrical wire and was unconscious. It was a pleasure to meet Mr. Slayman and his wife and his kids there. And again, I encourage people to go and witness it themselves next year. The other part I'd like to comment now is when I was commenting about the districting maps and the difficulties, because it is tremendously difficult. I was very happy to say that the Public Information Officer, Jonathan Jones, reached out to me at the last council meeting, and since then has been incredibly helpful, highly responsive, and being able to provide all of the information that I have requested. That unfortunately has taken me so far down the rabbit hole, I am even more overwhelmed. To that extent, I was able to reach out to the demographer Doug Johnson, and he was also able to help and provide information which, again, pulls you further down the rabbit hole. To the extent I've solicited the board of Vision Burbank, of which I am a member, and asked that we put together a live interactive webinar where we will be able to demonstrate the online tools for the districting to be able to sort of illustrate how they could be representative of the major tenets of which the law is asking to do. And so I was fortunate to be able to get the PowerPoint presentation, so we'll be able to include that if the board says it's okay. I would urge people to take the time to go to the City of Burbank's website and look into the district information. There is a lot there, and it is very important to understand it because it's in front of us in just a short number of months. Thank you very much.
Clint Olisone and Karen, followed by Karen Thornton.
Honored City Council, I don't have anything really prepared to hand you, but and I will have to leave because I have early shift tomorrow morning, so right afterwards I have to leave, but I wanted to be here. So I've talked a lot about keeping people whole, and I just want to remind the city attorney and anybody else has any kind of law knowledge that going back to the 12 tablets, what remains of them, most of those were about returning people back to whole or keeping people whole. I mean, it's not a new idea. That civil law is about protecting people and not losing what they have worked so hard to build. Jane Goodall, I believe, was asked, what was the beginning of civilization? And she said it was proof of the first mended bone, right? And that is the first time that another human being said, hey, we're not animals here. When somebody gets hurt at no fault of their own, I'm sure, I'm going to make sure you're okay. Why? Well, in big part because when I get hurt, you're going to be there for me, right? This is what civilization is based on. The idea that helping people is like some kind of saintly thing, I think is completely astonishing. Helping people should just be the norm. It should just be, obviously, right? And anything less, based on what Jane Goodall was saying, is the law of the jungle. Like, if people are not helping people in need, when they end up there at no fault of their own, right? Then what do you have? You have the law of the jungle. So where am I at? I've been looking, right, for places to move with what I have to move on, right? And not the best, but the lowest I've gotten is in Burbank. And it is an 8-foot by 8-foot windowless room for $950 a month. And the move-in is a little over $2,000. It's first and last plus a deposit. So a storage unit in Burbank, about the same size, is $250 a month. So effectively, I'd be paying to live in a storage unit, cramped with all my stuff. There's no window, right, which cannot be code. And $700 to be able to live there and have a shared bathroom. And yeah, so I think what we're seeing is everyone seems to have their piece of the pie, and they just don't care if anybody else starves. And, that is not civilization. That's not the person who first broke their bone and the other person said, you know what, you're done. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Karen Thornton, followed by Jim Lane.
Hello. I'm Karen Thornton, and I live in the Rancho. And we've got, we heard at your last meeting that you wanted to spend some money on the Rancho and do some investigating, so thank you very much. We have some issues that need investigating, and we're very appreciative that you want to jump in and do that. What worries a lot of us is that there's a lot of talk about a trail that's going to be going from Maine and Riverside to Mariposa by the bridge, which is ostensibly for horses to use. And a bunch of us who ride horses, and I have two in my backyard, many of us do, I wouldn't ride my horses down Riverside Drive for anything in the world. If there was a fire, maybe, but and no other circumstances. I don't care what kind of fencing you've got or what kind of barrier you've got. And I worry that the city of Burbank is going to spend an enormous amount of money building something that actual horse people would never use as some sort of status symbol for a horse neighborhood, but that doesn't actually serve the horses. And we have much higher priorities that we need in the Rancho to sustain our horse-keeping abilities than a trail that actually parallels the equestrian trail that goes around the equestrian center that is already built, maintained by Griffith Park. I'm on the advisory board to Griffith Park. The trail's going nowhere. The trail is static. It's well-maintained. It goes from Main and Riverside to the Mariposa Bridge. It parallels the trail you're thinking of spending millions of dollars of Burbank money on, and a lot of us horse people think you shouldn't be spending the money there. We have other priorities, like Circle K, which I'm sure you've heard a lot about, the rental stables and the boarding stables that are near the bridge. If we don't have access from Burbank to the bridge, safe access, and we don't have access from our neighborhoods to the equestrian center and the equestrian center to the bridge, we have no connectivity between our neighborhoods for the horses. We won't have horses in Burbank anymore because we can't get to where we need to get to if they're condos all the way down to the river. So if you're thinking of spending millions of dollars on us, think about Circle K. So when the 4 or 5 of us were sitting around talking about this, we thought, well, maybe we're the only horse people thinking about this, and we weren't sure. So we did a little form, and we went up and down the streets to people we knew, to people we didn't know, and we started saying, do you want a trail down Riverside? Would you ever use it? And people said, well, sure, because it's kind of like asking someone, do you want a cupcake? Sure, I want a cupcake. Well, what if that cupcake costs all the money Burbank has to spend on the Rancho, and we end up losing our connectivity to the bridge? And nobody wants to trade that. So here are the signatures for you to look at.
Thank you, Karen. Jim Lane, followed by Martha Urell.
Jim Lane, Burbank resident, 23 years. Last week I came here and I called everyone's attention to the clause in the city manager's employment agreement, which states that the city council acknowledges the tradition of Lakeside Golf Club offering a quote-unquote courtesy membership to the city manager. I have brought this up in the past as well, but not to this new city council here. I watched the response. There was little response from city council and nothing from staff. I then followed up with an email the following day, and I just said, how do the city council members feel about this clause in the employment agreement? And then I said, has Mr. Hess accepted this courtesy membership? My first response was from Bob Kramer, who said, thank you for your email. I'm going to send it to appropriate staff. I think you are the appropriate people to ask this question of. I don't know why Bob even got involved in this, but he did. Tamala did email me and said she's interested in this and is waiting for staff. I'd also brought up the history of women not being allowed to be members at Lakeside, and that has been the case for forever. Even when Lakeside was, of course, established, it didn't let anybody in but Caucasians back then. But anyway, so I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe we could ask a Lakeside member if there's any here. Don't know. So. I've headed bureaucracies, mostly in higher education. I know that there is a natural tendency to circle the wagons at times when questions are asked that people are a little unsure of. Can we not make this into something like that, please? Okay, this is a pretty straightforward thing. I suspect the delay here probably might have something to do with privacy. If that's the case, say so. Just say it. Ask the city attorney, can we talk about this, or is this a private matter? It isn't a public contract. To not answer the question when directly asked I asked the city manager, didn't get a direct answer, and I asked all of you, I didn't get a direct answer, is a very poor look. This is a gift worth tens of thousands of dollars that's given to the person who runs our city, and we don't know if he's accepted it or not. That makes absolutely no sense to me. We need a straight answer. Every citizen in this city is owed a straight answer on this one. Finally, what's going on here with the tenants is utterly ridiculous. It's horrible. It is a Burbank tradition. Yeah. And I would appreciate it, especially when Mr. Fisher was speaking, if staff to my right could actually listen to him and not chat back and forth while he's talking, and crying, by the way.
Martha Urell, followed by Giselle Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Here I am once again. I represent the Maui Apartments, Martha Urell. I've made notes, but I got thrown off because tonight, surprisingly, was the seniors' night. And back in 2012-14, I also volunteered at the Jocelyn Center, and I was able to work with Peter McGrath. So I was so sad to hear of his passing, but I'm happy to know now that there's something that is, honoring what he has done. Okay, next thing. I just found out that in South Pasadena, they passed an emergency eviction moratorium. And Burbank is not the only place that this is happening. It's happening all across the country. Even Canada, I read that Canada is having a problem with people being evicted from their homes because of these renovations. I am in the process of trying to do a GoFundMe for any tenant that is facing this. I have tenants in my building that cannot afford the $2,500 just for consultation to find out what can be done or can't be done. So I don't know if that would be an option, but before that, I was hoping that you would help all of us out, or in some way or another, because we don't know what to do. We're going to wind up in the street because we cannot afford these exorbitant rents for these box apartments. Thank you.
Giselle Martinez, followed by Linda Granero.
First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you, Mira. My son is with the Boys and Girls Club in that program, and it also goes to show in Burbank, we are all just separated by 2 degrees. 2 people, someone who knows someone. And looking online, trying to see and noticing how many people are asking for help in the community about rent hikes, about evictions. One in particular wrote on a Facebook mommy page, "Hello, mommies. I'm reaching out on behalf of a good human being who needs help. She currently lives in Burbank and is being evicted wrongfully by new owners of the building she lives in. She is currently paying $1,100 a month for a studio. She told me she makes about $1,600 a month. The irony is, this person, while I don't know the poster, I do know the person she's talking about. She lives in Maui. She's one of my mother's neighbors. And this is just to show how much Burbank tenants are feeling squeezed. I have another posting saying, "Sigh, do we ever get a word around here if a place for rent for people with low budgets?" Which I'm sure she is referring to a low-income offering. Another person waiting on a wait list for senior living for 10 years now. These are people on fixed income, low income, people who also live at the Maui Apartments who are facing homelessness because they cannot find something within their budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Granero, followed by Jose Pimienta.
sorry, I'm just a little confused. Millions of dollars on a trail, and I'm just looking for a place to live. My name is Linda Granero, and I have been here week after week hoping to move you to action so that we are not left on the street. I have reached out to all of the resources that you have sent my way, only to be told that I don't qualify, that I'm just outside the parameters of their program, or that there is nothing available for me. You know, any other number of things that don't really help me. I have paid application fees and seen as the days count down as application after application I submit for rentals are rejected because I don't make the required 3 times income that landlords now require. I have attended countless meetings hoping that there will be someone who can help us, since it has become painfully obvious that the city that I call home has turned its back on me. I hear in disbelief as other cities like Pasadena enact moratoriums on no-fault evictions so an ordinance can be developed to protect its renters. And what is Burbank's answer? A city clerk emailed me today stating that the Section 8 program for the city of Pasadena will be opening soon. It is obvious that there is no place for me or other honest working people in the city of Burbank. Instead of providing the same old emails with the exact same resources that don't work, why can't the city clearly define what a substantial renovation is so that I may help myself in court? This is a call to action. If the city is unwilling to enact a moratorium to stop the no-fault evictions, if you are unwilling to protect the most vulnerable within the city, then you must clearly and unambiguously define what a substantial renovation is. You are our elected officials. You know what the problem is. Now you must act to protect your constituents. Thank you.
Jose Pimienta, followed by Stephanie Clendenin.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. Following up what everyone's been saying, I want to bring up a couple of considerations. Last night, the city of Alhambra passed an emergency ordinance in order to put a moratorium on rent-evictions. They are the third city in the recent couple of months in order to do something like this. South Pasadena and Claremont have also done something like this. The reason for that is, what we keep saying is that this is not just something that is happening in a couple of buildings. This is something that is happening nationwide, which also means it's happening right here, right now, displacing citizens. So, oh, by the way, my timer's not going. Cool. Anywho, so. Pointing that out. Anywho, all this is just to bring into awareness that this is a really big problem that requires immediate action, and there are some cities that are taking immediate action. So this is a great precedent for Burbank to do something about that and jump into it and actually protect its citizens. So other than that, thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Stephanie Clendenin, followed by Jared Cavagnolo.
Hi. Sorry, I'm not good at public speaking. Anyway, hi, my name is Stephanie Clinton, and I've lived in Burbank for 19 years, and I would love to continue to do so. Unfortunately, I'm being evicted from my apartment along with my neighbors. I've written to a few of you individually and have not received a response. The people who bought my building did a cash quick sale to speed escrow and evicted us 2 days after escrow closed. These are not mom and pop landlords and have no ties to this city. I am now trying to pack up 19 years of my life and do not have a place to go. On top of this, I'm being harassed, lied to, and intimidated by these new owners. I have had zero help with this matter, and these tactics to get me out were after the last landlord-tenant commission meeting, and I still have to wait until June 5th before I can ask for mediation on this matter. What other means do I have as a longtime tenant of Burbank to help me? I don't think the Landlord-Tenant Commission has the means to help us with these problems. They may have been able to help with the mom-and-pop landlords in the past that had ties to the community, but the new landlords that are kicking us out do not live here, and they are real estate sharks that are just coming after us, and they see us as keeping us from getting their investment right away. We need a freeze on these rent evictions and a way to enforce updated tenant rights in Burbank. These people are already taking my home and still won't let me leave in peace. I need help on this matter. And I also want to thank Jack Corbett from the Burbank Water and Power. When these people first took over, they didn't carry over our water or carry over our electricity, and turned off, and we couldn't use our washers and our dryers, and we couldn't have hot water to go to work. And he, as a courtesy, turned back on these things for us until they took over the account. And at the time, you could say it was just an oversight, but they told me that the people who stay longer will have these interruptions take place. So I don't think this was an oversight. I think this was an intention letting me know the things that were going to start happening around where I live. Thank you.
Jared Cavagnolo, followed by. I know. I'm so sorry. Followed by Tara Barber. It'll come back to me.
Yeah. Good evening again, Council. Before I just kind of switch gears while I'm still wearing the Moms Demand Action shirt, just wanted to, I feel like I'm obligated to speak to just one point brought up by our first speaker tonight. I can, as a social work student, I could go quite a bit into, how we treat marginalized populations, but I'll just stick to one fact that the only time gun violence and mental illness should be brought up in the same sentence is regarding suicide. It's the only instance in which we actually have empirical data to show a linkage there. Moving from one soapbox to a next, to speak kind of on behalf of all the tenants you've heard here and at previous meetings, I first want to start by thanking Vice Mayor Schultz for your proposed plan, I believe last meeting, to increase the amount of rental, compensation for relocation. I think that's a great gesture. I also would love to know more about the timeline of that, and I think that everyone here, yourself included, Vice Mayor, would say that it's not enough. We know, hearing from these stories, that it's not enough. I'd also like just to spend the rest of my time with a couple questions kind of on this matter, mostly geared towards the city attorney. Made a statement last week that somebody else referenced that, the right place for tenants to fight these evictions is through the unlawful detainer. It's my understanding that not every tenant who has been affected up to this point has even gotten to that point of the process yet. I believe they've received notices of eviction, which are not the same as unlawful detainers. And to my knowledge, from talking to people more educated on this than I am, you may not even be able to take legal action until that unlawful detainer is put into place. I also just would like to point out that, after this body directed tenants to go to the Landlord-Tenant Commission, which then directed tenants to come back here, only to hear that you can't do anything for them, the solution of, well, fight it in court comes across as a little bit hollow, just because I get it, it may be the law, but it's not like that's an easy or necessarily accessible option for every tenant out there. My second question just is regarding when it comes to pass that these intended renovations that landlords are kicking people out for do not actually happen. What is the city's recourse there? What can we do to kind of hold these landlords and property owners accountable for unlawfully kicking out tenants? And with my last few seconds, I'll just say, I've heard a lot about concern with increased homeless population in Burbank. It'd be nice if we could do something about that.
Tara Barber, followed by Alyssa Cunningham.
Hi, Tara Barber, Rancho resident. I'm here to talk horses. When Burbank gets the funds, the community doesn't want them to go to a trail down Riverside Drive. We want to preserve the land so we can ensure horses remain in the neighborhood and have safe trail connectivity to the park. I have 3 horses in my backyard, and I would never ride on a trail down Riverside Drive, and neither would my neighbors that signed the petition against it. Keep in mind, we have collected hundreds of voting Burbank residents' signatures saying they do not want this trail down Burbank or with Burbank funding. We want to preserve the land and the horse community, not build a trail down Riverside Drive nobody will ride on. Please hear us, the community. rather than one loud voice pushing this. We all want to save the land. Help us be proactive and utilize funding to do so, to help save the last sliver that we have left in Burbank. We've already had to sacrifice so much, as you know. Don't make us sacrifice more. We want to be proactive. We want to work with you. Work with us, please, the community.
Alyssa Cunningham, followed by Amy D'Alessandro Stoltz.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Elisa Cunningham. I live in the Rancho. I have a mini horse in my backyard. A bridle trail throughout the Rancho, it would be fabulous. It would be a cupcake. We talked about doing it decades ago. It was part of the original work that was done with the Rancho Master Plan, and we just never did it, and it's unfortunate. But as an equestrian community, the key thing is for a horse and a rider to be able to travel safely through the community. In most cases, where they're headed to is they need safe access to the bridge at the end of Mariposa, which takes us all into Griffith Park so we can exercise our horses. That's the main, yes, we can walk on the streets, but that's the main thing. So, as you've heard here, the 2-block trail doesn't solve that problem. Yeah, it will be a marker, it'll say, hey, you're in the Rancho now, but it doesn't solve the problem. Because as you've heard, there's nobody that's gonna actually use it. Nobody would get on their horse, go down Riverside on a trail, cross all of those driveways, get to the light, cross at the light, deal with the cars, then cross more driveways. Because if you think about the businesses and everything that's along there, they're not gonna do that when they can hop on the protected existing perimeter horse trail that goes in the exact same direction to get you to the exact same place. So they're not gonna use the trail. So ultimately, spending millions of dollars on it so we can have something that looks great, like, hey, you're in the Rancho now, is just a horrific waste of money. So that's my point. Yes, it would be great to have it throughout the Rancho, but to have this piece at the amount that it's gonna cost just it doesn't make any sense. So, thank you.
Amy D'Alessandro Stoltz, and that's my last yellow comment card. If you want to put one in now, now's the time. Hello.
Hello. My name is Amy D'Alessandro Stoltz. I am a Burbank Rancho horse owner. I have 3 horses in my backyard, chickens, rabbits. I enjoy this community and all that it holds historically. I feel blessed to live here. This is such a heavy night hearing these residents speak about losing their homes, and it makes me just realize how lucky we are. I'm gonna pray for every single one of those people. I am a mother of 2. Over the past few years, not only do you see horses and hear the steps of horses walking through our community safely, but you see strollers upon strollers upon strollers walking through the streets of our Rancho. And when I think about the construction that's about to take place because of SB 35 on Mariposa, and the loss of one of our last historic properties that represents our Rancho and our horse community. It's not about, I want to preserve the safety of my community for all the parents and children that walk their children through the streets. I cannot imagine how we're going to, and I would love to hear more if someone can direct, how are we going to keep that part of our community safe? The connecting of the horses are not going to stop. We need to be able to, continue our way of life, and I don't think it should be held, especially the safety. It's all about the safety. It's not, I just want my horse to be, it's the families in our community. Not to mention, Public Works is already overtaxed to put 21 townhomes in that property. How are we going to remain safe? I'm trying to imagine all of the construction and the trucks on that narrow street. How are we going to get the children walking through that community? Bikes, strollers, horses, dogs, let alone getting onto that swinging bridge that is blocked because we have people coming into our community. And I imagine the people moving into those 21 townhomes are not schooled in the equestrian neighborhood to drive safely around that bend. You know, how is it going to be safe? How can you promise us that, you know, horses they get spooked easily? You know, how is it going to remain safe? And I lose sleep at night. I'm going to lose more sleep hearing these poor people talking about where they're going to live tonight. Can you help us understand how that property being under construction for 2.5 some odd years is going to keep our community, which is what you have been trying to do so well for so many years. Thank you. How are we going to remain safe? Because I guarantee you, have you ever seen 35 rental string riders getting tossed from one horse and then they all go running home? I can guarantee you that someone is going to get thrown from their horse and they're going to die because of that construction. Please help us remain safe. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my last comment card. Do we have callers on the line?
Yes, we do, sir.
Do we have an approximate number of how many, or no?
9.
Okay. All right, send him through.
The first caller is Janet Mullen.
Hello, Janet.
Hello, leaders of Burbank. Hello, thank you for taking my call. I'm calling tonight just to talk a little bit about the initiative of this, the ideology of the vehicle dwellers. I lived in Burbank for 31 years, been a homeowner for 25, pay high taxes, property taxes. We also have a high city tax. I live in Burbank because I like Burbank. I'm also a retired Los Angeles police officer who worked Skid Row for over 2 decades. People need help. They don't need to live on the street in any fashion. The only chance of helping homeless people get off the street and not live in a cardboard box, a tent, a car, or an RV, because this lifestyle just leads to crime. Our crime rate is going to go up in crazy if we allow city vehicle dwellers to get into Burbank. It's not fair to the homeowners. It's not fair to the business owners. It's not fair to the people paying taxes. Talk about public works. We're going to need more people working there. We're going to need more police officers. We're going to need more fire personnel and more paramedics because these people take up these resources. Still, the human waste. Somebody's got to clean this up, and the taxpayers are going to have to pay for it. Talk about gun violence. I worked downtown a long time, and let me tell you, drug dealers pose as homeless people all the time. That's what they do. They mingle in with the homeless people and sell drugs, creating homeless problems and mental illness and drug addiction, and just makes the problem bigger. People need affordable housing, and they need social workers to help them. They don't need vehicles. This is insane. It was insane when LA did it, and now they are working crazy to make it stop. People need help to get off the street, help to get off drugs, mental help. You know, this idea of allowing this in Burbank is kind of like starting a forest fire and then not calling fire resources for help. Thank you for listening to me.
The next caller is Michael Mills.
Hello, Michael.
Hello. I just want to say that, first off, my wife and I are longtime residents of Burbank. Between the two of us, we've got almost 140 years of being here in Burbank. And we really don't think that what the city council is thinking about doing with relaxing RV regulations on the streets is going to be any good for the city of Burbank. It's going to be a big problem. The city of Burbank already doesn't have resources for the homeless we already have, camped under bridges, in the parks, and everywhere else they can put a tent. Putting homeless RVs all over the place, you're going to do just like the city of LA did. And last night on the news, if you saw it, the city of LA was using bulldozers down the sidewalks to clear the trash that all of these RVers just threw out onto the sidewalk. And they had to use bulldozers to push it down to the end of the street and load it into into dump trucks. Is this what Burbank wants to do? Really? I just don't understand that Burbank would even think about doing something like that. It's ludicrous. You know, most of us bought our homes in Burbank, and we're fortunate to do so because we worked hard to get them. We don't want them to go into a slum like Los Angeles, or we'd have moved into Los Angeles. I thank you for your time. Please listen to what I'm saying. It is not some made-up story. It's what's going to happen if you follow that course.
Thank you.
The next caller is Darren Chase.
Hello, Darren.
Oh, good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. I just wanted to thank you all for doing your service. It's long nights and long days, and your work is appreciated. Thank you very much. I was speaking on two items tonight. The first one was the safe parking program, which I'm asking the council not to support. From what I've read, the ramifications of a safe parking area is really just the spending of a staggering amount of money. The staff report indicates 8 areas where monies would be spent, needed for the program to function. One of them would be to create and fund a new department to oversee such an operation and liaison between police, funding services, legal counsel, towing companies, auto repair companies, insurance companies, and personal liability agencies. I think the money that would go, or the efforts that would go into something like this, are better off streamlining the approval process for apartment construction to provide needed housing, as well as partnering with both state and local agencies for moderate and low-income housing. The other item I wanted to speak on was agenda item number 13. AB 1482 is doing exactly what it's meant to do, and it's having a significant and positive impact for tenants. I really don't believe spending $50,000 to an outside firm is where money should be spent. Burbank spent $100,000 for a law firm rent study back in 2007, and that conclusion was that kind of work just really was not going to achieve Burbank's goals for lower rents in Burbank. More apartments would, and partnering both state and local agencies would be better. I'd like to see, let's allow AB 1480 to continue and have a positive performance with outside interference. Thanks so much. Good evening.
Thank you.
The next caller is Mary.
Hi, I'm a longtime tenant of the city of Burbank. I've been here for almost 50 years and a tenant for almost 30. And I am opposed to the rent stabilization. I think that the reason this is all happening is because of all the restrictions that the city and the state are putting forth, the restrictions, the more restrictions that they keep putting through, the more they keep pushing out the mom-and-pop landlords and owners of Burbank, which is what Burbank was founded on. And before all of this regulations and stuff, the tenants of Burbank didn't even get rent increases as often as they are doing now. And you're pushing the mom-and-pop landlords out, and they want to sell their buildings, and these big companies or speculators are buying the buildings and pushing out my neighbors. I think it's sad to see that this is happening in Burbank. since AB 1482, it's just become worse and worse, and the rent increases have become more regular because they're putting so many restrictions. The city should just let the free market flow, let supply and demand meet, because it will work itself out. And if the city allowed, laxer restrictions on actually building more units, I remember a time when you could build 10 units on a lot, and now you can build 3. I mean, that's not making housing affordable. These rent evictions just wouldn't be happening if, they didn't put any more restrictions. And I also just wanted to mention that I am opposed to relaxing the RV restrictions, and I agree with the gentleman that called in just a few moments ago that it's bad for Burbank, and I think that we should keep Burbank safe and clean. And that's all I have to say.
The next caller is Elaine Stevens.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Burbank. I'm calling to speak to you about Agenda Item 20, the First Step Report on the Safe Parking Program for Vehicle Dwellers, which is proposed at the Hollywood Burbank Airport parking lot. At first blush, the initial request for additional information appears to be a good one. I have read and evaluated staff's subsequent report and have the following comments. It's encouraging that Burbank wants to give a hands up to people who live in their cars. However, in my opinion, creating a designated overnight parking and living space anywhere in Burbank will not be effective, practical, or a prudent use of taxpayer money to assist approximately 70 people. A location chosen and program initiated within city limits will be excessively expensive, burdensome to residents due to the cost of supportive services. These are services typically offered by other cities with approved overnight parking and living areas. It will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, our tax dollars, annually to build, clean, and maintain bathrooms, prepare or buy meals and then distribute them, maintain the designated area with cleaning and repairs, repairing operating and non-operating vehicles, and the issuance of, quote, free, end quote, gas cards. A sanctioned overnight parking living area will no doubt attract additional vehicle-dwelling individuals from neighboring cities, due to the number of free services which will most likely be available. Crime will increase due to drugs and or alcohol and or mental health issues that often, but not always, and I repeat, not always, but often accompany unhoused individuals. Per staff's report, the overall percentage of vehicle dwellers has dropped 24% since 2020. There are programs in place currently which are effective. These reasons make a compelling case not to proceed in identifying any public area within Burbank for housing individuals living in their vehicles. Our taxpayer monies can and should be better spent. I respectfully request City Council to direct staff to focus efforts on devising a more logical, humanitarian, and fiscally effective solution for vehicle-housed individuals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elaine. Next caller.
The next caller is Alessandra Valdez.
Hello.
Yes, you're on with the City Council.
Hi. You've all been hearing from me over the past few weeks about the rent eviction crisis that's been happening across Burbank. I'm a renter. I'm a member of the Burbank Tenants Union. I've been a part of this community for over 4 years. And I'm calling in to say that South Pasadena and Alhambra, they've passed a temporary no-fault eviction moratorium. The city of Claremont has also passed an ordinance addressing rent evictions. I'd like to address what the city attorney said last week. The tenants that Burbank Tenants Union have been speaking with have not received unlawful detainers yet. They have not been served with an eviction notice. So we can still pass a law that requires landlords to have permits at every step of the eviction process, like they did in Santa Barbara County, and we can still require landlords to pay for relocation fees. When a vague law is being exploited in bad faith, then it needs to be fixed. Please look at what other cities are doing across Southern California and stand up for renters against predatory corporations and landlords. We are 60% of the community. So Burbank, please stand up with us. And if we truly care about addressing homelessness, then all of these homeowners who are calling in about RVs tonight should be out here speaking up for tenants' rights to stay in their homes instead. Thank you. Have a good night.
The next caller is Robert Gregorian.
Hello. It's tragic that so many people are being forced to leave their homes. But I don't think the city of Burbank is getting enough blame for the underlying supply and demand problem. I've lived in Burbank for a long time, and although I own a home, I've always been told that building one is just too difficult there, and it is. The city of Burbank should offer incentives to home builders so that more people can afford to live here. If there were more homes available, landlords wouldn't dare evict tenants like this, and rents could be kept down. However, the current price of a home in Burbank is ridiculously high, over $1,000 per square foot on some listings, meaning that anyone without a lot of money will have a hard time affording a home here now and in the future. Lastly, I noticed that there are 2 open seats on the Planning Commission. If you only receive 2 applicants, that doesn't mean that they should automatically fill the position. Instead, you should re-advertise the position for a longer period of time in order to attract a more diverse pool of candidates. Finally, if you do fill these seats, please select someone who is supportive of housing construction rather than one of the many naysayers who regularly show up to protest new developments. Thank you.
The next caller is Jack.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to address this council tonight. We are sympathetic with those tenants who are involved in the renovation issue. But let's be clear, this is an isolated issue in nature. It is not a citywide problem. It is just 1, 2, or 3 buildings that are causing this issue. And those landlords or new owners are not taking the proper steps to handle their tenants. There should be more notice time. There should be some more relocation. There should be certain restrictions on substantial renovation and so forth. I think that perhaps in the interim, the city could provide some moving assistance for some of those tenants to get relocated. But this is not a citywide problem. This is just a few new owners or existing landowners who don't know how to handle tenants. This does not reflect the landlords of Burbank in general. Also, I support a study session to discuss AB 1482 and the benefits to tenants. Everyone should understand their rights. Also, I support mediation as a program in conjunction with the Landlord-Tenant Commission. As a last note, I am against RV parking in Burbank. Thank you for hearing me.
The next caller is Ginny Barnett.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. This is Jenny Barnett, and I have a number of points to make, and hopefully I'll make them quickly. I've been a resident here for over 40 years. And number one, we're putting up affordable units, I think, close to Empire Center, 147, and there's only 7 parking spaces.
Do these developers feel that because they're affordable units, these people won't have vehicles? I think that's horrible. Number two, the units that are going up on I-5 at First Street, there's only 8 affordable units going in there. Who told the developers they get to make that decision? And I understand that they're all studio apartments. How does that help a family in Burbank? Number three, the monstrosity that they're planning to put up on the Fry's property. How did that get past the planning board when we have a 3-story restriction? And who in the world is going to want to swim in a pool on the top of a building when there are planes flying over every 10 minutes dropping fuel stuff on them? And number four, I have had horses in the past. I do not now. However, I support the rancho. Driving on Riverside is like a racetrack. These people take advantage of, they go around you on the middle of the street if you're not going fast enough, and I do the speed limit. And I would no more put my horse on a street like that than I would put a child out in the middle of the street. This needs to stop. That money needs to be utilized in a much better situation. Thank you.
The next caller is George.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. You know, the prices in California and Burbank have always been high. This is nothing new. 20, 30 years ago, we were having similar conversations, okay? And unfortunately, moving is stressful, and I do sympathize with those who have received these notices. You know, that's a sad aspect, but if you can't afford something, that's something in our society. And the only long-term solution to the housing prices is going to be comprehensive reform where the city gets serious about solving the housing crisis instead of applying a Band-Aid and pandering, pretending like you're doing something when really you're not. All you're doing is putting a Band-Aid on the issue. If you really push this too far, okay, then you're going to drive a wedge into our community and scare the only people that could solve the housing crisis out of the community. For example, you can impose a restriction on real estate, but you cannot prevent people from reinvesting their money in other communities or in other types of investments. So now what's happening is that by scaring the people who could solve the housing crisis, the people that are the builders, the people that buy into Burbank, the people that have owned here, and the people that believe in this city, by scaring them away, now we're making the housing problem worse. There are a lot of people that will not invest a nickel into housing in the city of Los Angeles or the city of Santa Monica or the city of West Hollywood because it has a bad reputation, okay? And now if Burbank is going to have a bad reputation, you're going to make the problem worse, all right? AB 1482 is okay, and the reason why is that it doesn't make Glendale more desirable than Burbank. They're both subject to AB 1482. And if the California legislators think that there's a bigger issue that needs to be solved, they could do so in an even-handed manner. But by alienating the people that are loyal to the community, I think that that's a bad idea, okay? Moving is, for certain, it is a bad experience to go through. We've all moved before, okay? People move voluntarily every day of the week, and especially if they want to cut their living expenses, sure, they move to a place that's more affordable. Maybe they downsize from 2 bedrooms to 1 bedroom. Maybe they move in with a roommate. Okay, those are things that we have to go through. That is the human experience. But now to take anecdotal evidence and to extrapolate it to impose a regulation citywide, is that really going to solve the housing crisis, or is it just being done for appeasement purposes? Thank you.
The next caller is Jay Geisenheimer.
Good evening, Mayor. Vice. Vice Mayor, Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilwomen. Jay Geisenheimer, 26-year Rancho resident. I wanted to address the equestrians speaking against the equestrian trail. When Pickwick sold, a group rallied and began to fight Pickwick. Too much traffic, everyone said. All the traffic will make horses crossing Riverside at Maine will be very dangerous. This trail helps this problem. This is a protected trail with rails. This is not loose horses running down Riverside. It's horses being ridden in a protected trail with fencing to protect them. There are also the inside trail, and there's the parkway, the bike trail, parking, all that is between the horses and the actual roads. Approximately 100 horses live above Riverside Drive, and that's who will be using this trail for safe passage. 2 of the speakers live below Riverside and do not need the trail. And you know, if you do not finish the trail, you will have only the short trail that goes nowhere, and that is very stupid looking. And why, after 2 years, are the neighbors speaking out now? There will always be horses in the rancho because we surround the Los Angeles Equestrian Center and the trails of Griffith Park, and we are the center of the horse world for Los Angeles. There will always be horses here. So please continue to believe in this trail for the duration and the safety of the horses. Thank you.
The next caller is Vicky.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say that I'm a manager for over 20 years in Burbank. The landlord that I work for gets along very well with all of his tenants. He's very helpful to them. They love him. They adore him. And you shouldn't punish every landlord because 1 or 2 buildings are doing the reno eviction. You should be fair to everybody, and especially fair to the landlords and the tenants. You should find an equal balance that makes both parties happy and fair. You shouldn't just victimize the landlords because a lot of mom-and-pop landlords do a very good job. They work day and night, 24 hours, 7 days a week. They're never off the clock to make sure other people are comfortable in their homes. So don't paint all landlords as being bad just because 2 buildings or 3 buildings are doing the reno eviction. You guys have to be fair for everybody, landlords and tenants. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was our last caller.
Oh, great. Oh, I mean, not great. I mean, thanks everybody for calling in. It was a little slip of the tongue. No, but I do thank you all for coming down and expressing your opinions. The vast majority of you were very respectful, so I do appreciate that. I only want to say one quick thing. I know there's a couple things on the agenda item that some people might find unsavory. But when folks refer to the unhoused and people struggling, living on the street as these people, I remind you that I've been homeless 3 times in my life, and I am these people. And because of my disability, I'm very likely to become homeless again in my life. I know that, and I'm okay with that. So please try not to denigrate folks simply because they're broke. Brief response from, no? All right. Council members, it's getting a little late. Do we want to respond as well? Yes? Yeah? Councilmember Mullins?
I just want to have a quick response beside thank you all for coming and expressing your concerns and sharing your needs with us. I do want to address Ms. Morale and Gazelle, both of you who talked about finding housing. I did reach out to Mr. Albert Hernandez. He's the executive director of Home Again LA. I actually talked to him today to see if they have reached out to any of you and if there's any programs that are available. He did tell me, and I hope he's watching because that's exactly what he told me, that they were very successful in obtaining housing for one individual who lost their home. They were evicted, and to refer everyone else who's in need to please contact Home Again LA. He's happy to work with all of you. Again, you have to qualify. I don't want to get too much into details because I know it's not on the agenda, but I wanted to pass that word on to everyone, especially the two of you who spoke about it right now tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Anyone else? We're okay?
Mr. Mayor, I'll briefly respond. So thank you again to everyone who came out and called in. For the sake of time, I won't go through everybody, but to our general manager of Burbank Water and Power, it sounds like Mr. Hastings had a question about assistance with the light pole that's planned. So I'm not going to ask you now, but maybe we could chat about it offline and follow up with Mr. Hastings. Mr. City Manager, do you have any response you want to make to Mr. Lane's comments?
If Mr. Lane has any, I did email him back, and if he does have any conflicts or any issues with the club, certainly reach out to our office. I did tell him that our assistant city manager is more than willing to address it, and regardless of any affiliation that I have with anybody.
Okay. And Mr. Lane, I don't see you here, but what I would say is that there are very limited options once an employment agreement is in place to abridge the agreement. However, the issue that you've drawn my attention to is certainly on my radar, and I'll save that for another day when we revisit the agreement. To Mr. Cavagnolo, I'm not sure if I see you still here, but I would just add that I completely agree. I wish I had more tools, and I would agree that the proposal I brought up last week is insufficient, but I'm going to do everything that I can within my power to help. And I think I speak for my colleagues when I say that they feel the same way. Thank you.
All right. Shall we move on?
Just really quick,
Yeah.
did you? Go ahead. Thank you. Just really quick, thank you again for coming out and speaking, and for those who called in and speak about your concerns. I echo the sentiments of my two colleagues who've already spoke on those issues, and we will discuss it further for some of the items that were discussed tonight. Two things I wanted to point out, though. Ms. Shaw from Boys and Girls Club, I wanted to thank you for coming out tonight. If you're still here, there you are. And for all the work that's done at the Boys and Girls Club, and please extend our appreciation to Ms. Warren for her service as well. And then just really quick, I know this is small, but it's really cool, is Mr. Donahue mentioned the Lineman Rodeo, and I would like to underscore the awesomeness of the Lineman Rodeo. If you've never seen it, I haven't actually seen the whole thing, but I've seen snippets. It's so cool. Next year, we all have to go. We have to make it like a field trip. Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes.
The linemen did well this year, and we will be bringing them back during the council meeting.
Okay, great. Wait, are they actually going to do the thing that they do? We don't have the room. Okay, all right. Councilmember Perez.
Thank you to everyone. To the tenants who came to speak and their supporters, thank you. I agree we need to do something as soon as possible. And that's what I will say on that, because I know it's pending. To those who are calling about our last agenda item, I will address your comments when we get there, but I do want to save your time. If you are calling about RV parking on our streets, that is not on the agenda, and that is not what we will be discussing. If you have questions about that comment, please tune in at that time to discuss what the law is, what the myths are, and what the truths are. So thank you. And lastly, but not least, congratulations to Mr. Chadwick and Mr. Baldessaroni on their well-deserved award.
Thank you. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, members of the council, Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. Tonight we have 14 consent items. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of April 25th, 2023, the dark meeting of May 2nd, 2023, and the joint meetings of May 9th and May 16th, 2023. Item 2 is approval of the successor agency minutes of the joint meetings of May 9th and May 16th, 2023. Item 3 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meetings of May 9th and May 16th, 2023. Item 4 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meetings of May 9th and May 16th, 2023. Item 5, approval of the Public Financing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of December 13th, 2022. Item 6 is approval of the Youth Endowment Services Fund Board minutes of the joint meeting of February 28th, 2023. Item 7 is update on the procurement plan for Burbank Bus Fixed Route Transit Services. Item 8 is adoption of a resolution approving the filing of an application for grant funds from the Los Angeles County Regional Park and Open Space District for Measure A funding for the Santa Anita Playground Project and authorizing the city manager to accept and administer grant funds for the Santa Anita Playground Project. Item 9, approval of multi-year reimbursement agreements with Family Service Agency for the school-based counseling program and with Boys and Girls Club for the drop-in middle school program. Item 10, adoption of a resolution to submit a grant application to the U.S. Department of Transportation's Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Opportunity to authorize the grant application, acceptance, and execution for electric vehicle charging infrastructure projects. Item 11 is acceptance of a donation of a memorial flagpole from the Burbank Police Foundation to honor the memory of Officer Matthew Pavelka, and that is to be installed at Johnny Carson Park. Item 12 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the California State Library in the amount of $5,400 and amending the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget by appropriating funds. Item 13 is approval of a legal services agreement and budget amendment for Assembly Bill 1482 and Tenant Protections Study Session. Item 14 is adoption of an urgency ordinance to amend the streamlined ministerial review and public oversight process for development projects submitted under the streamlined ministerial approval process when required by state law, including Government Code Section 65913.4, SB 35, and 65912.100, AB 2011. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to move the consent calendar.
All right.
I'll second.
All right.
Thank you.
Moved by Mullins, seconded by Perez. Any discussion?
I do want to make a quick comment, and I was waiting. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing it up sooner during the discussion. I do want to add to the item 11 for the acceptance for the Police Foundation and the $19,000 that I'm hoping that staff is able to work with the foundation to help out with the installation of the electricity.
Mr. Mayor, if I could,
please.
if I could have our Park and Rec Director come up, and I know we're looking at that, and we have a couple of responses to hopefully help.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony and council members. Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation Department. So yes, I've already connected with Police Foundation, and we have a couple of options. One is they certainly can go back and install a solar, a flagpole with solar for the lighting, or we can city can subsidize the cost for the electrical, which is estimated at $5,800, and that we can either work internally and see if our internal resources through BWP are able to do that work, or we can pay an outside contractor to do that. But we're very happy to accept this donation and work with them to facilitate the installation.
And just to be clear, we don't have to make that determination now. We're just accepting the money to move forward.
Correct. Council can certainly direct staff to subsidize or forego the installation of the electrical if that is the option we go with.
If you're okay, we'll look to lower the 19,000 as much as we can by trying to do this, and if we have to come back, we'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, great. We good?
Thank you.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Due to a potential conflict of interest and overabundance of caution, I will abstain from number 9. Yes on all the rest.
Thank you.
All right, now is the time and place for the hearing for project number 23-000-1258 concerning introduction of an ordinance to amend Title 10, Chapter 1, zoning of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and residential-only projects in non-residential zones. Before we begin, any disclosures relating to this hearing from council? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
And do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, we do.
And has the city received any written communication on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, we received 15.
All right. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and members of the council. My name is Greg Mirzavakian, Associate Planner with CDD Planning. Tonight, you're being asked to consider a zone text amendment to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and multifamily residential-only projects in non-residential zones. May I have the presentation, please? There it is. Next slide, please. The reason for the proposed ZTA is Assembly Bill 2011, the Affordable Housing and High Roads Jobs Act of 2022, which takes effect on July 1st, 2023. AB 2011 is the most recent of several state laws related to ministerial streamlined review requirements for local governments. This law applies to mixed income and affordable multifamily housing and mixed-use developments as long as they meet project and site eligibility criteria and labor and affordability requirements. Next slide, please. One back, please. I think we went too far. There are many eligibility and project requirements that need to be met in order for a development project to qualify for the process mandated by AB 2011. Among these requirements, the project development must be a multifamily project of 5 or more units. It must be located in any zone where office, retail, or parking are a principally permitted use. So this opens up a significant area of land that is zoned for non-residential use to these kinds of developments. And the project site may not be within 500 feet of a freeway. The housing units may not be within 500 feet of the freeway. In addition, there are several other eligibility criteria and project requirements that limit the potentially available sites, such as the location of the project on a site or adjoining a site that is currently or most recently was used for industrial uses. In addition, the project site for mixed income projects must be on a commercial corridor and must meet minimum width requirements for mixed income projects. And finally, there is also a requirement to satisfy several SB 35 eligibility criteria, which are referred to in the statute. For your reference, a more detailed summary of all requirements is provided in the staff report. Next slide, please. This map shows the potentially eligible sites for 100% affordable development projects, which could qualify for streamlined ministerial process per AB 2011. The potentially eligible sites are depicted in purple. And on the next slide, the map shows the potentially eligible sites for mixed income development projects along commercial corridors, which could qualify for streamlined ministerial review per AB 2011. And the potential sites are depicted in blue. Next slide, please. Regardless of whether the city approves the proposed ordinance to establish objective design and development standards for multifamily and mixed-use development in non-residential zones, these projects will continue to be submitted for streamlined ministerial review. Under state law, the city is required to implement the provisions of AB 2011 if it is invoked and if the appropriate application materials are submitted and if the site eligibility criteria are met. However, it will be challenging for the city to implement the required streamlined ministerial review process as the Burbank Municipal Code lacks separate design and development standards for multifamily residential only and mixed-use projects in non-residential zones as it stands. This is because the BMC has historically been drafted with the assumption that local control and discretion over the details of such developments would be exercised through extensive discretionary review. However, as noted before, the discretionary review process is no longer available to the city for these types of projects. And although there are 3 specific plan efforts underway currently which will result in objective design and development standards for multifamily and mixed-use projects, they will only apply to those specific plan areas and not to all the areas of the city where such streamlined ministerial projects are available, pursuant to AB 2011 and SB 35 and any future law that invokes streamlined ministerial review. Next slide, please. AB 2011 is similar to SB 35, as the city is limited in the scope of streamlined ministerial review to the verification of consistency with the objective design and development standards in effect at the time of the application submittal. As a reminder, objective design and development standards involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are verifiable by reference to criteria available. To date, the city has received 7 SB 35 applications, and we anticipate that this number will only continue to grow over time. The applications that were submitted are subject to standards that were in place at the time of submittal, so anything that is considered tonight would not apply to the past projects. For those applications, the city can apply only few, if any, significant development standards as they were not objective or they did not exist. So where such standards do exist, they were not created with residential development in mind, mostly commercial standards. It is clear that the city needs to establish a more robust set of standards that can be applied to the streamlined ministerial reviews mandated by AB 2011 and SB 35, as well as mixed-use projects in general that are already permitted through the development review and conditional use permit process. It is crucial that this is addressed before even more streamlined ministerial review applications are submitted and before AB 2011 takes effect on July 1st of this year. Next slide, please. Although there is now a sense of urgency to establish objective design and development standards, the goal of the ZTA is to establish standards that will apply to any future applications for ministerial streamlined reviews while maintaining local control to the extent possible and long-established standards or concepts that are Burbank specific but will comply with state mandates as well. Significant effort was taken to replicate or reflect the intent of the existing measures in the Burbank Municipal Code intended to protect existing residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The use list in the Burbank Municipal Code is being amended as both these types of projects, so we're here talking about the mixed use and multifamily residential only projects, are already allowed in the code. They are being renamed. The mixed use section is proposed to change to allow residential on the ground floor and to clarify that it only applies to multifamily projects. And the residential only use will be changed to clarify that it applies to multifamily projects. These project types are now mandated in multiple family zones with the passage, these types of projects are now mandated in multiple zones with the passage of SB 35 and AB 2011, so this is reflected by the addition of the letter S on the use table, S for state. Whether a project is allowed on a particular site will be subject to the planning director's review for consistency with all eligibility requirements upon submittal. Next slide, please. Using the general approach to the ZTA process of focusing on established standards or concepts that are Burbank specific but will also comply with state mandates, significant effort was taken to reflect the intent of the existing measures. intended to protect residential neighborhoods. A set of multifamily residential only objective design and development standards were crafted, taking into consideration that additional refinement was needed, as these developments would be built in commercial contexts and neighborhoods. So while they largely reflect the existing multifamily residential standards, they also address building frontage design, buffering requirements from lower scaled residential zones, open space flexibility, and parking structure location, visibility, and screening requirements. Next slide, please. The existing code does not include any regulations for multifamily development in non-residential zones. Some standards that are being introduced are lot coverage, uses in buffer areas, modulations and step-backs in facade, open space regulations, etc. Special consideration was needed as these projects will be built in existing commercial corridors and neighborhoods adjacent to residential uses in many cases. The city needs regulations so that we're not forced to approve projects that are not compatible. And on the next slide, you will see an illustration of a simplified example of bare minimum of what can be built under the current development standards. That would be on the left under streamlined ministerial review. So we could see a project like this potentially. The image on the left illustrate what is possible for a multifamily residential building in a commercial zone. So you see here that the building has no facade modulation at all. It has no step back. The bulk of the ground floor is taken up by a parking structure, and the parapets create a sense of mass and bulk at the top. The image on the right shows the kind of design elements required under the proposed standards. So the building has a requirement for plane break, has transparency requirements, also this means windows and visibility into the building at the ground floor, and limits the amount of parking garage visible from the street. This makes a superior pedestrian experience and a more interesting design. The new standards propose a 70 square foot private open space requirement for each unit. So the balconies here serve this purpose for open space. The proposed standards also create a building with a smaller overall footprint by introducing a maximum lot coverage of 80%. Next slide, please. This slide depicts a side-by-side comparison from an angle. The image on the left shows the bare minimum allowed under the current commercial standards. There are no considerations for residential uses, as the current code did not envision by right residential uses in commercial zones. The current code requirements can result in a flat facade with no development standards to address amenities or open space. In addition, there is no regard for privacy considerations for adjacent properties. On the right, the proposed standard result in a facade that is modulated with a variety of materials, in addition to requirements for side setbacks and residential amenities. Next slide, please. Here is another comparative example. On the top, the existing standards do not require any building separation on adjacent lots, which has the potential to create a monolithic street wall with no breaks and the appearance of bulky mass. On the lower picture, you will see the proposed standards, which require a minimum separation of 10 feet between projects on adjoining lots, which creates a break in the street wall and allows for more light and air for residents and a more pleasant pedestrian experience. Next slide, please. The existing 20-foot buffer area requirement between single-family properties and proposed structures is retained from the existing code. And the buffer area is the area here between the property line of the single-family, the rear property line of the single-family zone, and the building, the rear part of the building. On the left side, the existing standards would allow balconies and rooftop amenities that directly overlook any residential area affecting privacy. The new standards shown on the right would require a minimum 6-foot opaque barrier for any balconies or decks directly facing a residentially zoned property, creating a visual and noise barrier between the uses. In addition, the new standards introduce additional landscaping requirements for the lot as a whole and within the buffer area. Next slide, please. This image depicts a street view with the building models built per the existing and proposed development standards. The proposed standards are depicted on the left. The proposed standards result in additional modulation and variation in materials and create a superior pedestrian experience at the ground floor with greater setbacks, shade, and visual interest. The existing standards on the right result in an auto-oriented design. Please note that this slide only depicts the building design on private property and does not address any of the public right-of-way or sidewalk standards. Next slide, please. The same general guiding principles that help shape the multifamily residential only development standards we just discussed were also followed during the development of the proposed mixed-use development standards. However, for mixed-use standards, there were no existing mixed-use standards in the code to take inspiration from, and as a result, the proposed mixed-use standards were crafted to be consistent with the new multifamily residential standards to the extent possible, while also incorporating additional standards to address the commercial component of the mixed-use development, such as operational requirements, flexibility in building design, open space requirements, and identification of compatible uses. These standards are meant to ensure contextually appropriate design that is also sensitive to adjacent residentially zoned properties. Development standards specific for mixed-use developments include, but are not limited to, unbundled parking, loading requirements, public accessible open space, screening for equipment, performance standards related to the combination of residential and commercial uses like ventilation, and requiring more robust architectural details. Next slide, please. The proposed mixed-use standards allow for greater flexibility in design of the building by allowing horizontal and vertical mixed use. Currently, the code only allows mixed-use buildings with commercial on the ground floor and residential on top. The proposed standards protect future residents of mixed-use projects as well as adjacent properties by identifying and prohibiting uses that are deemed incompatible with residential use. Next slide, please. The zoning text amendment will establish baseline development standards that will apply to all streamlined ministerial review projects as well as mixed-use development allowed by CUP as currently allowed by code. The ordinance is important because it would establish standards where the city currently has none and is intended to protect existing residential uses through establishing buffering, privacy, and open space requirements where the current standards are lacking. In addition, the ZTA, or Zone Text Amendment, allows for flexibility in the code intended to result in more thoughtful and compatible building design that identifies incompatible uses to prevent potentially nuisance commercial uses near existing residential neighborhoods on the site or in the vicinity. Next slide, please. Regardless of whether the city approves the proposed ordinance to establish objective design and development standards for multifamily and mixed-use development in non-residential zones, these projects will continue to be submitted for streamlined ministerial reviews. The rejection of the Zone Text Amendment would not preclude potential applications from being submitted. And rejecting the ordinance would only result in residents lacking protections from state-mandated projects. Next slide, please. California Government Code Section 65860 requires that the modifications to the zoning code be consistent with the adopted general plan and the rest of the zoning code. The proposed zone text amendment is consistent with at least 28 of the Burbank 2035 general plan land use and mobility related goals and policies, and these can be found in attachment 3 on pages 13 through 18 of your packet. The zone text amendment will promote context-sensitive design adjacent to single-family and multiple-family residential zones. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission considered the item on April 24, 2023, and voted 2-2 on the proposed ordinance. With a limited time before the effective day of AB 2011 on July 1st of this year, the Planning Division made the effort to discuss the proposed changes to the code with the community. A community meeting was held on May 10th, 2023, and planning staff heard concerns from residents about the state law and how it impacts the allowable heights of buildings adjoining residential areas, as well as impacts of commercial uses on residential areas and parking requirements. Next slide, please. Per state law, the proposed zone text amendment is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act requirements. Next slide, please. The proposed zone text amendment also includes a reference to future council consideration of a citywide objective design and development standards that would apply to streamline ministerial review projects as well as all development projects. And it is anticipated that the first part of this document will include objective standards that are consistent with Complete Our Streets plan, related to sidewalk improvements, and also equestrian standards. And we have Assistant Community Development Director of Transportation and Planning, David Kriske, to answer any questions related to that if needed. Ongoing engagement through the specific plan updates for those focused geographic areas of the specific plans is also underway. That is another effort. Next slide, please. As previously noted, AB 2011 will take effect on July 1st, and as a result of this imminent deadline, there is an urgent need to establish objective design and development standards for streamlined ministerial reviews in non-residential zones. Planning staff has developed a comprehensive set of objective design and development standards where the city previously had little to no such standards, with the intent to better protect the city's vision for the commercial neighborhoods that may house these multifamily projects, as well as any residential neighborhoods that abut them. This effort will enable the city to efficiently process future projects and maintain local control to the extent possible. Next slide, please. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council introduce an ordinance to the City Council of the City of Burbank amending Title 10, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and residential-only projects in non-residential zones. Next slide, please. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed salmon-colored public hearing card to the city clerk if you wish to speak, and please state your name for the record. If you're wishing to call in at this time, 818-238-3335. I have Joel Schlossman as my first speaker.
Mr. Anthony, I'm troubled that you go during these meetings and go and whisper in the ear of the city attorney, and then you stepped out of the room to have a conversation with the city attorney. I feel it's against Robert's rules, and it's definitely a violation of the Brown Act. And don't tell me that you were talking about item 9. You should have read this agenda and had this conversation privately or in public before the meeting. Now, regarding this item, everything that you folks do and previous councils do is put up impediments to the creation of housing and make it harder for developers and more expensive for developers. You get people coming here asking for your help for affordable housing, but you're busy dreaming up new standards that cost developers money and must be passed on. If any of you were serious about doing any of this, you'd have a conversation about micro apartments, meaningful incentives to create housing, a special meeting just to talk about meaningful incentives, such as some examples or waiving fees. And I have to wonder if any of you know what it costs to build a unit, per unit, just in fees, before you stick the shovel in the dirt. I just wonder if you have a clue. I know you don't, Mayor, with your high school diploma. I know you don't. You don't own anything, and you're just clueless. How about waiving arts in public places, per unit fees, the cost for water meters and fire meters to hook up to the water system? Tree removal, remember that one from a few meetings ago, where you were busy making it more expensive for developers if they have to take out a tree. Plan check fees and so many others. Regarding what the speaker earlier said here, your presenter here, he talked about protections from state-mandated projects. The key words there are state-mandated. All of you get cute when the state comes along and you want to put in the impediments to spin it. Stay out of it. They're state-mandated. What about the projects that are already in the pipeline? Are they exempt from this? Can you imagine paying an architect to develop these plans and then you throw a wrench in the works? How fair is that? I know you don't care because you don't pay the bill. Ms. Perez, you're a renter, right? You just have no clue what people go through. Developers are our friends. We're trying to do things. We're trying to create the housing, and you have the power to help them, to solve these problems. And I'll tell you something, thousands of units are coming to Burbank. Things are changing. I'm going to talk about the next, I'll save my comments for the next one about the next item. Thank you.
That was my last comment card. Do we have any callers?
We do. We have 2.
Okay.
3 now.
The first caller is James DeCarly.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As an equestrian business owner and injury epidemiologist and former city planner, I'm asking that you deny or delay voting on this agenda item number 15 and instead join the City of Huntington Beach lawsuit against the state of California to bring back local control to represent residents and business owners in Burbank. As you are aware, these state initiatives have not shown any validity in their objectives in solving any affordable housing problems or homelessness, and there's more evidence to show that it's contributing to it. But nevertheless, AB 2011 is the same and will put all neighborhoods in Burbank at risk. But specifically in the Rancho, we are not against housing, but with proper planning. You can listen to everyone's opinions, but something we have provided you with many a time is the evidence-based research on the behavioral forces to validify the risk from these developments. With the lack of planning, traffic, noise, lack of parking impacts, will put the health and safety of equestrians, horses, children, and the general public at an increased risk of severe injury and fatality. And this is without speaking of the risk during the construction of these projects. AB 2011 will also have a drastic impact on equestrian and non-equestrian businesses and children's programs, resulting in economic losses and tax revenue to the city. You've honored the Public Works Week this evening, but as a result of these initiatives, that will bring millions of people into these new housing projects. Without proper planning, measuring future impacts will put a strain on city resources, utilities, public services such as fire, police, and environmental impacts. I ask that you deny or delay voting on this ordinance and join the City of Huntington Beach against the state of California. This is the only way to bring back local control here in Burbank. Our rights are counting on you. Thank you.
The next caller is Linda Rappaport.
realtor and a developer. Developers are not your friends. These measures are a developer's dream. And these measures are chipping away at ownership rights and changing the way that our residential communities are. All in the name of affordable housing, which is a myth and will not be obtained no matter how many neighborhoods are destroyed. The rancho is a unique treasure and should be protected. The equestrians need to be protected. This building frenzy does not take into consideration the safety and protection of equestrians, the horses, or the pedestrians who are near them. There will be accidents, and the consequences for those behind these measures will be met. And those who support them will have those consequences as well. Politicians, which is another name for public servants, should keep that in mind when they vote. Thank you.
The next caller is Jim Casey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Jim Casey. I'm a 24-year resident here in Burbank. I'm a local residential real estate agent, and I head up a group called Preserve Burbank, which is a grassroots organization of over 400 residents. If anyone is interested in our organization, they can email me at info@preserveburbank.com. Thank you for this hearing, and I appreciated, as an architect in my past life, I appreciated the detail, and I like seeing the context of what is being proposed. I think the things that disturb me about this is it seems like we have 5 weeks to this deadline. I don't know how long staff's been working on this. It was just brought to my attention recently, and so it really looks like we're clamoring to slap something together as quickly as possible. In the presentation, it was brought up that there are concerns about height restrictions, parking, and density. I didn't hear anything addressed in the presentation to handle those issues. I agree, and I have been saying for a long time, with the advent of ADUs that are popping up faster than we can keep track of them. There don't seem to be any particular design guidelines applied toward those. They're just basically following height restrictions and minimum setbacks. So it's good to see that we're attempting to do something here. I wonder how much of it will actually hold up. And I guess my larger question is, when is Burbank going to push back a little bit, just a tiny bit? For years, I've just seen, and this is really guided toward the previous council, sort of a throwing their arms up in the air and saying, the state's saying we have to do this, we have to do this. We are the state, and we are the people who elect these officials. And I think if we lose control at the local level, we're just going to be steamrolled. And California seems obsessed with making our lives more and more dense, compacted. The parking issues in Burbank are already getting to be ridiculous, with people having to put their trash cans on the other side of cars in order to get them out to the curb, because there's so many cars now parking on the streets as a result of ADUs. So I've heard that there's going to be reduced parking requirements on some of these. I don't know what the density requirements will be, but all I know is every apartment building I drive by seems to be lacking in parking spaces, which seems to be California in a nutshell. So I appreciate what you're putting into this, and I hope you'll consider pushing back and dedicating some resources to possibly joining what Huntington Beach is doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
The next caller is Simon Hamill.
Hi, good evening. I'm Simon Hamill. I'm a 15-year resident, and I moved to this community because the past leaders of Burbank have made different and better decisions than were made in, say, Hollywood and Los Angeles, for example. The weather is the same all over. The only difference was the leadership choices that made Burbank desirable. I moved here from downtown Chicago, where I use the excellent public transportation, a mix of trains and buses, that are usually a faster choice than using a car. And I'm a fan of efficient mixed-use development. I'm excited about where it's planned to go in our city. And that is the total opposite of what is about to happen to Burbank. I'm here to ask that if you are unwilling to join my city council spirit animal of Huntington Beach in fighting to get their democratic right to self-governance back, that you please answer the following questions, and I'll use Mag Park as my example. Can you guarantee that there won't be 10 or 20 or 30-story buildings on Magnolia Park, in Magnolia Park on Magnolia Boulevard? And if not, can you guarantee that all the current working-class residents who live on those streets, who need their car to be able to spend as much time with their family as they want, will not be competing for parking spaces with new residents every time they have to move their car? Now, there doesn't seem like there could be enough permits if there are 20-story towers. Like in Chicago, where parking spaces go for $500 to $3,000 a month, how will you make sure that the high-rises built in Mag Park don't profit by selling a limited number of parking spaces to the low-income voucher receivers, trapping them in an endless cycle where access to a car is the key to being able to get to a potential job opportunity for economic advancement? And what will you do if Huntington Beach is successful, but you do allow these developments outside the areas that our staff has carefully planned to accommodate infrastructure, growing class sizes, traffic, and so on, to all grow together? We've been abandoned by Laura Friedman and Anthony Portantino, both who have driveways to park in and see their families as much as they want to. Sacramento is a place. It's the poor leadership of individuals whose virtuous, self-aggrandizing speech does not even come close to anything resembling a desirable outcome that is responsible for this. I wish they had spent their time bringing meaningful light rail and public transportation, something only the state can do, instead of running local matters. Please do not allow this to happen without a fight and make the exact mistakes that cities did that made them less desirable than Burbank. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Okay. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments? Mr. City Attorney, yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, there were both public comments as well as a number of written correspondence that were submitted to the public record heralding Huntington Beach's lawsuit. Huntington Beach did not initiate the litigation. Huntington Beach actually lost a challenge to SB 35 and SB 1333 several years ago. The current litigation that
I'm sorry, you said lost a challenge? The state challenged
Huntington
them?
Beach lost a challenge to SB 35 and SB 1333 several years ago.
And you said Huntington didn't start it? You said the state challenged them? Okay.
Let me
sorry.
finish. Presently, Huntington Beach is being sued by the California Attorney General for violation of SB 9. The city was not producing or reviewing SB 9 applications or ADU applications. Huntington Beach has since started that. The AG amended their lawsuit because Huntington Beach refused to adopt its housing element. So there's a lot of things going on in Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach subsequently filed an action against the state that its constitutional rights are being violated by the state overreach. However, no city has prevailed yet in challenging the statewide interest that preempts local charters in all of these housing production issues, whether it's SB 9, whether it's ADUs, whether it's SB 35. No city has yet won one of those cases. Huntington Beach did not initiate this lawsuit. Huntington Beach is defending itself in a lawsuit against the state of California.
Thank you for that clarification. That is not what I thought, but I appreciate that. Any comment, any response to some of the questions from our public commenters?
Mayor, yes, I do have a few responses to some of the questions. We heard a question about costs of tree removal. That is not part of the on-site requirements. So at this time, it is not part of this ordinance. There's nothing about tree removal. There's no reference to it either. So I think that would be reserved for a future date when we talk about objective development standards in the public right-of-way. Another question was whether or not the projects that are currently submitted are subject to these standards. They are not. They're exempt. They're grandfathered in essentially per the standards that we had in place before tonight.
I'm sorry, hold on one second.
Yes.
AB 2011 doesn't take effect till July 1st.
So under SB 35 and under the state's Permit Streamlining Act, once a developer submits a notice of intent to file an application on SB 35, they vest to all the rules in place at that time.
Sure, but I thought we were talking about 2011 today.
SB, AB 2011, those projects are processed in accordance with, well, we don't have any AB 2011
Oh, okay,
because
that was
they're
what
not yet effective.
Sorry, I thought that's what you had said.
Well, he was responding to the question about whether this new ordinance applies to existing projects. It doesn't, because whether a developer submits, and some have, a quote-unquote preliminary application under SB 330, or whether they submit an NOI under SB 35, at that moment, they vest to all the rules in place at the time they submit their notice of intent, of which there are 7, one of which has been found consistent, the Pickwick project. All of the others, which have not completed processing, are vested to the rules in place at the time they submitted their notice of intent. Any developer who has submitted a preliminary application vests to the rules in place at that time and gets 180 days to then submit an application demonstrating they comply with the objective standards in effect at the time they submitted their preliminary application. AB 2011 projects will be processed in accordance with SB 35. As you indicated, it's not effective, so applications haven't been submitted.
That's, sorry, you were freaking me out. Okay, continue, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Thank you. And then another comment, and this is my response, was related to the limited amount of time that we've had to do this. That is correct. We believe that the standards that we are proposing are much better than not having standards that are currently on the books. We do not have objective development standards in commercial areas for residential uses specifically. So that is what we're proposing, is to have standards that are contextual to residential uses in commercial zones. And it is true that we didn't have too much time to work on it.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Amanda Landry. I'm a senior planner in CDD planning. I have a couple more things to add to some of the comments that were made by the public. With respect to equestrian concerns, staff had mentioned during the presentation that we'll be coming forward in the near future with a citywide objective design and development standards document for the council to consider. The first chapter of that document is anticipated to be related to the Complete Our Streets program, which will include some references to equestrian design. And again, we have our Assistant Director for Transportation Planning here with us tonight if you have questions specific to that equestrian issue. And then we had, I think that's the only thing I wanted to add to Greg's comments.
Before Mr. Ramirez speaks, there was a question about parking, because they'll probably fill in details I'll miss. There was a bill called AB 2097. It's codified in Government Code Section 65863.2. The very first paragraph reads, "A public agency shall not impose or enforce any minimum automobile parking requirement on a residential, commercial, or other development project if the project is located within 1/2 mile of public transit." So that is a very challenging provision that the city is facing. There is an option to be able to enforce a minimum, but it requires the city to make findings within 30 days of receipt of a completed application of a project. And then staff, if those findings are made, then there's the possibility of enforcing minimum. Basically, it would amount to neighborhood protection type findings and all.
Mayor, and thanks for the input, Joe. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director, Assistant Community Development Director in Planning. I just want to add to comments from staff regarding input from the public. So there was quite a bit of comments that were received. And I think one thing that we could have probably done a better job at explaining this or just clarifying for the public is that the regulations that are being proposed by city staff, and by the way, I want to commend the two planners that are to my right, because they took basically what was a year's worth of work and compressed it into a 3-month period, which is very significant. It's unheard of, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years. So thank you for doing that and getting it in front of you, at least for the purpose of discussion. Beyond that, as Mr. Mirzavakian noted, the important thing to understand here is our current regulations are inadequate to address mixed use and 100% residential projects in non-residential zones. And that means that we don't have enough standards that we could apply to have the result of a well-designed residential building as an infill project along these corridors. I think you heard it, you're well aware of what happened with Pickwick, and the question was, why can we only apply a certain amount of standards to a project? And the point is that we can only apply those objective standards that were specifically in place at the time. We did not have residential standards that applied to the project. I use that as an example just to show that in the non-residential zone, that when we looked at the code, you'll see the way the code is written now and is being presented to you, that we're actually adding articles into the code to address specific things like privacy, modulation, setbacks, things that from the direct city planner standpoint, I would say I would love to have those standards in place and have the conversation starting with the developer's application with those standards in place, so that we are then looking at that and considering, okay, what kind of exceptions, concessions, waivers are you going to ask for, versus having a conversation of, we only have these limited standards to apply to you. They're not really appropriate for residential. We really wish you would design the building like this, and then have them tell me and invoke the provisions of the law that say we're only going to do what is an objective standard on the books at the time of our application. So I think it's really important to bring that to the attention of the community. I know there's concern that things are being rushed, but I would agree with them. I feel the same way. The state has put in place new requirements. Some are pending on July 1st, but I would say we're constantly dealing with this issue that this code would also address, and that is other mixed-use projects in non-residential zones, as well as SB 35 projects. So I think it's important. There are a lot of things when we're looking at these regulations. SB 35 is exempt from CEQA if they comply with certain requirements. AB 2011 is also exempt from CEQA provisions. So putting these standards in place at least establishes an initial discussion with the developer or what the community expectations are. Absent that, we're kind of at a disadvantage. And again, we're going to be seeing potentially projects that are not what the community wants to see. And my big concern is that once a building is built, we're talking about a structure that's going to be there for 50 to 100 years. So I would rather have the opportunity to have a discussion, and when we have to bring it to the council, because actually with the ordinance that you adopted on consent, automatically we would be bringing ministerial design review projects like an AB 2011 to you, that at least we can all be having the same conversation of where did you start, what did they ask for, and was it warranted under the laws that they're applying. So I think that's really important. So I wanted just to make sure we emphasize that, because I think we could have done a better job, myself included, to communicate that. That may have been some of the confusion too during the commission meeting when we were discussing the same issue.
Real quick, Mr. Ramirez, while we have you, there was a
Yes,
question from a caller about 30-story buildings along Magnolia Park.
I think the planners that wrote the code would tell you more specifically, but I would say that those are high-rise buildings, not mid-rise buildings, and the way the standards are written and the allowable density, I would find it really hard-pressed that you're going to see anything above a wood frame construction building, which typically those are 2/6 or 6/2, so maybe a 7-story at the maximum, but it's really driven by the amount of density and the building envelope that's necessary to accommodate those units. And they vary, as the planners can discuss under AB 2011 and SB 35. It's really what's the baseline density in some instances, and in some others under AB 2011, it has to do with things like roadway dimensions, and size of lots, but they can speak more specifically to that.
Yeah, can we just get a little bit more about that?
Mayor, absolutely. The AB 2011 has prescribed height minimums that are different from the standards that we have in the ordinance. They supersede it, and again, as Mr. Ramirez mentioned, there will be other types of projects coming in, such as SB 35 projects. Those would only be limited to what is in the ordinance tonight. But for AB 2011 specifically, there are several tiers of heights, and I could read them. It's not that much information. So for sites on a commercial corridor of less than 100 feet in width, the maximum height is 35 feet. For sites on a commercial corridor of 100 feet in width or greater, it's 45 feet. And notwithstanding paragraphs 2 and 3 that I just read, 65 feet for sites that meet any of the following criteria. So they're within half a mile of major transit stop, they are within a city with a population of greater than 100,000, and they're not within a coastal zone. So the maximum height for an AB 2011 project is 65 feet.
Okay. Oh,
And just to tie it all together, just to show you how complicated this jigsaw puzzle is, that they still have the ability to invoke density bonus law. And so if to meet the units, they need to request a waiver or concession, that is something that we'd also be looking at, if you correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. So we have those kind of established heights in tiers under AB 2011, but under density bonus, if they need more height to provide the units, then they can request a height exception.
okay, thank you. Those were response to community questions. Does the council have any
Mr. Mayor,
direct? Oh,
sorry.
yes, if you have any more to fill
in addition to the comments we heard spoken tonight, there were a couple emails that were submitted.
Sure.
I
Take
just
it
wanted
away.
to respond to a few of the comments that were made in those emails. We wanted to make it clear to the public that any application submitted pursuant to AB 2011 would be notified to the public in the same way that we do for SB 35 applications. So if you put on our website within the prescribed time. And again, it would come to the city council with the same identical process for the SB 35 projects, absent the notice of intent. And then there were some comments that were provided via email about how the city would handle large influx of traffic impacts or infrastructure impacts. I just wanted to clarify that the Burbank 2035 general plan and the most recently adopted housing element have looked and studied infrastructure impacts related to the development of housing. And we're also studying those very same issues as part of the 3 ongoing specific plan updates. So those issues are being very carefully studied. And then we had other questions related to traffic impacts that are addressed through measures that the city does take through neighborhood protection plans. The city recently, the council recently considered one for the Golden State specific plan area just a few weeks ago. And there were questions about increased perception of danger, which again is addressed through our Complete Our Streets objective design standards that are coming forward in the next few weeks for council consideration. So I just wanted to make sure that we responded to that in the public forum.
Okay, great, thank you so much. I'll start off with a couple of my own questions. 2011 takes effect July 1st. If we don't do anything tonight, this was really great. The pictures you guys had here with these, I mean, you read it in the staff report, but it just doesn't do it justice. Can I pull up slide 12, just so that people know what I'm talking about? If we do nothing tonight and we don't pass the zone text amendment, the building on the left is totally allowable by right in the commercial zones targeted by 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so anyone can come along and build that thing on the left?
Yes.
Okay. If we pass the zone text amendment tonight, by the time July 1st rolls around, anyone who submits a 2011 project would have, at the minimum, to do something on much more similar to something on the right. Is that correct?
Well, tonight the council is considering introducing the ordinance.
Sure.
So if that happens and it comes to a second reading, the ordinance will not come into effect for another 31 days,
Okay.
which is a little bit after the July 1st deadline.
Sure.
Later on in the agenda, there's an urgency ordinance to put this in effect immediately. So if the
Right,
council.
we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later.
So.
But I'm
I just
saying,
wanted to-
so
yes.
theoretically, if we pass this, the 2011 projects that come through, instead of being able to do the cheapest, easiest, simplest slap together box on the left, they would actually have to follow some design guidelines, some residential construction design guidelines that don't currently exist in our code in commercial zones.
Correct, and if they were not able to, they'd have to demonstrate to us, or as Mr. Rivera likes to say, prove up why they cannot comply with those standards. So the burden of proof is now on them, and they have to put a little bit more effort into their design. In addition, any SB 35 project that is submitted today, because they can submit at any time right now for SB 35 projects, would be subject to these regulations as well. So
I don't want to leave the slide just yet. Let's go back to the slide real quick because I want to make one quick comparison. I notice that the bottom part of the building on the left, which is commercial, is actually engaging, has some windows and trees. Is that because we currently have commercial design guidelines in commercial zones?
In the commercial zones, they're strictly targeted to commercial uses.
Gotcha.
And they are more than 30 years old. So they don't really reflect contemporary.
Sure, but we have something on the books
There
for
is something,
commercial.
yes, and it results in the image in the left.
Right. So you get a little bit of fun on the bottom, but without ZTA, we got nothing up top.
Yeah.
That's a rhetorical question. Okay, great. That is all the questions I have. Does anybody else? Councilmember Perez.
For starters, I'm sorry you had to answer that. For followers, thank you so much for the presentation. I think this is wonderful, and like Mr. Ramirez said, I absolutely commend you for doing this in the amount of time that you did. But really, it is, some might say we are reacting to state legislation, but it's us being proactive. It's us trying to take care of making sure that we are creating things that are safe, that are viable with our public works, with our fire department, with our police department, with all of the services that go into this. It is a lot that goes into city services when there's a development. So thank you for making sure we have standards that keep our community safe, both the community that's already there and those that are coming in. So that being said, I had more nitty-gritty questions because I went through the whole thing reading it because I just got really into it. So on attachment 1, page 6, you list the development standards for, residential only uses and non-residential zones. It gives a development standard for parking minimums. Can you describe what is 1.5 parking spaces? What does that look like?
I can take this question. I believe it's attachment 1, exhibit A to attachment 1, is it? Exhibit A to attachment 1, page 6. The one, are we talking about the vehicle parking or the bicycle parking? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Vehicle parking.
The vehicle parking. So these standards are taken from the state law for density bonus projects. It is very typical for projects that come in to be density bonus projects, also because we have inclusionary housing requirements, minimum 15%, which automatically gives the applicant the ability to invoke density bonus parking. And these standards are more restrictive than what is in AB 2011. So these would be applicable if you came in with conditional use permit and a DR, a development review for mixed-use projects, you will be subject to these. If you're submitting a project under a different kind of state law, for example, SB 35, you would be subject to the prescribed standards in that law.
But more specifically, it's 1.5 times the number of units, and we round up or down on the fractional?
We round to the nearest number.
Okay.
Thank you. That was my question. And then same attachment, page 7, it also lists the minimum common area per unit is 100 square feet and private open space is 70 square feet. This feels a little small. I'm just curious where that came from.
I can take this one as well, council member. So the minimum common open space per unit is 100 square feet. It is slightly reduced from the current standard. However, we upped the private open space from the 50 that is required for multiple family projects in residential zones to 70 to allow for a greater amount of private open space, such as space provided on a balcony. So that's a 7 by 10 balcony would meet the standard. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. I'm trying to visualize it, so it does help. Thank you, the drawings. And then the other piece, Mr. Casey, one of the callers, touched on this a little bit, but I think it's really important that we talk about this because I know it's very important to a lot of our residents, and I get it. Listen, you're a homeowner and somebody builds a giant building next to you, and even if you're not a homeowner, I live in a rental property where there's a taller building next to me and they can see everything I do. So, in that, I know you lightly touched on some of these, can you go through the standards that really create that buffer so that there is that privacy, both for the folks in the buildings and the folks that are in the residential units below them?
I can attempt to walk you through some of them. Some of them are kind of scattered throughout the code, but one of the standards is when you propose a project adjacent to a single family property zone, you have to provide at least a 20-foot buffer where you can't build any residential units in that 20-foot buffer. In addition to that, if you have any balconies or patios facing towards the residential unit, they have to be screened by an opaque 6-foot barrier, which creates both sound and visual barrier between the residential uses on the adjacent lot. And in addition, there is a new concept that was introduced, and that would be in diagrams 2 and 3, and that's on pages Exhibit A to Attachment 1, pages 10 and 11. So that is an additional height buffer concept where you can't have anything, if you have a taller building, you can't have anything in that red triangle, and that would provide additional privacy and reduces shadow and light impacts.
Thank you so much for highlighting those, and really thank you again for the great work on this. That's all I have.
Right. Any other questions from council? Otherwise, I'll ask another ridiculous question. Councilmember Takahashi.
Probably going to ask similar questions, but okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Thank you for the presentation, and I agree with Councilmember Perez that this, even though it may look like we're rushing, it is a proactive effort, and I appreciate the effort of the staff to condense the work into this to make sure that this proactive effort happens. So I was looking a little bit at the provisions of AB 2011, and one of them is that the project has to have at least 5 units, right? That's what it says on here. Is that correct? Okay. So do these proposed standards apply to developments that are 4 units or less in those commercial zones, or are those not allowed? If somebody wanted to take a small commercial property and do a 4-plex, for example, what would be how would that relate to this? Would it relate at all?
Well, great question, council member. So it would apply to the project if it is not an AB 2011 project. So if you have a SB 35 project, the definition for multifamily housing development is different in the 2 statutes. For SB 35 project, anything more than 2 units qualifies. For AB 2011, it is 5 units. So I guess it depends on which law you invoke when you submit the project.
Okay, but the standards apply to all the projects regardless of where they sit under at AB 2011 or SB 35. It's even if they're smaller, they all apply to the
correct. These would be subject. So we use the word multifamily housing developments throughout this document, and we actually added a definition of multifamily into our definition section of the code, which says multifamily is the same as multiple family dwelling, which is 2 or more units.
Okay, great.
Just a quick follow-up. When we do zone text amendments and design guidelines in general, it applies to everything that is covered under it, regardless of a state law that may qualify. And what you do is you build it underneath, it's a zone text amendment. And then if someone uses a state law to come in, they have to start with this and then go above it. And so I guess 2011 starts at 5 units and above, but everything else, even 4 and under, is still on the zone text amendment. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It's for all non-residential zones, so that could be commercial, industrial, and so forth. And it establishes a baseline for which we can work with. And then anything that comes in under any straight law, such as SB 35 or AB 2011, we'll have to prove up through those processes why they can't comply with our baseline.
All right.
Okay, great.
Sorry, thank you. Keep going.
Another provision of AB 2011 is that it cannot be located on a site or adjoined to a site where more than 1/3 of the square footage is dedicated to industrial use. And I noticed that in the Golden State area, there's quite a lot of sites that are identified, but I was under the understanding that many of these areas are in light industrial, or are they? So can you please explain that a little bit?
Absolutely. So the map that you are looking at, the exhibit, it shows potentially eligible sites. So with the keyword here being potentially eligible, so when we do get a submittal, we have to go through a robust set of eligibility criteria. And if it so happens that the site is where 1/3 of the square footage is dedicated to industrial use or is adjacent to a site that has that much square footage dedicated to industrial, it would be disqualified from being able to use that state law.
Okay, and that includes the light industrial, because I think oftentimes when we think of industrial, we think of the heavy industrial.
There's a
but-
definition actually of industrial use in the statute. It is on attachment 2, page 5, letter F, and it says that industrial use means utilities, manufacturing, transportation, storage, and maintenance facilities, and warehousing uses.
Okay, so really, in this area, probably warehouse is probably the only thing that we might see in our light industrial area up there that's listed. Okay.
Councilmember, just to clarify, also these regulations would apply to all non-residential zones, also for SB 35 projects that map doesn't apply to them. They're in a wider area of land that they're eligible for.
Got it, right, okay. But for the purposes of AB 2011, right, okay.
Correct.
And then that will also, I also noticed that there's some overlap with the freeway zone and the potential sites, so that would also be a consideration as well, right?
It would be disqualified.
Okay.
If it's within the 500-foot
Great,
area.
okay, thank you. These proposed standards, they are all standards that are allowed by SB 35 and AB 2011 that cities are allowed to make on, in addition to the provisions in 2011, right? Because, yeah.
Yes, Councilmember, they are crafted to be objective design and development standards that we can verify that projects comply with.
Okay, great. And are these proposed standards going to be integrated into the specific plans when the specific plans are wrapped up?
The specific plans are looking at the issues that are particular to those geographic areas, so the standards might be different from these. However, there are large swaths of the city that are not in specific plan areas that these will apply to. So those specific plans will have more targeted development specific to achieving the goals and objectives of those specific plans. And this is more broadly also going to be applicable to the other areas.
Uh-oh, you brought Fred out of his chair.
Sorry. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. Ms. Landry is being modest. There are very good baseline standards that they've created that the project planners of the specific plans are looking at. So like you always tell us, you don't need to reinvent the wheel if you have a best practice already in place. So wherever it makes sense, we're going to want to maintain a level of consistency. So, and these are all living, breathing documents, which I think is another important thing I wanted to bring up is if things change or if we find better ways to address issues, then we have no problem bringing that back to you through a similar process. But I think the specific plans are going to be looking at this very closely as they're being developed, because those standards are actually taking effect and being developed as we speak. So all the project planners are reviewing these standards, and then Mr. Mirzavakian and Ms. Landry are going to be kind of training the other staff on these standards so that they can apply them. And in doing so, they're also going to be looking at specific plan standards and see how they compare to these. But yeah, I would say where they are the appropriate measure, we want to maintain consistency across. We're quite fortunate, though it's quite a big task, a big heavy lift, that we're doing 3 specific plans at the same time. But the beauty of it is that you're also sharing a lot of the information and the best practices. So that's the benefit of it. The harrowing process is what these people have to do is to spend late hours putting these things together, but they've done quite a great job. So.
Okay, yes, definitely. Thank you. And you had mentioned earlier that, last week we, I think it was last week, learning in time, we voted to adjust the review process so that we will still have an opportunity to review these projects as they come up. So can you please speak to when in the process of these developments we would see, as a council, we would see these projects, and then what would our role be in that process?
Yes, Councilmember. So the existing SB 35 review process is the same process that would be applied to AB 2011 projects, absent the notice of intent, which is not part of the AB 2011 legislation. So if an application comes in for review under AB 2011, similar to SB 35, depending on the size of the project, we have a prescribed amount of time in which to review it for consistency, and either tell the applicant it's not consistent yet, go back and fix it, or if it is consistent, we would bring it to the council within either 60 or 90 days for the city council's doing the ministerial design review at a public hearing. So that process will be consistent from how we already currently do that with the changes that the council just recently approved for these types of projects.
Okay, so when it comes before us, what is it that public hearing would be deciding on, or what would be our role in that public hearing to look at?
Okay, so the role of the city council is limited to just the ministerial design review for the verification of consistency with the objective design and development standards that are on the books, which include zoning regulations, public works, fire, and so forth for the design of the project.
Okay, so it's kind of like we're double checking the work just to make sure it's all
correct. It's a verification that we verified it.
Okay, okay, great. That's my questions for now. Thank you.
Great.
I'm offering my, okay, well, thank you so much. A great job. And this presentation, I have to say, having to listen to it for the second time, I did listen to the entire planning presentation and all the questions that came in. And I had a lot of questions after the planning board meeting. And thanks to staff, clarified probably 90% of the questions. I do have just a few things that I want to hear a little bit more about. We, with traffic mitigations and also looking at part of our lanes and making bike lanes and reducing traffic as part of our plan, what would happen if with the density bonus, and I'm looking at specifically the 80 dwelling units, if the project is next half a mile from bus rapid transit, what would happen to our streets that we decide that we want to install a bike lane and reduce the lanes of traffic? With that 80 dwelling units still under AB 2011 would still be built, and even though the streets are narrower, and something, I live close to Verdugo, for example, and that kind of brought my thoughts and driving on there. Would we still have that 80 dwelling units on a street like Verdugo?
So under AB 2011, there are restrictions on sites, on the density allowed on those sites based on the width of this corridor in front of it. So depending on the width of the corridor, the density would be limited. So the smaller the corridor, the lower the density would be. For public improvements in the right-of-way, we have a separate set of regulations that are triggered for any development related to our Complete Our Streets plan that the council approved in the last few years. So those would still be in effect for any development that comes through. And we have Assistant Development Director for Transportation here to answer questions specifically related to how those decisions are made and how those regulations are set up.
Do you want to just sit here with the mic?
No, I need the exercise.
He
so it's okay.
likes to go up and down. It makes him feel
it's
good.
I learned fidgeting is actually a good health thing to do. So, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning, just wanted to clarify everything Ms. Andrews said is correct, but I think the question you had is there's an existing right-of-way dimension that exists. If in the future we add amenities within that right-of-way, including a bike lane, the dimensional requirement, it's still going to be the dimension of the total right-of-way. So if it's a 100-foot right-of-way or a 110-foot right-of-way, and we bring in amenities for bike and ped, they're still going to be able to use the 80 dwelling units per acre because it's based on the existing right-of-way dimensions, right? And that's so that's still the case. So I just want to make sure because we add things into the right-of-way and kind of reduce the physical visual space of the street versus the sidewalk, it's all inclusive of the entire right-of-way that's being used as a trigger for determining what tier of density or height is being applied under the rules.
So generally speaking, for the public, because we use these terms and think we all understand what they mean, the right-of-way is the entire city ownership or easement for infrastructure and passage of people. So it includes the sidewalk, the parkway or grass area with trees, the curb, the bike lane, the street. It includes all of that. So to Mr. Ramirez's point, whatever we put in that space doesn't change the width. So the math remains the same.
Yeah, thank you for that, because that definitely has an impact on traffic. And in our future design and plans, I think as council, we need to take that in consideration, given that we would have a project proposing 80 units and one lane going south or north or west or east, that would have a huge impact on our traffic. So I think that might impact our future designs and also taking away, lanes to turn that into bicycle lanes in order to mitigate traffic and make sure that we have a flow. So I don't know, Mr. Krisky, if that makes sense or that's something you would need directions from council in the future when we have projects proposed on specific streets. So just want to throw that out there for everybody because it would have a traffic impact. My other question also, given that it's, again, building next to BRT or any type of transportation, that also applies, I'm assuming, to our airport, the regional airport that we have here in Burbank, so that's considered also transit.
I can take this one, council member. So anytime a project proposes a height in a certain tier, they have to get certain clearances from the aviation authorities and the Federal Aviation Administration, if I'm not mistaken. So that would not, the fact that the project is an AB 2011 project would not preclude them from having to get that federal authority. So yes, they would still be allowed to get the height if they can also get the clearance letter from the federal authority. Are you talking about height or density?
Both height and also density bonus. So if we have the 80, that would still apply the same process.
I don't believe that density is included in the clearance because you can have a high density with a very low building of a lower height. So if they meet the threshold for the lowest tier, they would not have to go to the federal agency.
Okay, so that only applies to height. I'm also interested. I was pleased to hear that the same notification requirements that apply to SB 35 would also apply to these projects. But I was wondering, and it's something I don't know if you need, we talk about it now or when you bring back the objective development standard, is it possible that we ask the developers to at least put out 30 days notice in advance of demolition and to let people know that the project is coming? Because this, I think, AB 2011 has a bigger impact, given that it's in a commercial also area with residential mixed use, it would have a bigger impact. So I was wondering if that's possible, that can be done.
Yes, as part of the citywide objective design and development standards, that could be a development standard for, say, building, so the building chapter of that document.
Okay. My last one has to do with the equestrian center, and that is also going to be addressed in the development objective, the objective development standard that you mentioned earlier. That will be discussed and included in there, because I know there was some concerns that, and I heard that in the planning board as well, that it was not addressed, the equestrian area.
Correct. The equestrian regulations on the public right-of-way are not included in the proposal you see tonight, but they will be addressed in some form in the citywide objective design and development standards that are forthcoming.
Great. Thank you so much, and great job again. Appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues who asked most of the questions that I had, and I'm not going to repeat it because it's getting late and we have a long agenda. I just had two questions. The first one, I'll just ask it. I'm not quite sure who would be prepared to answer it. But to our first commenter's point about incentives to create more housing and to reduce cost, I know that's something that the council has talked about before. I believe the appropriate time to talk about that will be as we consider some of these specific area plans. I just wanted to know if staff had a response to that.
While Mr. Ramirez is walking, I would say that the density bonus law in and of itself requires us to give incentives and sessions and then waivers from development standards that maintain the affordability of the units.
Thank you.
Okay. And Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. Other things that the council will consider is, like you're doing tonight, is to vet and establish very clear standards that are very transparent and easily understood by the developer and staff as we're implementing them. And I will tell you that is a savings in money. So if you can provide that kind of clarity, what you do is we're doing a couple of things together. We're establishing a way for people to understand at the onset what the implications of development are in the city. So that means that they can now develop their pro formas and understand, do I want to build in the city or not? The other thing is, by establishing these standards, we're also expecting that there's going to be the ability to streamline processing of reviews. And so instead of making things discretionary, they would be by right, but it would be by right subject to complying with all of the council standards that you expect. There are other options that we're looking at where the environmental document, we're doing a very robust level of environmental review. I would almost equate it to the term of a stress test of our infrastructure, because we're looking at maximum development potential in two different scenarios that you heard two examples of with the TOD specific plan and the Golden State specific plan, where we're looking at the preferred project with 9,000 units, let's say, in downtown, and then we're looking at another scenario where we up all the zoning, including density bonus, and kind of stack the density and intensity. And we're looking at that, and that's ranging, north of 14,000 units. We're doing that in downtown. We're going to be doing that in Golden State. We're going to be doing that in the Media District. And what that's going to allow us to do is to analyze the impacts to the infrastructure at, very, what I would call high limits, but then be able to then from that look and see where we are if we allow development as a preferred project, which is a much lower level of intensity. And it also creates the impetus to start thinking long-term of how we need to get our infrastructure ready to accommodate development. And also, what that will do is it will help us in developing future capital improvement projects and our development impact fees to accommodate infrastructure with that growth. So all that's going to be looked at collectively, So I just wanted to make sure, kind of tying all those pieces together. A lot of this work of streamlining, a lot of the work of the environmental document having a very robust analysis will also create an opportunity to streamline the environmental review. And that is significant because that means that if you comply with all the requirements, in theory, you could be exempt, or there's a finding of consistency with the original environmental document, and that would mean your environmental review time would be reduced. So all the things collectively will lead to shorter timeframes, greater understanding of expectations from the developer of community needs, and then with that, there's even opportunities where you can look at community benefits if you allow for increased density through the transit-oriented development density bonus or an exceptional project. So there are a lot of tools that will be coming to you as part of the specific plan so that you could look at ways to incentivize housing consistent with what the community question was.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. And if you'd stay by the podium, you're the subject of my last question. Mr. Ramirez, I had a chance to watch the Planning Commission meeting. Actually, I watched it live when it happened. I often do that, and then I watched it again. And so I'm going to lay a little bit of context so folks at home know what I'm about to ask you. And then I really just thought your comments at the end of that meeting were particularly spot on. So my question's a procedural one. I have to say I was a little dismayed with the Planning Commission's deliberation, and here's why. I thought there were some good questions, although I think the scope of the questions that were asked tonight were spectacular and really struck at the heart of, are these objective design standards sufficient? Do they protect our community? My understanding is the planning board, because there were only 4 members, could not reach a recommendation. It was a 2-2 vote. And from what I could see from a distance, you had at least half the commission taking a position that they would not make any recommendation to council out of an emotional viewpoint of we don't like what state law is requiring us to do. And that is good and fine, and they have every right to vote in accordance with their emotion. But what I had hoped to see was, in addition to that, recommendations. Maybe it would have been, we think these are sufficient standards, and yet we're not going to recommend that council adopt them because of X, Y, and Z. Or maybe it would have been reversed. We think they could be strengthened. My question to you is, could you just explain from your vantage point, since you staff that commission regularly, what was the impetus behind the commission's decision? Because again, it left me wanting more, if I'm being honest.
Understood. And I think, so first and foremost, I'd say we have a very good planning commission, and I've been very fortunate to work with them. I say collaboration with them as we review projects. So I think in this particular example, as you say, watching it in live, and I was participating in the meeting, one thing that I will say is that the vote is reflective of the discussion that you heard tonight. And that was 2 very valid viewpoints. One that was looking at the regulations that were being put in front of them from a very pragmatic standpoint and saying, there's a lot of things I don't like, but I think one of the commissioners said, we're better with the ordinance regulations than we are without it. And that was one viewpoint, I think, shared by 2. And the other half of the commission, deservedly so, was concerned with the fact that once again they felt the state was steamrolling the city, and here we were, basically providing standards instead of, making a point as to our concern or angst with what the state was proposing. I think both of those were valid concerns. To Vice Mayor's point, one thing I think at the end of the meeting, if you got to see it, was during city planner comments, I tried to acknowledge that all viewpoints from the commissioners are valid. We learned quite a bit just from their discussion. Sometimes they'll go through and provide all the reasons that during their deliberation as to why they think, if they had it any other way, they wouldn't vote for something, and then they vote for approve it because they realize, well, it complies with the zoning code, it complies with the general plan, so we have to do that. I think in this instance, I want to take it upon myself to say, I think staff could have done a better job to clarify, and that's on me, the reason why the ordinance was coming before them. And in doing so, provide a better understanding that we acknowledge all the concerns, and we agree. Many of the times, we're staff, we're the ones that are having to bring stuff forward to the commission and the council, that we share some of that frustration, because we think we work with the community every day, and we get to hear from the community what they want to see. And it's difficult when we can't implement that, and we have to tell people, well, you know what, the state's requiring this to be done, so we have to do it. So I think at the end of that meeting, what I mentioned to them is I totally understood all those concerns. But one of the things that we have to be mindful of is, as the commission, is that the focus of the commission continues to be they're tasked with specific duties. One in particular, when it comes to zoning amendments, is to confirm that the zoning regulations that are being proposed comply with the zoning section of the code, i.e. they're consistent with other standards that would apply, as well as the main blueprint for the city, which is the general plan. And that's very important because they have to make findings, and the hope is that collectively, when they can come to a consensus, they'll make a recommendation to the council on that final decision. Nothing is more indicative or encapsulating of that as to the discussion that occurred during the housing element. That was a 3-0 vote, if I recall. And there was a point in time that all the commissioners were very concerned about what the state was doing, but they reflected upon it, and ultimately they voted to recommend to the council approval of the housing element. And that was important because on the record, they still expressed their concerns. And ultimately it came to you, and you all had the foresight to approve it. And fortunately, we didn't have to deal with builder's remedies like some of the cities like Santa Monica. So that is an example where robust discussion, even differences of opinion, still led to consensus and a vote, which is kind of what I would see as the ideal situation for the commission. In this instance, for a myriad of factors, and I understand those concerns, we ended up with a 2-2 vote, which isn't a recommendation, but to your point, we could have done collectively, I would take this upon myself as the liaison, that we could have communicated it better to the commission so that they understood kind of where the focus would be. But I understood the decision, and I respect the decision that they made.
Thank you.
You got more questions? Oh, okay,
Sorry,
go
I have
ahead.
a couple,
I almost moved on.
little ones I forgot. I was looking at the map again, and I have a couple of questions. Are parking lots and parking structures considered commercial, or can they be sites that can be developed?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to get a better understanding of the question.
Parking lots
Parking
and parking
lots.
structures, are those considered sites that can be developed? If they're,
Good question. Yes. No. Now I think I have the answer for you. So AB 2011 specifically allows multiple family and mixed use housing on sites that allow parking as a principally permitted use. So if the zoning allows it without a CUP, then it would be allowed on that parcel.
got it, okay.
And that's actually either office, retail, or parking is allowed by right in most of our zones. At least one of those uses.
Okay, great. And are churches and private school locations considered commercial? Or are they a separate category? Because I noticed they weren't highlighted on the map.
Councilmember, if the church or school is in a non-residential zone, that site could be eligible.
Okay.
Granted, it met all the other eligibility criteria.
Okay, so it depends on the zoning of the site, because there's some spots on here that I know that there's either churches or private schools that are not purple, so I'm just curious if those would potentially be, if they were sold or something, and potentially be redeveloped.
It depends on the underlying zone of the zone being a non-residential zone.
Okay.
I think Amanda hit it on the head. It's not what's there currently, it's what's allowed under the zoning code. So if a retail use is allowed, no matter what's on the parcel currently, then the site is eligible. At least it meets one of that eligibility criterion.
Okay, and then one more follow-up question to that. So, that said, if a developer does develop a site that's on a commercial zone or on a zone that allows retail and decides to do 100% residential, does that zoning stay commercial, or does that zoning turn into a residential zoning? Can commercial come back at a later date?
The underlying zoning remains.
Okay.
The use is allowed on pursuant to AB 2011, but the underlying zoning remains. So if that use disappeared and they scraped it, you could do whatever that zoning allows.
Okay, here's just something to think about. So if somebody builds a residential-only space on that lot, but they decide to convert a small part of their house or their home to commercial, is it allowed or not? Just thinking out loud here.
In some non-residential zones, mixed-use development is allowed with a CUP. So they could apply for a CUP to convert it to a mixed-use development.
Okay, so they could have like, 6 or 8 or 10 apartments, and then a little corner of their apartment can be converted to a little like corner, like shop or something. Okay.
Yes, if they go through the proper entitlement for that.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? No? All right, there being no more questions of staff, I will declare the public hearing closed, and council will now deliberate. Actually, I would like to make a comment specifically to your last question there. CUPs, we have CUPs all over the city. I want to agree with one of the callers who called in, Jim Casey, and he talked about how 2011 is just another rollback of local control, and I can't disagree with him on that. Cities up and down the state have resisted housing development in certain neighborhoods for so long that we have created a lack of housing and a lack of affordable housing. And one of the main tools that cities have used is the design guidelines, the standards, all of the restrictions that say, and Burbank has done this for decades, if you want to build something, you gotta either apply for a CUP or go through a planned development, jump through some hoops, come before council, plead your case, do this whole rigmarole. And I would argue that against Jim Casey's point that it's not Sacramento that is to blame. It is leadership of cities that, for lack of a better phrase, have wanted to put their fingerprints on every single development that has come through their city planning department to fidget and fix and say yes or no. That, to me, all of, what we've been doing for so long, this is before we all got here, but what the cities have been doing so long up and down California is not local control. I think it's personal control. Is what you have elected officials saying, nope, I want everyone to march through here, and I want to make sure I personally, as an elected official, approve every single thing that's built in my city. But the push that I'm so grateful this council is working on to do objective guidelines and objective standards and remove all of those impediments so that we as a body are creating the designs that we want to see in our city so that anyone who shows up to build something looks at our checklist and says, okay, if this is what the city wants, I'm going to build this and I'm going to build that. And they don't want this, so I'm not going to build that. So that, to me, is really what a local municipality should be doing, where we craft the zone text amendments, where we do the specific plans, where we have an over-encompassing general plan, and we go through all of the FAR and the height requirement and all of the other affordable housing components, so that it's not this patchwork of different sections of the city and nobody knows what's going on and they have to file a CUP for everything or just go through a planned development. It makes it streamlined, it makes it quicker, it makes it easier, and you don't get the random projects showing up that people are like, what is happening in my neighborhood? What is happening in my city? I think the work that we're doing now, whether or not we are subject to 2011 or SB 35 in the future, we are setting up a different kind of process in our city at the planning level that is going to help further generations, that I think is the new way of urban planning.
where you do all the work ahead of time so that you're not sitting here poking and prodding and nitpicking every single piece of construction that comes through here. This is the way to do it. It saves staff time. I've been coming to council meetings for, almost over 6 years now. The amount of hours of staff time where we were doing CUPs and planned developments and, well, maybe we want this and maybe we want that, and hey, come back and get the developer up here and talk to them and request it. I mean, that, my gosh. It's a headache. It's a headache all around. So obviously, we're talking right now about 2011. This is a state mandated bill. I think by putting in the design guideline standards today, we are saying what we want for a city. We are determining our own fate, and we're doing so in a collaborative effort so that we're not nitpicking every little thing that comes through here. And I'll be supporting this. So, yeah, Councilmember Mullins.
I do want to agree with what you're saying as far as for us to put our own design and what we would like to see. The couple of things that I don't like with the state imposing on us, and that is why we talk about local control. One of them just comes off the bat is the parking situation where there's no parking requirement, and this is really huge. That has a huge impact on the community. And the other part of it is also building in a commercial zone, like right in the middle of Magnolia Park, for example. That's a very unique, charming little community on Magnolia Boulevard where people just like to walk and enjoy shopping and outdoor. And then seeing an 80, I believe they have transit close by, so seeing even 40, 60 units built on that street is also something that's the impact of what the state pushes on local cities. So I do agree with what you're saying. I like that we're putting our own design, but I also don't like the fact that we're being told no parking requirement, and you can take a street like Magnolia and then turn it into a lot of different apartments on that one street.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other comments, deliberation?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to make the motion. I just wanted to make one comment. I actually think the standards that staff did are frankly terrific given the circumstances, and especially when we factor in the very limited time that you had to work on it. And so I just want to say, Mr. Ramirez, you do not need to stand back up. You can stay in your seat. I just wanted to say I appreciated the self-reflection and the candor. I guess if I had any suggestion for staff, it would just be to carry back, at least from this council member's perspective. I understand for those who voted no and did not make a recommendation to council, I get where they're coming from. But unfortunately, it doesn't serve us to stand on the soapbox. We have to live in a world of pragmatism. And I think that as staff outlined tonight, the requirements that you're hoping to put in place balance the competing interests of meeting our state housing mandates while also preserving what we can about Burbank. And I think that to have voted in any other way, quite frankly, in my opinion, is not the right outcome. It's an abdication of responsibility. And so I appreciate the work that staff did. I get where those commissioners were coming from. My encouragement, my advice to them would be, I'm completely okay getting that recommendation of we want you to fight it, we hate what's happening to us, but if the standards are sufficient, we need to know that too, because in my view, that is their function, is to advise us. The standards are sufficient, or they're not, or they could be improved. And so I'm not trying to beat up on anyone, I didn't feel like I got that in this instance, and I really do rely upon our planning commission, and I give great weight to what they have to say. So, from one council member's perspective.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you for all the comments so far. Great points being made. There was also, to the point of the idea of pushback and how can we as a city advocate for having our own processes that are not necessarily in alignment with a one-size-fits-all approach that the state has mandated. Is that I think we also need to think about how at this time the Attorney General was mentioned earlier. The Attorney General has put together a housing strike force, And if we were to push back and decide not to do this, that strike force is going to each city that's not abiding by the rules and expanding the enforcement of it city by city. So not only would it be not working with what we have, but it also would be potentially putting a potential lawsuit on our city from the AG. Also, there's a new bill going through the House right now about allowing the Attorney General to jump into any local city lawsuits, even third-party lawsuits. So we've got to be really careful to make sure that as we are moving forward, that we are doing it in a way where we are preserving our own ability to have our local control, but also recognizing the not to put our city into risk. And also, Cal Cities and SCAG, I've been attending a number of these meetings, and they are both very much in support of finding ways to adjust and improve the state legislation so that there is some flexibility from city to city depending on what the needs are. So they are actively advocating on our behalf. We are part of that active advocation in those conversations. So it's not like we're doing nothing, just that there's different venues than saying no to a law. So if we don't like a law, we want to try to change it. But if we don't abide by the law, then we could get in trouble. So we got to abide by the law while we try to change it. And lastly, I wanted to say that what we did here, in my opinion, is an example of collaboration, of working together in a way that makes the best that we can with what we have. And I think, speaking of the future of planning, I think that the future of planning is not just state and cities fighting against each other, but a collaboration between the state level and county and state and city levels to be able to work together to figure out the best ways to approach city planning so that we're not fighting over who gets to actually call the shots. And I think this is a small example of how you can collaborate, how you can work together, and that it's a little bit, but it's a little example that I think was really done well moving forward. And I think we can be proud to be, kind of a model of how that can be moving forward. So I also support this as well for the same reasons that Mr. Vice Mayor said, even though at the same time, we do need to keep the conversation going about how we can look to make sure that we are keeping in alignment with, the character of our city in a way that also continues to build housing. So in our own way. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I just want to say I echo Councilmember Takahashi's comments. But as always, I tend to be the voice of coming from the state. and I just want to echo what you said, Mr. Mayor, because this is not on this council. This is not on even a lot of the current state legislators. This is 20 plus years in the making of cities continuously doing what you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, and not developing or not pushing projects forward or, just that fear to move forward. And I think all of us at the state, at the local level, are really, as happens with generations, having to track back and fix the mistakes of our predecessors, be it in state mandates that leave our staff scrambling or us trying to mitigate those mandates with ordinances that work for our city and our people to keep us safe. So I really would like to encourage my colleagues to talk to our state representatives and let them know where we're at. And my hope, and maybe I'm a dreamer, but I hope that we can all work together with our state representatives to create things that make sense and also build the much needed housing because it is needed. And with that, I would like to move to introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank amending Title 10, Chapter 1, zoning of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish objective design and development standards for mixed use and residential only projects in non-residential zones.
Second.
All right. Moved by Perez, seconded by Takahashi.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the end of the public hearing. All right, we have 5 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, City Council will proceed to in-person public comment only. The first report, the adoption of an urgency ordinance to amend the city's zoning regulations to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and residential projects in non-residential zones. Hey, Greg, you're back. Mr. Greg Mirza
Avakian. I'm sorry, Avakian. Associate Planner in the Community Development Department, please present the report.
Good evening once again, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and members of the council. My name is Greg Mirzavakian, Associate Planner with CDD Planning, and I want to apologize if there's any redundancy from the last item, but not too much. Tonight, you're being asked to consider an urgency ordinance to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and multifamily residential-only projects in non-residential zones. Earlier tonight, you held a public hearing on a zone text amendment to amend the city's zoning regulations to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and residential-only projects in non-residential zones. The effort is meant to establish objective standards to address the requirements of State Assembly Bill 2011, which goes into effect on July 1st of this year. Whether the city approves the urgency ordinance tonight or not, projects will still be submitted for streamlined ministerial review per state law. This includes both SB 35 and AB 2011 projects. The Burbank Municipal Code currently is lacking in terms of design and development standards for multifamily uses in non-residential zones. In the absence of such standards, any project submitted pursuant to the streamlined ministerial review process is subject to the underlying development standards, which are minimal and not well suited for the multifamily residential development. With the approval of an urgency ordinance, the city will be able to immediately apply new mixed-use and residential-only design and development standards to any multifamily project submitted in a non-residential zone pursuant to state streamlined ministerial review processes, with SB 35 being one of them and AB 2011 being another, and any future ministerial streamlined review processes. As previously noted, the urgency ordinance would establish standards related to, among other things, privacy, building frontage design, step-back and setback requirements, buffering requirements, open space, flexibility, and parking structure visibility and screening, to name a few. The urgency ordinance will help to protect residential neighborhoods through operational requirements, including prohibited uses, residential buffers and screening requirements, and open space requirements. The adoption of this urgency ordinance will ensure that the development standards go into effect immediately and that there is no gap period between the approval of the design and development standards for mixed-use residential-only multifamily development projects and the effective date of such standards, during which streamlined ministerial projects could potentially be submitted. Without objective design and development standards applicable to eligible AB 2011 project, the city will be unable to regulate secondary impacts from such developments relating to height, mass, noise, privacy, open space, lighting, circulation, urban design, and building operations related to parking, loading, venting, and permitted uses. Without objective design and development standards in place, the proposed developments with limited city oversight could permanently change the fabric of the community while altering the pattern of development along the city's commercial corridors with increased density and intensity, increased building heights, little to no on-site parking, and reduced setbacks and privacy between development sites and neighboring land uses. Rejection of the urgency ordinance would not change the mandated requirements from the state, and the city would still need to approve any projects that meet the criteria for AB 2011 and SB 35 in this interim period. Furthermore, the rejection of this urgency ordinance would prevent the city from being able to impose objective development standards on these projects and from protecting adjacent residential uses. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council adopt an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank, amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Zoning of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and residential-only projects in non-residential zones. Please note that the adoption of this urgency ordinance requires a 4/5 vote. And this concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two comment cards, Joel Schlossman, followed by David Donahue.
Boy, I miss Augie Baquetta. probably only 2 people in the room who know who that fellow was. Thank you for answering my question about the projects in the pipeline. I appreciate that. When I see the words urgency, it usually isn't urgent. And when I see the words objective, it usually means restrictive. And of course, in this case, it is. Mixed-use projects are nothing new in Burbank. We already have a number of them. I'll call your attention to that big one across from the movie theaters there, sitting on top of the restaurant. It's been around a long time. Tall buildings for residential are nothing new either. We have one on Glen Oaks across the street from across from Burbank High School. It's a senior building. And I think there's 2 of them on San Fernando and Verdugo. And I would take a look at those and see if you have problems with those. You know, I would say table this and wait and see. And I would ask all of you to review the 7 projects in the pipeline and see if there's a need for this. I haven't seen them. Are they the boxes that you talk about, or do they have personality? And until you can answer that question, I don't think you should vote on this. Maybe it's not needed. And just very quickly, Ms. Mullins, the idea of posting a sign 30 days in advance of what you're going to do, don't you think that's going to stir up a hornet's nest on every single project? And it kind of defeats the purpose of following the rules to do that. You've already followed the rules, and now you're going to, you know, if you buy a house or you live next to a commercial, there should be some clue that there could be some development. So thank you for that.
Thank you. David Donahue? And that's my last comment card.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and council members. I was not going to really speak to this one, but I think it was important to be able to talk to and address the Vice Mayor's comments about the Planning Commission. I did watch that one as well, too. My initial knee-jerk reaction is that I was very happy to see 2 commission members actually have dissenting opinions, and it was a 2-2 vote. I think that is more reflective of Burbank and reflective of my opinions than just a kind of go along to get along attitude, which I apologize for paraphrasing, but it seems like that is the consensus of the dais majority. I think Councilmember Mullins indicating an illustration, which I appreciate her doing and staff doing, where at Magnolia Park, you can have, multi-story buildings with who knows how many, residents, I think is a concern, because you then lose the fabric of Magnolia Park. It's gone. And if you're going to sit there and say we need housing, and it's this thing that we have to do, you are changing Burbank. And I think that was with Chairperson Rosati's 100% worry, is that we want to maintain the fabric of Burbank to some extent. And the comments that it's going to be housing or no Burbank is like a little bit of a concern. So I'm worried. And I apologize for my tone. It is the fact that I am so worried by what is happening with the Laura Friedman bill, the no parking, 7 parking spots for 146 apartments, 262 bedrooms. That's happening. That's just one. There are going to be 3 more. Who knows how many more are happening right now. You'll get your housing. But what will it do to Burbank? I'm saying, yes, it's important to do it. We need to embrace it. We need to look at ways to be able to think outside the box. But thinking this outside the box without knowing the ramifications of them, what are those ramifications? Staff does a beautiful job talking about zone text amendments, things that are so over my head that I have to call people and get, could you please explain it to me? And this is horribly dense information. And I don't think any of us can truly, except maybe staff, could understand what it's going to mean to Burbank as a community at the end of the day. What does it mean at the end of the day? That's what I'm worried about. Thank you for your late night of service, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Do we have any questions of staff? I mean, this is almost the same.
No, I just have one quick question. Based on the 7 projects Mr. Schlossman mentioned, those projects are not going to be affected, the ones that are currently in place with the applications that have been submitted, correct?
Correct. Any pipeline project is not subject to the new regulations.
And if you may want to please explain the reason behind adopting this tonight as urgency ordinance.
Yes, Councilmember. So the adoption of this urgency ordinance would mean the proposed regulations go into effect immediately, so that there would be no gap between today and when the ordinance that you considered previously tonight goes into effect, which would be the first week of July, after the July 1st.
And that's because if we don't take action today, the actual AB 2011 will be starting as of July 1st. And this ordinance, if we don't do the urgency ordinance, will take place after July 1st.
Correct. It will become effective after July 1st.
But even more to the point, these objective standards also apply to SB 35 projects, which means if an NOI comes in tomorrow, it needs to comply with these new standards.
Any other questions of staff? Councilmember Takahashi, this was your, you brought this back. Did you want to lead us
No,
on?
this is.
No? We already did that one. Never mind then.
I just have a brief discussion point.
Oh, yeah.
If questions are done.
Sure. Hello. Yeah, we already missed that. I'm so sorry.
I just ran in. You guys closed the phones. Close the phones.
Sir, hold on. Mr. City Attorney, it is the mayor's prerogative to reopen public comment. We're not in a public hearing, is that right?
Well, you don't even have a motion on the floor yet.
That's true.
So it's up to you.
Sir, if you would like to comment publicly, please take the mic now. You have 3 minutes. You can fill out a comment card after the fact. It's fine.
On this agenda.
On this agenda item only, this
Yes,
is
the multi-use.
Yes. Please continue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I just drove from home. Forgive me, I'm a little bit out of breath. All right. Multi-use. State's been doing this all over. If you want to know what's going to happen to Burbank, go to Lankershim Boulevard. Okay? Lankershim Boulevard is filled with multi-use, which is businesses on the bottom, your Firehouse Subs, Pinkberry, whatever else they throw in there. And then they're doing the same thing to Toluca Lake. Go across the street from Bob's, across Rose. They're building one. They knocked down famous restaurant, a community venue. Restaurant's been there for 60 years. Knocked it down. This is nothing but a way to take over land. Has nothing to do with housing. It's a way to take over land. They manipulate it to take over the land, and they destroy communities. If you vote for this, you will be North Hollywood. You will be North Hollywood. It's gonna happen. That's what's happening to this. That's what they've been doing. I went to council meetings in Toluca Lake, same thing. They did the same thing. We don't need more residential space. I mean, we don't need more retail space. You have tons of retail space open all throughout Burbank. You don't need more. You know, and Burbank is a city of 100,000 people. It's not your job to solve the housing crisis in Los Angeles County of 12 million people. It's your job to take care of Burbank. Burbank is what counts. Not just some ambiguous housing problem. You can't solve that. The state can, and LA County can. Take care of Burbank, please. Thank you. I apologize for rushing in late. I drove as fast as I could. I apologize I was safe.
I appreciate it.
I stopped at every stoplight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, fill out a yellow comment card. They have them at the front here.
Yeah.
Jonathan Jones will take care of you. Real quick, I just want to say, for future reference, we only do the phone calls in the original public comment period and during any public hearing. So this was not a public hearing item, so it's only in person. I appreciate you driving down. Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor, you were.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be very brief. I wouldn't have commented except, Mr. Donahue was responding to my comment. And I just wanted to say, sir, we've had many conversations, and I never mistake your passion for the community as anything other than that. And I know you care a lot about Burbank. And so I'm just going to say this one more time because I'm expecting that our planning commissioners either are watching live or will play back the tape. I have no objection with anybody in a position of authority voting their conscience. I think staff has made a really clear record that, to the last commenter's point, if we're really going to do what's best for Burbank, what's proposed is the best that we can do given the circumstances. And so my only feedback for our commission, and I know this is a little unconventional, but I think we as a council should do more of that, giving guidance to our commissions, is even if you're going to say, I'm not going to support it because I don't like state housing mandates, I still need to see some commentary on what's being proposed. If you think it's adequate, great. If you think there are deficiencies or it could be improved, that's great. My point is that standing on the soapbox might feel good. I don't think it moves the needle and gets us closer. So that's my feedback for our commission. Thank you.
And I would just add one last thing to the public commenter who came. This idea of protecting the quality in the neighborhood of Burbank. If we don't pass this, we actually create a larger window of time where anything can come through. Anything that is built in North Hollywood or Toluca can come through. So from my understanding of this, passing this tonight actually closes down a lot of the guidelines and design and all of that stuff. So for me, moving forward with this, I think, is in line with what you're talking about. So that's how I read it. That's how I read it. Okay, no worries. I understand. Okay, I'll take a motion for anybody?
Why not? Let's read the same thing again. Okay. I move to adopt an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank amending Title 10, Chapter 1, zoning of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish objective design and development standards for mixed-use and residential-only projects in non-residential zones.
Second.
All right.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes,
Thank
you. Okay. All right, next is the approval of the 2023 City of Burbank Investment Policy. I want to welcome City Treasurer, Mrs. Crystal Palmer. Hello, how are you?
Good evening. Good night, maybe.
Yeah, almost.
Okay, should be good. Okay.
All right,
Mayor
I'm ready.
Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, Councilmember Perez, Councilmember Takahashi, Councilmember Mullins, and my fellow Burbank residents. My name is Crystal Palmer, and I'm your city treasurer. Tonight, I'm here to present the proposed 2023 investment policy. This policy has been reviewed by the two oversight committees, the Internal Fiscal and Treasurers Review Group and the External Treasurers Oversight Review Committee. On the Fiscal and Treasurers Review Group, we have Mayor Anthony, Councilmember Mullins, City Manager Justin Hess, Assistant City Manager Judy Wilkie, Financial Services Director Jennifer Becker, and CFO of Burbank Water and Power Joe Lilio. On the Treasurers Oversight Review Committee, we have Darren Guggenheimer, CEO of Gain Federal Credit Union, Norlin Carraz, former CEO of Cedars-Sinai Federal Credit Union, Richard Martin, CPA, Scott Reif, retired Senior Vice President of Boston Private Bank and Trust, and David Escobar, First Vice President of UBS Financial Securities. I just wanted to mention their names to thank them for their time and service in helping me with our work for the city. So aside from the date, name, and other minor edits, there are only 4 proposed changes to the policy worth noting this year. First is the addition of state code. On page 3, section C under maturity, we've added language from the California State Code clarifying that an investment's term or remaining maturity shall be measured from the settlement date to the final maturity. Investments shall not have a forward settlement date exceeding 45 days from the time of investment. So just as a point of reference, we've actually never had an investment settle more than 45 days after we purchased it. But this language just gives us added protection so it doesn't happen in the future. On page 6, under the list of authorized investments, the list of authorized investments was updated to include the Joint Powers Authority pools. So to be eligible under this section, the Joint Powers Authority issuing the shares shall have retained an investment advisor that meets the following criteria. First, the advisor should be registered or is exempt from registering with the SEC. He or she or the company should at least have 5 years of experience and have assets under management of at least $500 million. The maximum for this type of investment is 25%. So we are adding this category because we're considering investing in the CAMP pool. So CAMP stands for California Asset Management Program. It's a $15 billion fund that was started in 1989. It offers same-day liquidity, stable net asset values, and is rated AAA by the ratings agencies. It currently offers attractive rates, the most recent of which was 5.19%. So PFM Asset Management has run CAMP and has renewed its 10-year contract last year. However, in the event that the advisor changes in the future, we've also added language in our policy stating that the city would need to reevaluate its investment in case that happens. So just for point of reference, other agencies that use CAMP include the cities of Pasadena, Carlsbad, Palm Desert, San Mateo, and Riverside, among others. Counties also use CAMP, including San Diego, San Bernardino, and Kern counties. On page 16, Exhibit A, Liquidity, the calculation was updated to reflect numbers from the 2022 to 23 budget. The necessary liquidity for 2023 is now calculated at $115 million, an increase from $101 million in 2022. On page 18, Exhibit C, we've updated our list of qualified brokers. So Susan Munson will be our new contact at Cantor Fitzgerald instead of Ben Finkelstein from the same firm. With this change, she completed an updated broker-dealer questionnaire from our city. She also submitted her firm's most recent financial statements, which were reviewed by our office. She has extensive industry experience and is active in industry education through her participation in the Fixed Income Academy, California Municipal Treasurers Association, California Association of County Treasurers and Tax Collectors, and Government Investment Officers Association. Her long-term clients include the cities of Riverside and San Bernardino counties. We also recommend that Mike Avery from Insperix and Mark Kramer from Union Bank be added to our approved broker list. This year, we received applications from 8 brokers, and while all brokers had something unique to offer, we selected these 2 individuals and their firms based on their experience working with other local municipalities in California and the financial stability of their firms. They both provided comprehensive answers to their submitted broker-dealer questionnaires and submitted their financial statements, which we reviewed. They also both have excellent references, which have confirmed they provide competitive pricing and personalized service. So for reference, Mike Avery works with the city of San Mateo and the city of San Francisco, and Mark Kramer currently works with the city of Pasadena and city of Long Beach. In conclusion, the 2023 investment policy as proposed complies with the current state statutes governing the investment practices of local government entities located within the state of California. These are all the changes I have, and I look forward to your input.
Okay, great. I have a public comment card from Joel Schlossman. Okay, we'll go to public comment. Just one card.
Miss Palmer is wonderful, and we're lucky to have her. And she really knows how to run a meeting, too. She's very capable. On those list of brokers, I hope none of them are involved in cryptocurrency. That Ms. Palmer, well, I asked that question, and I think you folks should be concerned with that. And the other question is, it's either appropriate for this item or the next item. Ms. Palmer talked about at her meeting, she talked about the city of Burbank closing our position with U.S. Bank. I think it was 2 positions, and she said she was nervous about it, gave excellent reasons, and at that time we were going to lose about $180,000. So maybe you could share with us, Ms. Palmer could share with us if she did indeed close those positions and how much the city lost on those trades. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stolzman, and appreciate your attending our meeting last week and following up on those questions. I will actually address the U.S. Bank issue in my next presentation. Before we move on, can we, do you have any questions about the investment policy?
Sure. Let's do questions on investment policy only. Council, any questions on this presentation? We do have a second presentation from the treasurer.
No, I want to thank Ms. Palmer. Thank you very much. Good report.
Thank you. I believe we need to vote to approve the policy.
Because you're sorry, just to clarify, there's some language that came from the state that we now need to adopt.
Yes.
So that's, okay, great. I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 City of Burbank investment policy as presented.
Second.
All right.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, we now have a third report is the review of the city treasurer's investment portfolio. Oh, wow, it's from City Treasurer Ms. Crystal Palmer.
Oh,
There you
good night again. So now I'll be going over the Treasurer's report for March 2023. Like the investment policy, this report was discussed by both the Treasurer's Oversight Review Committee and the Internal Fiscal and Treasurer's Review Group. First, I wanted to go over the historical market value of the portfolio. It currently stands at $549 million, which has increased significantly just in the past few months, if you would look at the graph. In this graph, I also wanted to highlight the $45 million in CalPERS payments we've been making each year, give or take, to save on our pension costs. This is the breakdown of the portfolio by asset class. So most of it is in U.S. agencies at 38%, money market fund and corporate medium-term notes at 19% each, municipal bonds at 12%, treasuries at 4%, and CDs and supranationals also at 4%. This shows how our portfolio is in compliance with both the state code and our own investment policy. So the average duration of our portfolio is 2.17 years. Just as a point of reference, the maximum maturity that we can purchase is 5 years. So as you can see from the graph, we still have a lot of liquidity with our money market fund balances. This gives us flexibility to take advantage of current higher short-term rates while still locking in higher maturities. Longer maturities, I mean. So this shows how our yield and our portfolio laddering strategy allows us to generate stable returns despite the volatility we've seen in the past few years. Our yield in March was at 2.91% and continues to rise. This is in line with other cities. For reference, Glendale came in at 2.5% for March. This graph shows our income summary from the coupons received every month. Again, this has increased significantly just in the past several months, and we received $1.3 billion in March 2023. We implemented an ESG policy a few years ago, and I wanted to highlight one of the investments we've done recently. So we invest in CDs, which are certificates of deposit, issued by credit unions certified as CDFI, meaning those serving primarily low-income communities. An example of this CD is the Latino Community Credit Union based in North Carolina. What's interesting about this credit union is that 97% of its loans are to Latinos and immigrants. Even more importantly, 65 of its members were previously unbanked. And even better is that it has a pretty high repayment rate at 99.3%. Another credit union we've invested a CD in is ViStar Credit Union, which serves military families to help them with their transition and helping them get flexible mortgage options to buy a home. Just as a background, the City of Burbank invests $245,000 maximum per CD, so the deposits are fully insured by the FDIC because the maximum is $250,000. These CDs yield an attractive spread over treasuries. Depending on the maturity, it usually yields about 0.5 to 1% more than current treasury levels. With the banking crisis, we also like that we're helping these smaller banks with their liquidity needs so they can continue serving their communities. So this is what Mr. Schultzman mentioned a while ago about the U.S. bank holdings that we're currently reviewing. So with the banking crisis, as you are all aware, we're considering doing a swap. So we currently own these two U.S. bank bonds. Both have been recently downgraded, and we're considering swapping them out for higher yielding treasuries. As a brief background, these bonds were both purchased by my predecessor in 2019 and were highly rated at that time. At that time, they were considered very stable with no risk. However, with the banking crisis, these are now just rated A3 for Moody's and A for S&P, which are both still considered investment grade. With the higher interest rates now, as you're aware, there's now an asset-liability mismatch in that higher rates have reduced the value of these bank loans, while they have to pay higher rates to depositors. Banks also still maintain high level. This particular bank also still need to maintain high levels of uninsured deposits and unrealized losses, unfortunately. So I'll go over one of the bonds as an example. So looking at the one on the left, the U.S. bank bond that currently yields 2.844%. This was purchased back in April 2019 and then matures in February of 2024. The total cost that was invested back in 2019 was $1,030,000. As of Friday last week, the current sell price, it was about $990,000, give or take. So if we sell that bond, we'll lose $37,000. However, just to keep in mind, since we've owned that bond, we've earned $135,000 in interest. So if you take that into account, the net gain from actually holding the investment is $97,000. If we reinvest the proceeds from selling this bond, we'll actually also earn an additional $15,000 until maturity, given that current yields are now at 5% versus 2.844%, which the bond currently yields, with a total net gain of $113,000. So obviously, you will lose money just on the sale of the bond, but if you take into account the total gain from the income you've received as well as the opportunity cost of now being able to invest in higher yielding bonds, it's actually probably a net gain overall. So the reason we're looking at this is because, as I mentioned earlier, these bonds were recently downgraded. If something happens in the next several months, and as we know, the banking crisis is not yet over, and if something happens to this particular bank, we could lose our entire investment. So that is the reason I wanted to highlight this one and why we're actually considering swapping this holding for a much safer treasury security. So now I wanted to go over the economic conditions surrounding us today. For labor market, job openings have actually declined in the first quarter as employers put a freeze on hiring with all these recession fears. They've taken the opportunity to cut labor costs, primarily in white-collar workers. Another factor is that with AI and increased automation, they're looking to save in labor costs as well. With that, layoffs in the information sector were actually up 88% in March from a year earlier and up 55% in finance and insurance. In contrast, for manufacturing, they're only up 25% over the same period. Unemployment levels are now the lowest since 1969 at 3.4%. There are still 1.6 job openings for every unemployed person. And the labor force participation rate is now the highest since 2008 for ages 25 to 54. So the only reason we're lacking labor right now primarily is that a lot of the folks who are 55 and up have decided to retire early, for various reasons. So people are going back to work because wages continue to grow. Average hourly earnings increased 4.4% in April from the previous year. People with recession fears, however, people are also trying to save more money. So the savings rate is now 5.1%, slightly higher than it was a few months ago. However, this is still below the historical averages. On the other hand, the credit card delinquencies are continuing to rise. We've seen an increase in delinquencies that are over 90 days, 4.57% for credit card debt and 2.33% for auto loans. This is primarily happening to younger Americans, and this is particularly concerning because student loan payments are still paused. So there is a lot of worry that when they would have to repay their student loans, these delinquencies could continue to rise. On the one hand, consumer spending has remained strong. While we saw some slowdown earlier in the year after the holidays, consumers continue to spend on cars and particularly experiences such as travel and dining out. They've cut spending on big ticket items like furniture and appliances. This is an interesting graph on how eating out has become much more expensive than groceries just in the past few years. If you look at it, before, eating out was just slightly more than groceries in terms of overall total spend. But more recently, it's really widened. The gap has really widened. So buy now, pay later plans have also fueled discretionary spending. 46% of consumers have said they've used these plans to purchase something non-essential like clothing, decor, tech gadgets, and beauty products. However, 51% who've used it have actually regretted using the service. It's really hard to keep up with the payments, and you lose a lot of protection, making it harder to get a refund or return an item. 40% of people have actually made a late payment on one of these loans. Inflation. So inflation has already moderated to 4.9%, down from its peak, if you remember, last year of about 9%. However, even as commodity and energy prices have decreased, companies still have a lot of pricing power because consumer demand has stayed strong. For example, the other day, I was at the Hollywood Farmers Market. There were oranges that were advertised as 25 cents each. So I bought 4 oranges. I was like, oh, that's not bad. That's kind of in line with my budget. And I walked away. 15 minutes later, I was like, that's a pretty good deal. Maybe I'll go back and get more oranges. So I got 4 more oranges, but as I was about to leave, the guy gets the sign, X's it, and changes the price to 50 cents. So he still honored my 25-cent price, which was good, but anyone after me had to pay 50 cents. So that just goes to show that people are still responding to the strong consumer demand, right? They're adjusting their prices. A lot of companies are choosing to take profit over volume, as we've seen in news reports, serving fewer customers. So, if you serve 10 people and make $1 per person, you earn $10. But if you can charge more, maybe you'll only serve 6 people, but you can earn $2 per person. So you'll earn $12 instead. So a lot of companies have changed to that kind of strategy recently. Another reason is that most of the inflation now is now coming from services, especially with high labor costs. So they've really had to, cut a lot of their costs in other areas. So on the graph on the right, you'll see categories with notable increases, such as eggs. Other grocery products have also come down from highs, but are still up from historical average. In addition, we also continue to see supply disruptions like olive oil. So olive oil, I don't know if anyone noticed, there's a drought in Spain last year that resulted in an olive oil shortage, and prices are now about 46% from last year. So big difference. So when you go to that Italian restaurant, that might not be olive oil in the dipping sauce for your bread. So the risk now is that inflation may become entrenched as people have adjusted to higher prices and also now expect that prices will continue to go up based on recent surveys. As we all know, that could lead to wage price spiral and that higher prices will make people ask for higher wages and then it's so on and so forth and then it just never ends. Housing market. The housing market is almost at a standstill now as supply has really dropped. Sellers are not putting homes on the market because most of them locked in lower rates in the past few years. So if they move, they would now have to pay over 6% with a mortgage as opposed to the 2 to 3% mortgage rate they were locked in. So home prices have not dropped as much because of this lack of supply, even though the mortgage rate is now at 6.39%, give or take. On the bright side, based on a recent study, younger people such as Gen Z, those born between 1997 to 2013, are actually on track with home ownership rates of older generations. Not only that, they're also spending the same proportion on housing at 16%, which is the same as 1990. The reason for this is that they took advantage of low mortgage rates, remote work, and a strong job market during the pandemic to buy homes. So the rental market. Looking at the rental market, according to, this is a study from Apartment List, although LA is one of the priciest rental markets in the country, ranked at 18th out of 100, rent prices in LA have actually moderated and are now down 0.6% year over year. On the right, you'll see that Burbank is ranked 21st out of 27 LA metro cities for median two-bedroom rents in April 2023 and ranked 24th for one-bedroom rents. Although that doesn't say much because rents are still pretty expensive. So asset prices. Despite talks of recession, asset prices have actually not come down as much. The S&P is just off 13% from its all-time high, and bond prices are just down 13% as well from its all-time high. The Wall Street Journal survey shows that the recession probably is still about 61% in the next 12 months. So yields have now dropped from the recent highs for the 5-year Treasury as inflation has moderated and the market now expects the Fed may pause hikes during the June meeting. So earlier this month, the Fed hiked rates another 25 basis points. In just 14 months, the Fed rates rose at the fastest pace in history, actually, increasing almost 5%, which was something no one has really expected. However, with all this talk about recession, the market is now thinking the Fed may pause in June and possibly cut rates later this year. There is some divergence here, though, because the Fed has mentioned repeatedly it will need to hold rates high for some time to get back to 2% inflation. As you recall, we're just still at 4.9%, which is still pretty far from 2%. This is a recent survey of risks to U.S. financial stability. So as you can see, people are not as worried about inflation and the Ukraine war anymore compared to several months ago. However, people are now more concerned about other issues. So one of these is, as we mentioned, the banking sector crisis. A lot of people feel that it is not over yet. There's still a huge disconnect between what banks are earning from lower interest rates and the higher interest rates now. They run the risk of having their uninsured deposits cause a bank run, and as well as all their commercial real estate loans. Speaking of commercial real estate, that's the other issue that people are worried about. Office vacancies are about 50% right now, and because of that, commercial real estate values have really declined. What's worse is that a lot of these commercial loans are maturing in the next few years, and now all these companies have to refinance at much higher interest rates. So there is a huge risk there in terms of defaults and just all these potential bankruptcies of these commercial owners. As we are all aware, there's also the debt ceiling crisis, and as well as recent increase in corporate bankruptcies, as companies have also had to refinance at much higher interest rates. So with all these factors, global growth is projected to slow in 2023 and pick back up in 2024. This reflects the tight policy stances needed to bring down inflation, the fallout from recent deterioration in financial conditions, still the ongoing war in Ukraine, and other fragmentation. So given the economic uncertainty, we go back to our investment policy, where as you recall, safety of principal is the foremost objective. With that, to ensure that there's no loss of principal, we take steps such as evaluating our U.S. bank holdings. We continue to monitor all our current holdings and conduct due diligence whenever we make purchases. This is to avoid both market risk and credit risk. We're also maintaining a higher liquidity as we maintain, so we can maintain enough cash so we can ladder our portfolio and have regular maturities to meet our cash flow needs. There's still a lot of uncertainty where rates are headed, so we want to be able to take advantage if rates continue to rise. And finally, our third principle is yield. Rates continue to fluctuate with all the volatility, and we try to take advantage of sectors that provide an attractive spread. As I mentioned earlier, we continue to purchase fully insured CDs that yield 0.5 to 1% more than treasuries. And that is all I have today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I do not have any public comment on this second item here from their treasurer. So, council, any questions? I wanted to follow up one thing. I was at the meeting when we talked about U.S. Bank. If we could go back to that slide, the swap of U.S. Bank holdings. So you talked about the middle column there, but we actually have a second holding with U.S. Bank.
Yes.
And so it's basically, what are we looking at? 5 months difference almost for
Yes.
the maturity?
Yes, the other one's February, the other one's in July. They're both pretty similar. The biggest difference is obviously the size of the investment, but the directions of each calculation is the same.
Okay. So we've made some interest on the first one and the second one both. So to say we'd lose money on these, it's only because we're losing money on the full appreciation of the investment if we wait until the end of the maturity for next year.
Yes, so we only lose money because interest rates are now much higher. So because now you can get 5% and these only yield 2.8 and 2.38%. Because of that, people value these bonds much less than what they would value these bonds if interest rates were lower.
Okay. And just go through it one more time with me. Why is U.S. Bank being devalued versus some of the other banks? What's going on with those guys?
So with U.S. Bank, it's a pretty big regional bank. We're all aware of the name. It's not considered top tier like JP Morgan or Bank of America. And there's some concern about their uninsured deposits first. So they have about 50% of their deposits are uninsured. So what happens if you have a lot of uninsured deposits is that with any sign of a bank run, people will take their money out because they know they're not insured by the FDIC. The other issue is having at least 50% in unrealized losses. So all these unrealized losses, similar to other banks, Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, First Republic, is due to the much higher interest rates we're seeing right now. So,
real quick, the banks you just mentioned, they went through similar problems.
Yes, so they had similar problems, and we know they're not with us anymore.
Right.
And we don't want that to happen to U.S. Bank. And that's actually, one of the reasons we're looking at this is just in case this happens to U.S. Bank, we don't want to lose our investment.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So once it mature, the funds will be allocated or put into a different bank?
So the maturity date, February and July 2024. So if U.S. Bank does not implode before these dates, we're fine.
You say does not implode?
Yes. So if it's fine until February 2024 and July 2024, then we're okay. If something happens to them in August 2024, we don't care. But if something happens before then we lose our money. If they actually close down.
And just to clarify, and maybe the city attorney can weigh on this, she's an independent elected official. She has oversight over determining that. The council does not weigh in on what she does with those investments, correct? I mean, she can do this on her own?
This is her policy. Yes.
Right. Okay. Great. So you get to choose what you want to do, but obviously we can talk a little bit about it, support your actions, maybe give you our advice. I spoke to you last week. I'm very comfortable. If you decide to move our funds out of here, I would be fully supportive of that. I think there is a safety issue, a security issue, and that is of top concern for me, especially the fact that you mentioned 4 banks already have gone through it, and I don't want this to be the 5th, but just in case. So I don't know if the other council members want to weigh in as well.
I'm very confident in our city treasurer's decision-making process, and I support her moving forward and taking the right action when it's needed. Just make sure this bank doesn't go out of. That's the only thing I say, right?
Until these dates.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions on policy or U.S. Bank or anything the treasurer has put forward? Yeah.
Just comment. Thank you for taking care of us in this very volatile financial time.
Oh, you're welcome. And, just as a point of perspective, my external committee also actually recommended that we sell these holdings because of our mandate of safety first, debt, liquidity, and yield.
How soon did they recommend? Are they like immediately?
We could do it anytime. We could
Okay.
do it tomorrow.
Okay. I'm fine with that. That'd be great. Yeah. Vice Mayor Schultz?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the only question I have, Ms. Palmer, is it sounds like rental and housing prices are holding steady more or less, but we're still seeing inflation outpace wage growth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The only bit of feedback I have is I love the ESG investment spotlight, and I want to see more of that investment in local credit unions, especially those that are serving underserved populations, just like you've highlighted here. So keep up the great work.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, those CDs were definitely a no-brainer. It's fully insured, it helps these banks, and we get more yield than Treasury, so why not? And you mentioned local credit unions. We are considering investing in credit unions actually located here in the city of Burbank to help them out.
Yes. Yes.
Well, you answered my question. I was going to say, are you going to invest in our local credit unions?
It's not final yet. I still have to sign the paperwork, but we've already started discussions.
That's great. Cool. Okay. This is just a note and file, so thank you for that one. I know we had to vote on the last one, but this was a note and file. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, you may want to take a motion 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes.
So moved.
Moved. Seconded?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of going past 11?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Next is the annual update to the Burbank Water and Power Wildfire Mitigation Plan and verification of the independent evaluator report. Mr. Sven Knaut, electrical engineer in Burbank Water and Power, please present the report.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Sven Knaut, electrical engineer with Burbank Water and Power Electric Services. And I'm here to provide an overview of this year's comprehensive update to our wildfire mitigation plan. And I'll start with a brief background. Then I'll hand it off to our independent evaluator for their report, followed by what is new this year, our accomplishments, what we're still working on, and the next steps. In 2018 and 2019, the Public Utilities Code was modified to address wildfire risk related to electric utilities. The modifications require that on an annual basis, each publicly owned utility, or POU, prepare a wildfire mitigation plan that considers several required plan elements, present the plan in a public meeting, accept comments, and verify compliance, submit the plan to the California Wildfire Safety Advisory Board by July 1st of each year. Additionally, each POU is required to have their plan reviewed by a qualified independent evaluator to assess the comprehensiveness of the plan. And lastly, each POU is required to perform a comprehensive update every 3 years, and this year marks the 3-year anniversary of that cycle. Since the first plan in 2019, we have met all of our statutory obligations, and we're here tonight presenting our annual and 3-year comprehensive updates, as well as a revised independent evaluation. The area you see shaded here in blue is what is known as our Tier 2 High Fire Threat District. This represents an area of elevated fire risk as determined by CAL FIRE. This is the area of our service territory where we will focus all of our wildfire mitigation efforts. More specifically, we will be focusing on the yellow and orange zones. These are areas where we have overhead electric facilities. The area in green is either open hillside or areas where we have underground electrical lines, which pose little to no wildfire risk. The area in orange represents our highest priority area along Country Club Drive and a portion of Wildwood Canyon Road to the east of DeBell Golf Course. I will now let our independent evaluator Guidehouse present the findings of their independent evaluation of the 2022 Wildfire Mitigation Plan.
Should I just... Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. How do I get back to the slideshow? Okay.
There you go.
All right. I'll skip through the disclaimer. The presentation tonight will be in 3 parts. One is the background overview and qualifications, our evaluation approach, and results and discussion.
Sorry, could I get your name real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. Andrew Dressel,
Andrew Dressel.
from Guidehouse Consulting.
Thank you.
I apologize. It's a little late.
That's all right.
So, as Sven noted, there was a change to the Public Utilities Code 8387. C requires an independent evaluator, a qualified independent evaluator, to review and assess the comprehensiveness of the wildfire mitigation plan, and that's the term of art, the standard by which we are evaluating the plan. Guidehouse has performed over 15 independent evaluator reports for publicly owned utilities around the state of California. We're also part of a team of qualified independent evaluators for IOUs as well, investor-owned utilities, sorry, jargon. So we've done a whole number of these. Our evaluation approach. So we performed an assessment to determine the comprehensiveness of the wildfire mitigation plan and produced an independent evaluator report, which is available on Burbank Water and Power's public website. Part of this effort is to present this in a publicly held meeting so that there can be public comment regarding our findings. We assessed compliance against each element of Section 8387. There's 13 elements that require risk assessment, preventative strategies, vegetation management, inspections, and more. And when we did that, we found that Burbank Water and Power has addressed each of the mandatory requirements from 8387B2. Those are the 13 elements that I discussed. And they did a really good job, as Sven had just showed you on the map, prioritizing areas in the Tier 2 elevated threat, high fire threat district, limiting that area to just those areas with the overhead lines that pose the most fire threat. In our evaluation of Burbank's plan, we noticed several things that stuck out, one of which was Burbank Water and Power really did an excellent job at identifying and tracking wildfire metrics. And there's a few different metrics that they track. Some are weather metrics, some are the metrics of the mitigation measures accomplished each year, and others that affect the operations. And the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board, which was also created as part of AB 1054, heralded Burbank's use of metrics as well. Also, Burbank has done a very good job at system hardening. That's replacing wood poles with metal poles and blocking reclosing relays that re-energize the system after there's a fault during red flag warning conditions, and also set the trip settings to a more sensitive setting, so it's less likely that vegetation that falls on a line would catch fire. Burbank also has strong vegetation management practices, comprehensive asset inspections and remediations, and a very good emergency response program. Based on our evaluation of the 13 elements in 8387B2, we determined that Burbank Water and Power's Wildfire Mitigation Plan does meet the comprehensiveness standard required by the statute. So, thank you.
Thank you to Guidehouse for their certification that our plan remains compliant. And we'll take a quick look at the changes that we made this year. We are required to comprehensively update the WMP every 3 years, and this year required a comprehensive update. We completed a comprehensive and in-depth review and verification of all plan components. During this, we made updates to facts and figures, facility counts, performance metrics, and our accomplishments. We finalized 3 new mitigation activities this year, which we'll discuss later in the presentation, and we also created a new risk model to validate our risk assumptions and to track our progress. Here's a brief summary of how we did last year. We did not cause any ignitions in the high fire threat district. We had no pole failures in the high fire threat district. We completed all of our inspections, maintenance, and operational activities. We modified our operational practices on the 5 days with red flag warning alerts. And lastly, we had 1 risk driver event, which we'll briefly review. Risk driver events are events that occur in our electric system that have the potential to create arcs and sparks. By reducing the events, we reduce the risk that these arcs and sparks ignite dry vegetation, which could potentially spread into a wildfire. BWP reviewed historical risk driver events and found that we had 65 total risk driver events in the Tier 2 area over the last 18 years. And as mentioned, in 2022, we only had 1 risk driver event, and that was a conventional transformer fuse operation. As part of our comprehensive update, we developed a risk model. Although there are commercial risk model solutions, we determined they were not viable for us due to the limited size of our high fire threat district. We developed an internal risk model that assessed each pole individually to validate the risk level of different regions of the high fire threat district. And the risk model reaffirmed our focus areas in the Tier 2.1 zone, and we will continue to update the risk model to track our progress as mitigation measures continue to be implemented. The new independent evaluation has 3 recommendations. The first 2, replacing bare wire and replacing explosive fuses, are both planned mitigation activities that we're already in the process of implementing. The third recommendation is to improve communication in the event of a preemptive de-energization. BWP does not plan to implement preemptive de-energization, also known as a public safety power shutoff or PSPS, as a mitigation strategy. However, our Energy Control Center does retain the authority to de-energize a circuit if a situation calls for it. However, in response to the recommendation that specific preparation be made in the unlikely event of a de-energization in the high fire threat district, BWP is doing 2 things. We're working on pre-identifying customers on electric assistance programs that may need additional help evacuating. We can pass this to first responders in the event of a de-energization or wildfire. We're also working on pre-recording auto dialer messages and pre-populating notification lists to improve outreach in case of a de-energization event. That concludes a summary of plan changes. Next, we'll do a brief review of our major accomplishments this year. Our line crews completed the annual patrol inspections of all poles in the high fire threat district. If problems are detected, then repairs are made as needed. We replaced one pole that was identified through our intrusive inspection program. And our tree trimming contractors completed all annual maintenance and clearance in the high fire threat district over the summer. This is a big effort due to the increased clearances required in this area. In 2022, 103 trees were trimmed and one problem tree was removed. And problem trees are those trees that grow very quickly between trimming visits or pose a risk of falling into the lines. We completed our engineering study for covered conductor. After a review and comparison of different covered conductor options, we've selected a design that installs similarly to the standard wire that we typically use. This allows us to design and install the complete system in-house. We're now finalizing the new design standards before we move into procurement. Covered wire prevents mylar and vegetation contact from creating faults, like what you can see in this video where trees are coming into contact with bare lines. It is stronger and therefore less likely to break and fall to the ground. And this mitigation activity directly addresses 46% of our historical risk driver events. We also completed our engineering study for falling conductor detection, and we're now working on the implementation. This system identifies a broken conductor and de-energizes while it is still falling and before it touches the ground. It can protect both bare wire as well as covered conductor. We also completed our analysis of infrared inspections. This is a low-cost inspection program that can help identify weak components before they fail and is considered an industry best practice. We're currently working on procurement for a vendor to perform these inspections on a regular basis. We are continuing to work on the replacement of conventional fuses with non-explosive fuses, which do not create sparks. To illustrate why we treat these conventional fuse operations as risk driver events, I have a short video to show here. When a conventional fuse operates to protect our wires or equipment, sparks are released and have the potential to fall onto the vegetation at the base of the pole. These fuse operations account for approximately 42% of our risk driver events. For comparison, here's a short video of a non-explosive fuse operation. As you can see, there's a small puff of smoke, but no sparks are released during operation. We're actively installing these non-explosive fuses in the high fire threat district, and we plan on replacing all of the fuses by June 2024. An order for all the required fuses was placed last year, but ongoing supply chain issues continue to present significant challenges. And this mitigation activity directly addresses another 42% of our historical risk driver events. And a quick review of our ongoing pilot projects. We completed the pilot installation of the enhanced system monitoring. Although we did not have any primary faults during the pilot install, we were able to witness live testing of broken conductor and vegetation contact detection at the grid wire testing facility. And in this picture, you can see a branch and energized lines. The system reliably detected the risk driver events both when the lines were energized as well as de-energized. In collaboration with the vendor and other agencies, we're pursuing a grant opportunity that will allow us to deploy the monitoring devices on further poles. And the goal is to integrate the system with our Energy Control Center once it's ready. We plan to use this technology to identify the causes of our other or unknown risk driver events. These events are where we sensed an issue on our lines, but line crew patrols were unable to find a cause. Oil-filled transformers are the typical transformers used throughout the BWP system. They are both reliable and cost-effective. An overhead transformer failure resulting in a transformer fire is an extremely low probability but extremely high-risk event. In this type of event, flaming oil can leak out of the transformer from a significant height onto the vegetation below. Using a dry-type transformer without oil removes the fire risk of the oil. And dry-type transformers are very common in commercial applications, but are new in utility distribution. Here's a quick summary of how we're targeting the various primary risk drivers with mitigation activities, and this overview is split into 2 slides. The non-explosive fuses will prevent 42% of our historical risk driver events, while dry-type transformers will address another 5%, and enhanced system monitoring will help us identify the 8% of unknown causes. And lastly, covered conductor will help us address the remaining 46% of our historical risk driver events. Using the various mitigation activities in combination will allow us to target all of the identified risk driver events. And that concludes our overview. Our next steps are to receive feedback on the plan and the independent evaluation, both of which are also available for the public to view at burbankwaterandpower.com. And the final plan will be submitted to the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board before the deadline. And we'll be back next year for our next annual update. Thank you, and we'll be available for any questions.
All right. Thank you for the report. We'll go to public comment. I don't have any comment cards. No? Okay. Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. And so just to start us off, this is the first year that we've brought an independent evaluator. Is that correct?
This is actually the second time we've brought in an independent evaluator. We had one 3 years ago, and so the independent evaluator will return on the 3-year comprehensive cycle.
Oh, I see. All right. Great. Same. You were here 3 years ago too, or no?
We were, but we did it remotely. We were also formerly known as Navigant Consulting, and now we're Guidehouse.
Okay. Okay. That makes more sense now. Okay, great. Excellent. Council? Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. One question, great presentation. I think this is my 4th time looking at the plan in like 3 years. So most of my feedback's there. I just have one question. So you talk about how the utility is not going to pursue public safety power shutoff, but you also talk about how there could be circumstances where it sounds like you would preemptively de-energize. So could you just give the public and us a little greater sense of what kind of events would occur where you would be proactive in de-energizing?
Yeah, and this is a common question and a big concern. I think the important language in the public safety power shutoff is the preemptive nature, which is specifically generally referring to what IOUs are doing or investor-owned utilities are doing, where based on certain weather patterns, they will de-energize a circuit completely until that weather pattern is over. So during a red flag warning situation, they may de-energize a certain circuit every time. And so it's a preemptive de-energization event on that circuit that's intentional based on certain weather factors, and that's not something that we're doing. So in terms of when we refer to the Energy Control Center having authority to de-energize based on, and the report goes into a lot of detail on this in terms of the different groups that could call for that, such as our line crews or the fire department in response to a certain situation, it's not the same preemptive de-energization that you might see from a investor-owned utility where they're doing that because it's a red flag warning day, so this circuit in this area is going to get shut off every time.
Okay. So if hypothetically there was an earthquake fault or something like that that could compromise the integrity of the system, you're saying that there are certain events that you're planning for where you might need to de-energize to prevent a wildfire in the hillside, for example.
Correct, but it would be in response to a certain situation. So it wouldn't necessarily be preemptive based on a certain weather pattern. It would be in response to a certain risk.
And that's why you're working on all the notification steps.
Correct.
So you're ready. Okay.
In the event of a de-energization, we still want to reach out and we still want to keep that communication channel open, which is also the recommendation from our independent evaluator, that we have the plan in place for that communication in the unlikely event that it becomes necessary.
So just to clarify, you need to have a human being make the choice to de-energize. Gotcha.
Correct.
But there are some instances where it would be an automatic de-energization, like the breaking of a line before it falls to the ground.
So that is a planned mitigation, so that's not deployed yet. So we're in the process of deploying that. But our lines do have protection installed. So in the event of a fault, the protection is designed to operate and de-energize the circuit for the protection of the circuit and for the protection of people that may come into contact with it, such as if a line falls to the ground.
And sorry, you would, okay. So that's much more of like an automatic de-energization versus a preemptive, which we don't want to do, but we still want the ability to be able to turn it off at the office and say, oh, this is the thing we want to shut down.
Correct. So the protection would operate based on a fault condition.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes? Yes? Councilmember Perez?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Glad to hear we're doing things to mitigate wildfires and those pesky Mylar balloons. On that note, the covered conductors, all of that, you said that we're in the process. Can you give me a sense of a timeline for when we're going to, move that along?
So there's several steps to deploying it. So we've gone through an initial analysis, which is a high-level look at the different technologies that are available and what would be required to deploy those on our system. We have about 600 poles in the high fire threat district, so it's not a small area that we're talking about. There is a significant effort to deploy something like covered conductor on a significant amount of poles. And so the initial steps for us will be to design the deployment strategy and to design the equipment and the materials that are required. So beyond just the conductor itself, we have all of the additional materials that are required that we don't currently stock for bare conductor, like the components to attach to the wire, how to attach a transformer or feed a transformer from that wire, which is different when the wire is covered, obviously, than when it's bare, where we can just clamp onto it. So we're looking at probably within the next 2 years to finalize that design and the deployment strategy, and then move into procurement and actual deployment. There will be a significant cost to deploying it once it's ready due to and time due to the amount of poles and rebuilding that would have to be done at that time to actually deploy the conductor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, I have a similar question as well. Also, for your not explosive fuses and dry type transformers, which both of those are so cool from a techie perspective, are those going to be only deployed in the high fire threat districts, or are they going to be citywide?
So currently, the plan is only to deploy them in the high fire threat district. It's an additional evaluation to see if those would make sense citywide. Dry type transformers are a new technology, so there's an initial evaluation. It's something that we don't currently have deployed on the overhead system. And the non-explosive fuses, they're a lot harder to get right now because we're not the only utility trying to deploy wildfire mitigation strategies.
Yeah. And you said that the covered conductors we're working on in-house, but the non-explosive fuses and the dry type are those we have to procure outside?
So the covered conductor solution that we chose is different to other solutions that require external engineering. So the covered conductor that we selected is something that we can perform the engineering and deployment design in-house. And our crews can install similarly to the existing bare wire that we install. Whereas other systems require external engineering, they require external certification to deploy those.
Okay, great. And my last question is for the non-explosive fuses and the dry type transformers, do you have a sense of like priority areas within the zone, within the district, or how are you going to determine which ones to go first?
Yeah, so that slide I showed with the yellow and the orange zone. So the orange, especially Country Club Drive and Wildwood Canyon Road, those are our high priority zones. So that's what we're focusing on with the initial deployment. The 38 non-explosive fuses we currently have deployed are deployed in that area.
Okay.
And the dry type transformer, we have an initial order for 3 test units. The plan is also to deploy those in that area.
Well, I'm excited to see how those work, and hopefully you'll come back with some, once you get this installed, to
Once
let
we
us
get them
know,
installed,
because that'd be pretty
we
cool.
can come back with
Yeah.
some pictures.
This is a great plan. I'm very impressed with the measures that you've taken, you plan to take as well, and the response from the outside audit as well. I really am impressed by this. So thank you for all the work that you're putting in to keep our community safe. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Unless there's any other questions, comments? Okay. I move to first verify that Burbank Water and Power's wildfire mitigation plan complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and standard. And second, direct Burbank Water and Power to accept all reasonable and appropriate comments on the plan from the public and other local and state agencies or interested parties that are received prior to July 1 of 2023.
Second.
My question, Mr. Mayor, and maybe through the city attorney, is if Councilmember Perez comes back after the vote, could she reflect or cast her ballot at that time, or do we need to wait for a moment?
Might want to pause because you'll have moved on.
That's right.
Fantastic. Well, I have a bunch of things I've been meaning to say, and I have dead space now. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, we only need a majority vote to move this forward, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's fine. We'll take the vote.
Councilmember Mullins,
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz.
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Final report of the evening, discussion of a safe parking program for vehicle dwellers. Mr. Robert Newman, Administrative Analyst 2 in the Community Development Department, please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and City Council members and staff. Thank you. My name is Bob Newman with the Community Development Department, and I've come here to provide a big picture overview of safe parking for vehicle dwellers. This evening is our first step report. So at a past City Council meeting, Vice Mayor Schultz, thank you, Vice Mayor, requested a first step report to analyze the feasibility of creating a safe parking lot at the Hollywood Burbank Airport. Information released by the former City of Los Angeles council member Mike Bonin prompted this request. The LA council member received approval from the FAA to open a safe parking lot at LAX and the Van Nuys Flyaway parking lot for nighttime programs that let people sleep in their cars. A safe parking program ties in with our homelessness programs piece on the right side of our affordable housing puzzle, as illustrated in the graphic on the screen. Love that graphic, by the way. So before I move on, I just wanted to clarify that what we're presenting tonight is for information only. No decisions are being made to implement a program, and we're just providing general program information on safe parking. This slide shows the ratio between the estimated amount of unhoused in the county of Los Angeles and the percentage of those living in their vehicles in 2022. Burbank has approximately 264 people experiencing homelessness, which is a 9.3% reduction from the 2020 point-in-time count, which was outlined in the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, which is the continuum of care for LA County, 2022 Greater Los Angeles homeless count. In addition, a decrease can be noted of 24% in vehicle dwellers to 112 compared to the 2020 homeless count total of 146 in Burbank. We believe the number of 65 to 70 vehicle dwellers in Burbank on any given night is a more accurate representation of the current conditions. The 65 to 70 vehicle dwellers number was derived by comparing our outreach team data with Burbank Police Department information. So a safe parking program is designed to provide a legal, secure, and stable environment with supportive services for adults facing unique problems whose only source of shelter is their vehicle. Basic dignity and enhancing by restoring much-needed access to restrooms and running water, and empowerment through strength-based case management to return to stable housing. Safe parking sites also offer financial assistance for vehicle repairs and benefit connections. They also offer site amenities, including meals, hygiene kits, and various other incentives. Staff reviewed multiple safe parking programs and models. Most programs are 24 hours, are not 24 hours, and operate at night. All vehicle dwellers in a safe parking model must be determined to be homeless and adhere to program guidelines to use the parking lot. The average stay is 72 days, although some vehicle dwellers have stayed for 6 to 8 months or longer. Participants must have a valid driver's license and a vehicle registration and possess liability coverage on their vehicle. Safe parking is best suited for individuals and couples. There are better interim solutions for families with children, such as hotel or crisis housing programs. The Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority in Los Angeles County monitors or funds 20 safe parking sites operated by various service providers. Very few parking programs are available to RVs. SPA 2, which includes Burbank, has a total of 110 spaces that are limited to cars. In 2022, as mentioned previously, the City of Los Angeles partnered with Los Angeles World Airports to allow overnight parking for homeless individuals in Lot E at LAX. The City of Los Angeles reimburses Los Angeles World Airports for revenue diversion due to the removal of paid parking. So after review of safe parking in connection with our secure parking at Hollywood Burbank Airport, the cost of services and operations to the loss of revenue from transient parking taxes is similar to the site at LAX. In addition, staff at the airport informed us that the airport travelers had exceeded pre-pandemic levels. Therefore, we can't use the lots for homeless parking because there are just none available. Now, during our research, we've uncovered some key ramifications, which are listed here. There are 8 of them that are listed here. And I'd like to proceed with a brief key component summary of each. So the first one here we have enforcement, which collaboration with local authorities to establish guidelines for parking enforcement and duration restrictions should be considered. Location in adjacent neighborhoods, identify a suitable location for designated safe parking as an alternative to the ordinary streets that minimizes negative impacts on adjacent neighborhoods. Also assess the compatibility of proposed locations with existing regulations. And in addition, consider the proximity of services, transportation, and amenities to ensure accessibility for vehicle dwellers without disrupting the surrounding neighborhoods. The next one, funding and services. Funding for safe parking programs comes from various sources, including LASA, government grants, and philanthropic organizations. As far as the zoning is concerned, or legal considerations, we want to ensure compliance with health and safety codes, property rights, and local ordinances. And as far as the zoning and land use, surely want to review regulations and land use policies as it relates to the location of the safe parking. And also, too, I would like to say that, we're going to do some thorough research if we move forward to uncover all the available funding resources for a safe parking program. Then we have operable and non-operable vehicles, towing and repairs, which are some of the services that are provided to the patrons. And basically is just establishing some protocols for towing abandoned cars, posing safety hazards, violation of parking regulations, exploring some options for facilities that we can provide vehicle repairs or maintenance through partnerships or local service providers, and maybe even establishing some local designated repair facilities to help these people maintain their vehicles. Another one uncovered of some key ramifications and the key components of personal property liability, and safe parking programs typically establish guidelines and policies to address personal property liability for individuals using the program. As far as the other programmatic areas, implementing security measures to ensure the safety of the vehicle dwellers and prevent unauthorized access to designated parking areas, considering regulations and guidelines to this specific type of vehicles. And to sum it up, addressing these programmatic areas and ramifications appear to be a crucial role in ensuring the effectiveness and sustainability of safe parking programs, and as a solution to address various aspects related to location, neighborhood impact, legal considerations, and operational guidelines for the safe parking site. So, safe parking programs come with some pros and cons. I won't get into a whole list of them, but I think one of the fundamental pros is that safe parking programs can provide a vital lifeline for individuals experiencing homelessness and offering them a safe alternative. One of the cons of safe parking is that it's not a long-term solution to homelessness in itself. Okay. Also, a safe parking program will also involve instigating other programs like employment referrals, housing navigation, medical and dental services, to name a few. And if the council asks for a second step report, further staff analysis in the last bullet on the slide would be necessary to build a comprehensive solution in establishing a designated safe parking area with essential amenities, and in addition, a commitment to implementing outreach programs that connect vehicle dwellers with social services and resources, and collaborate with the Burbank Housing Authority and other local housing authorities to uncover opportunities for housing for the safe parking participants. And last but not least, I'd like to foster dialogue and a collaboration between the unhoused and the community, generating an appropriate community balance that assists vehicle dwellers in housing and addressing the community concerns. And then last but not least, a funding strategy that covers the appropriate timescale and details the plans for the end of that period would be researched and prepared by staff that aligns with our homeless strategy and existing metrics. So these are examples of building a comprehensive solution required for further exploration if we move forward. So, in conclusion, I'd like to just say that based on the comments received tonight, along with the many emails we received, I want to clarify once again that tonight is an information first step report. There are many considerations to think about, and some of these have been brought up in this report and by the community to include the types of vehicles, locations, safety, and of course the expense of underwriting a safe parking program. These are all items that will be talked about in a second step report should City Council wish to proceed. Additionally, a second step report would talk about the best practices, potential sites, and funding. And that brings my presentation to an end. Thank you for your time and your attention this evening, and my colleagues and I are available for questions. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. We'll proceed to public comment. I have David Donahue, followed by John Fisher.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. Wow, it is late. I really should have probably done this earlier, the first public comment, but hey, I want to talk about the Burbank's rodeo and the mapping. So here we are. The idea I think is very commendable. I think I do want to applaud Vice Mayor Schultz for kind of bringing this up, the council for discussing this. The safe parking, I think, does have a lot of good merits. There's a couple things when I first heard about it that I was concerned about, and I was even here at the dais with a picture that said, hey, look at all this stuff that's going to be, reminiscent to what's going to be on the forest lawn. And I go there regularly and seeing the encampments and of all the RVs. I know that this is not RV parking. This is not applied for it. And I think that council member Perez said that, it's like, hey, we're not talking about that. So you are correct in that observation. The part that I think, and also too, I want to acknowledge our mayor's comments that when people say them or those people is completely uncalled for. These are people that need our compassion, they need our consideration. And I think that that's important to be able to call out. So thank you for doing that, Mayor. The fear of it, I think, is what originated my first kind of initial kind of, oh my gosh, we got to watch out for this. We got to kind of protect, because it feels like to me that we're kind of keeping everything at bay. We're holding the tide back of what could potentially come over. Even when I was talking to one of the city staffers about the MET program, that they always reach out to the city of Los Angeles if there's going to be doing any clearing of encampments, because then people trickle into the city of Burbank. It's just the fact of what it is. My hope is that you will not consider a second step look at it, because the city of Burbank has within it, and working right now, some really great organizations. You have the Burbank Temporary Aid Center that provides food, and you can go get a shower and a lot of supportive help there. But you also have something like a Home Again LA, which is a way to kind of help people transition. I think that the con component of the presentation is that this could be very transitory, where people are coming in and going out, and that, and with only about 50 people living in cars in the city of Burbank, I think we'd have the resources to be able to reach out to them directly. Thank you very much for staying so late and the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. I have John Fisher, followed by Greg Babor.
Hi, my name is John Fisher again, and I would also like to thank this body for staying so late into tonight once again to take care of the business of the city. As a resident, I do appreciate it. This is going to be strange for me, because as somebody who has literally sacrificed every social opportunity of the last 2 decades to take every opportunity I can to work and make sure that my housing situation is stable. I grew up with unstable housing, so my driving force my entire adult life has been work, get the money, make sure you have a place to stay. If there's time for stuff, cool. Such a program as we're discussing here, I can understand how some people would have some concerns, and maybe there are imperfections to it, and we've all heard the adage that there is nothing so permanent as a temporary solution. But I've stepped up to the microphone today as somebody who may find himself needing to avail himself of such a thing in the near future. And 24, 48, 72 hours, it's not perfect. It wouldn't solve any of my problems, but when you don't know where you were going to stay the night, 24 hours, 3 days, that's the world. That's everything. And so if anybody has any concerns, for those of you who might have objections to this, let's think about how we can make it better instead of saying that we shouldn't have it. And for those of you who have the stigma against people who were going to go through something like this, maybe again you would support the council in their efforts to stem the tide of manufacturing new people going through this issue with the current rent eviction crisis. Thank you.
I have Greg Babor, followed by Jose Pimienta.
Yes, thank you. So I wrote an email about this earlier today. I just think it's extremely important to understand. I mean, compassion is a wonderful thing, and nobody wants to wish being unhoused on anyone. However, there's a very fine line between compassion and enabling. Okay? And to change situations and adding, whether it be car repair, medical, dental, whatever else you're planning on, that's enabling. And it's not helping. As much as you want to believe it is, it's not. I mean, as sad as it is, it's like if you have an alcoholic spouse, you're making excuses and you're not helping. And Mayor, as you know, you said you were unhoused 4 times, I believe. So I believe you have a great deal of understanding, and probably the number one that is needed in those situations is a desire to get out. And you have no way to prove that any of the people that go to this self-parking want to get out. You clearly did it 4 times. You should be commended for it. But there's a big difference between helping someone that wants to get out and enabling someone that doesn't. And it's very hard to distinguish. And I think that it's important for everyone to understand before you spend money and time. I said earlier about the multi-use housing turning into North Hollywood. You're now going to turn this into LAX. LAX has a great deal of problems with the homeless. Okay? And again, I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that to be offensive or anything. I'm just saying it is what it is. And my compassion is for them. But the compassion means you have to help those that want help. And I suspect that anyone here who wants help will get it, because they're reaching out to do it. But to use resources for Burbank PD, who, by the way, Burbank PD is amongst the best in LA County. And just a couple weeks ago, I called Burbank PD because there was somebody living out of their car in front of Buena Vista Library. He was drunken with a bottle of whiskey, started throwing things at people exiting. They ultimately chose to arrest that person. And he was being arrested as a grandmother came out with 2 grandchildren checking out books. Where do you think the people who stay, I'm not saying it's everyone, but there's a good portion that will end up the same way. You just need to think about this, the difference between compassion and enabling. It's an idealized version, all these things of what great things could happen. That's if they follow your rules. That's if all those people follow your rules. It's not what happens. Just remember. Thanks.
Jose Pimienta, followed by Joel Schlossman.
Good evening. Still digesting what I just heard. This sounds great. This sounds like a great idea, because this sounds like an additional resource. Just putting it like that. Something like this provides an immediate answer to, if you don't have anywhere to go that day, you have somewhere to go. Here's something that I've said before, and I'm going to repeat it again. Most people only worry about what they cannot afford. As soon as there's something you can't afford, that's when you start worrying. So going through the scenario that if you've just lost your housing, that's when you start worrying, I have nowhere to go. And with this, that question is answered immediately. You have somewhere to go. You have somewhere you can stay. We have somewhere where you can be safe for a little bit and then reconsider what are your next options. This sounds like an excellent step just for people that are going through a distressful situation, and then just pause for a second, and they have, as we're seeing, it's not a 24-hour thing. It's 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. You have somewhere to go that night. That's an immediate answer. That removes that concern. That's why I think this is a great solution. So, or if I may repeat again, this sounds like an excellent additional resource. Because something that we keep talking about a lot whenever we're talking about like the situation with all these tenants and whatnot. One of the things that we tell a lot of the tenants that I talk to over at the Burbank Tenant Union is we go through the list of resources that we have, and then we also have to wonder what happens when none of these resources are sufficient, or when these resources are spent out. We don't have anything else to tell them. We just have to look them straight in the eye and just say, sorry, those are all the options you have. We've gone through all the options that the city has given you. We've gone through all the options that you could consider. But now, with something like this, it's like, you know what? There's an additional one. We don't have anything for you right now. We don't have anything for the next few weeks, but we have something right away where you know where you can take your car and yourself and just be there for you can spend the night, think over, and then we'll take it out after that. Thank you for your time. Oh, and just one last thing with the last 30 seconds. I'm not a big fan of this comment that I keep hearing that we don't want to turn into this other city. Just not a big fan of that. People live there. That's where people live. Not a big fan of saying that, not as good as, nah. You know, just putting that in there. People live where they can. And one of the things that we keep talking about is like, we're talking about people's homes here. So thank you for trying to make Burbank the one where people can be proud of being from. Thank you.
Joel Schlossman, and that's my last yellow comment card.
Wow. I definitely don't want to be like that other city. Have you ever been to Skid Row? Have you ever been to some of these streets in Los Angeles? It's scary. It's not, you can't walk down the sidewalk. I mean, wow. Look, you talked about they and them. I don't think me or any of the callers or any of the letter writers were using pejoratives. That's not what this is about. I think we're concerned about safety. I think we're concerned about property values. And if you see these streets where these motorhomes are lined up and what it looks like, this is what we're concerned about is going to become Burbank. Because there's a saying, if you saw Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And that's kind of a metaphor for what's going on here. If you provide this stuff, it's a magnet, they will come. And they're going to go out. Do you think that people are going to want to go out at 7 a.m.? Do you think all these vehicles have insurance? I mean, you gotta get real on that. You're inviting problems into Burbank, you know. And if you go on YouTube, there's thousands of videos who they make videos about people living in their cars and how to do it. And it's what they want in many cases, not all cases, in many cases. Now, Mr. Anthony, you've said that you've been homeless 4 times. You said it several times tonight. You know I've talked to Coco, which is your ex-wife. You know I've talked to Jackie, I guess your mother-in-law, and they say you're a fraud. So they say you're a liar, that you've never been homeless. Your ex-wife said you slept in your car because you wanted to, and you went couch surfing at your friend's house, and you stayed at a hotel when somebody gave you some points. So instead of latching on to true people's misery, would you please go on the record and tell us about all your homeless adventures, the years you were homeless, where you spent, the kind of car you lived in, all these details, because I tend to believe you're a fraud. You do it to gain sympathy, and you blame it on all kinds of things. You're autistic and all these other things, and everybody else didn't give you a fair shake. The fact is you were fired from your jobs of managing apartments, and you had to go find another job. And that's different from being homeless.
Lovely comments tonight. Does council have any questions of staff? Go through this. I mean, Councilmember Schultz, this was your item. You want to start us off?
Yes, I'm going to confine it to questions for now, but I do want to thank the commenters for sticking around and offering your perspective. Mr. Newman, I kind of want to direct a couple questions for you because I feel like you're probably one of the more experienced people in this room right now on this topic. In your professional experience, are there individuals that you've encountered in your work that, you know, maybe have an attachment to their vehicle? Maybe it's all they have left. I don't know. I guess what I'm asking is, have you seen in your professional experience that getting them out of that vehicle into some other housing setting can pose obstacles?
So, can pose obstacles?
Yes, because can it be problematic, difficult to get them to leave their vehicle, for example, those who live in their vehicle, and enter tiny homes or congregate-style housing or some other housing setting?
I guess that's possible, but in more cases than not, people who are sleeping in the car, when you give them viable alternatives and you help them and assist them with whatever their underlying problems are, eventually are able to move on to better things and on to better housing. So.
Thank you. Now, my follow-up to that is, before you have your current role here with the city, do you happen to know from personal or professional experience that we have individuals in this community that are living in their vehicles?
There are individuals that are living in their vehicles in Burbank, yes.
And as of today, or at least when you've had that experience, what resources do we have? How do we interact with those people? Where can we send them?
Well, of course, our outreach team interacts with them, as well as some of our other service providers. And we do send them, to wherever it's possible for them, whether it's just to get them a basic shower at one of the navigation centers, whether it's to connect them with, if they need some medical work or services, to housing navigation. There's a whole array of things that we try to do when they're available. But there are some, of course, that it's a process in which they're not ready to go. And sometimes safe parking might be a solution where they won't be sleeping in front of somebody's house, but will be at a designated place. And we'll have those wraparound services so we can constantly interact with them.
And is that a complaint that you or any other staff member has received of residents complaining about individuals sleeping in front of their homes and vehicles? Is that something that staff has encountered recently?
Yes.
Okay.
From time to time, yes.
I'd like to take a break from you just for a moment, Mr. Newman. Mr. City Attorney, for those who are watching or here or might play back the tape tomorrow, can you just give us a very short explanation of Martin versus Boise and the limitations that it imposes in this area?
Well, Martin versus Boise, the Ninth Circuit Court essentially held that a city cannot criminalize the status of being homeless. In other words, you can't, if it's a misdemeanor to stay past park hours, if the only violation is staying past park hours, a homeless person couldn't be cited. A city instead had to do their utmost to offer services and housing, develop kind of a continuum of care, and demonstrate that they had exhausted the resources and that someone essentially would refuse to take care of services. It basically shifted the burden to cities to provide services and resources before they could simply round people up. That was essentially the holding. The United States Supreme Court denied certification to take it up on appeal. So that's the law of the land.
Okay, thank you. I just have three more brief questions, and then I really want to turn it over to my colleagues. I think you all have an understanding of where I'm at on this. Mr. Newman, you don't have to pull up the slide, but on slide 7, we were talking about SPA2, that's the region that we're in, and there was reference to the fact that we have 110 parking spots for vehicles within that region. What is the nearest parking spot to the city of Burbank?
To my knowledge, the nearest one is a North Valley Carrying Service Parking Lot, NVCS, is the nearest one. I don't remember the exact address, but.
How far is that from Burbank?
I would, if I recall correctly, it's Sun Valley, is it?
I can answer that. So NVCS is actually in North Hills. It is right when you get off the 405 in between Northridge and North Hills, the same street you would take to go to CSUN. It's on Rayen Street.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. My second of three questions is, if the council were to advance the item and there were to be further workup, do you contemplate that funding from Measure H would be one potential funding source for a program like this?
I'd like to defer to my colleague.
Thank you.
Simone McFarland with Community Development. Yes, Measure H would be one funding source that we would go after. There could be multiple funding sources that we would look at, and we may be able to meet all those needs, or we may be short, but we'll have to see as we proceed forward should the council wish to.
Thank you. My final question, and then I'll cede the floor, is I know that when I asked for this item a little over a year ago, it was prompted by Councilmember Bonin's assessment of LA World Airport. Right now, if I recall correctly, staff is looking at potential options for future use of the current site of the safe and the Hollywood Piano location. Has staff given any thought as to whether a small safe parking component could be built in as part of that location, or is that something you'd be willing to look at as part of a second step report?
I obviously think that we would be willing to look at that should council direct us to move to the second step and give us that that recommendation to look at that. It could be something that we could study.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a quick follow-up to that, how many parking spaces are available either in or around the piano store location? Do we know a rough estimate?
Mr. Krisky says 400 total.
Oh.
Over 400.
Oh. Okay.
That would be including all of the metro spaces on
Correct.
both sides of the railroad tracks.
Right, sure.
Yes. And so that needs to accommodate metro riders also.
Right. Okay. Who's next up? All right, questions? Yeah?
Well, just thank you. Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this item for us discussion. I do like that thought of integrating it with our already established plan and the Resource Center. I'm glad that that's something that we can consider. So you said that we have approximately 60 to 65 folks every night in Burbank who are sleeping in their cars? Is that what your estimate is?
65, 70, yes.
Where are they in Burbank every night, sleeping?
It varies. Sometimes it's near some of the parks, some of the major streets. Metrolink, there's one at the Metrolink. So it does vary.
Okay. And they're allowed to park pretty much anywhere in the city that parking's allowed overnight, right? There's no rule against them?
Correct. We don't have a no parking for overnight ordinance
Right.
currently.
Okay. And some folks were mentioning RVs. So are some of the folks who are sleeping in their cars sleeping in RVs? Are you counting that in the 60, 65 as the RV dwellers?
Yes, not that many, but yes.
And then, so in the city, RVs, if I understand correctly, RVs to be parked on residential streets need a permit, but not on commercial streets. Am I understanding that correctly?
I believe they need a permit on all streets.
On all streets? Okay.
Yes, to park in the city at any time, they need a permit. They can get as many as 3 permits in a row, and they can get up to 96 permits a year, I believe is our current math on permits, yes.
Okay. So do our folks who sleep in their RVs have permits that you're aware of? Do you know?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, so this kind of move around the city and, to stay undetected? Okay. Do we have any sense of the demographics of folks who are sleeping in their cars? Men, women, ages, families, singles? Any estimates?
I'd have to, I can get that to you. I'd have to research. I don't know off the top of my head, but it is a variety, but usually it's more than one person when it's an RV.
Okay, and then for cars?
And the thing that I'll add is that we see people that are living in their cars generally, and I'm making a generalization here, are people that are probably working and they're living in their cars. Maybe they don't make enough wage that supports living in an apartment here, and so they're living in their cars, but generally they're getting up and they're working and leaving in the morning. And just to clarify one thing from the public comments is that the safe parking would be an overnight parking, so you would have to leave during the day.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that. Have you encountered with folks, especially in cars in particular, not RVs, women or women with children, women with domestic violence, situations that they're trying to get away from, or other vulnerable populations, older seniors, disabled, who might actually be at risk if they're parking around the city versus, say, in a safe parking lot?
Yes, those are some of the people that do park in cars, and some people we've been successful in their cars and connecting them with services and EHV vouchers and so forth. But there's still some out there that we think the safe parking would be very beneficial for them. It's definitely a lot safer place for them to be. And like I said, we can begin the process of getting them and transitioning them to hopefully permanent housing again.
Okay. And then one more question on the demo. So there's this, I think, a mindset of what, somebody who's homeless, with the kind of person that they are, and that they would refuse services, or that they're potentially, doing things in the community that they shouldn't be. I mean, just how many of the folks in the car, and they're living in their cars, would you say would fit that kind of stereotypical view of a homeless individual in our community? Just rough estimate from your experience. Small.
I think that would be a hard number to give to you. And it would be making assumptions that I wouldn't feel comfortable with.
Yeah. Yeah, the point I'm trying to make, though, is I think that there are folks living in their cars who, I don't know the numbers, but I get the sense that a lot of folks living in their cars are folks that you wouldn't even know they were living in their cars if you saw them in the grocery store.
Quite often they'll be living in their cars, they'll have a spa membership, they'll go over to the spa or the health club, and they'll shower there and then go on to work. So like you said, there are probably quite a few that you don't know.
Right. So there are folks who you may even know in your, in one of your churches or one of your groups, who then you think they're going home, but they're actually going to their car and trying to find a space in the city to sleep, right? Okay. So when I think of the safe parking concept, those are the folks who I'm thinking of the folks who are working during the day, or their kids are going to school and they're trying to find a place to, they don't have a place to live, so then they go, okay, let's go home. There was one woman who, during pandemic, when we were trying to figure out how to get laptops to kids, she was living in the car with her daughter and couldn't figure out how to get her laptop connected to Wi-Fi. So this is a real story of real people. So I want to frame that picture there.
If I could, admittedly though, we have had some vehicles where they've owned pets. It's the pet's home too. The vehicle, in particular, one vehicle, the pets were diseased. The vehicle had an infestation, and this was an ongoing situation involving police and Met. Several criminal complaints related to businesses. This one in particular out by the airport, and we do have some individuals who have multiple vehicles, and if they stop for a day or two, we end up having an encampment very quickly. So one or two of these cases, they have ended up occupying the resources of 2, 3, and sometimes 4 departments very quickly. And it does become an issue because they end up taking up services and facilities for people who visit the library or other public. So there are notable exceptions. I don't disagree with the generalization, but we have had some very high-profile ones, concurrent ones, that have occupied significant resources. So I just want to...
And I think those are the ones that most folks have seen in the community that are being spoken of. And I'm wondering too, would those folks even qualify for, these examples, would they even qualify for the particular kind of safe parking program that you described? If they were having a diseased pet and they're having issues with the police, would they even be allowed to park in these safe parking spots?
If we had someone like that, it would commonly, they would cause problems within the safe parking lot also. And there are rules that they have to abide by. And if they're not abiding by those rules, then they will be banned from the parking lot for specifically a number of days. If they return and they still don't abide, then they'll be banned for a longer period of time.
Okay.
So, yes.
So either they're causing the need for response because they're having issues somewhere in the city or in the safe parking spot, but the issues are going to be the same regardless of where they are in the city. It's not going to
Enforcement will be a challenge.
Yeah,
Once they're there, if they become a problem, they will require resources.
Yeah.
And to the vice mayor's point about Martin v. Boise, we will be very challenged to prevent people that are in that kind of a crisis. I mean, it's truly something that all of the departments come to with a mission to help these people. At times, they have involved entire neighborhoods. We have some organizations in this community who have provided food pantries. And those food pantries have become lightning rods of controversy, and again, involved multiple departments doing basically neighborhood mediation. And I'm sure you're familiar with at least one of those circumstances. So nevertheless, the departments are committed to both the quality of life and helping these individuals. But I will make sure that if a program comes back, we'll definitely need to consider enforcement resources as well.
And just a couple more questions and I'm done. Have you heard of an organization called Safe Parking LA? Yeah, okay. Did you contact them perchance? Or have you just,
Yeah, we did.
Okay. What kind of services do they provide? Do they provide the management services? Are they consultants? Or who? There's somebody who could help us out with this?
Indeed, yeah. We looked into a lot of different programs and how they were structured and the services they were offering. And Safe Parking LA was one of them that we looked into and visited the site as well. So, yeah, and it's, as we outlined in the presentation, they're doing the same things, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's possible, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead, excuse me.
So it's possible to have an outside management. We don't have to necessarily create our own in-house staff. We can work with an organization like Safe Parking LA or in partnership with the Homeless Resource Center, working together with different organizations. Doesn't necessarily have to be us managing this, right?
We would definitely have a service provider. We don't have the experience and the expertise in that area to provide those, so we would have to contract with somebody.
If I might add, that is what most safe parkings do.
Right.
They, especially the county, city ones, they contract with the provider through an RFP with LASA, and that's how they get their funding, that's how they get connected to a coordinated entry system, and that's how they get the service provision.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Just because some of the emails that we received, I wasn't sure if folks understood how that works, so I wanted to clarify that that's the process, so thank you. And then I was just curious from a law enforcement perspective, currently right now, how often do we respond, if you don't mind, Mr. Cremens, if he's back there, how often do we respond to folks living in their cars now on a criminal level? Because there is a concern in the community about this creating more criminal activity. So I'm just curious what our status is now and what we're looking at is maybe we could mitigate it, or what are your thoughts on the response to car
Thank you. I'm
doors?
Captain Dennis Cremens. I'm the Administrative Services Captain. I'm no longer the patrol captain, but in my experience, it's relatively small. It's usually we're being called there for some type of activity of a criminal nature, at least suspected criminal nature. But typically, as was mentioned before, a lot of people will bed down in the car. We don't even know they're there. So it's relatively infrequently. I can't give you a quantitative amount, but it's on a scale, it's pretty small.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr.
I
Mayor.
have one question for Captain Crum's while you're there.
Sure.
Can you walk me through this? Typically, when, say, you get a call from a resident, maybe on the non-emergency line, there's someone parked in front of my home in a car, whatever it may be. How does our police department respond? What are you able to do? What does that typically look like?
Well, the first thing is with our communications operators to try and diagnose what the issue is, to try and find is there a legal basis for our response. And sometimes it's just an annoyance, or maybe somebody's confused or whatever, and we always ask, well, what is the person doing? So it's primarily based upon behavior. So we have to have at least a reasonable suspicion to talk to somebody. We'll respond, we can talk to them, we can go out there and maybe address them, personally, and maybe educate them more than we can do over the phone. But the first line is the communication operators try to screen the call to say, well, that's really not a police problem or something that would merit a police response, because we don't want to be used as a tool to harass somebody. Cases of that have happened. Now, if there is a nexus to some kind of criminal activity, either being about to occur, occurring, or it has occurred, we will certainly go out and investigate. And sometimes there's wobblers, if you will, and you go out there and you try to explain to a person, why we were out there and why we're contacting them, because the whole idea is to investigate and make sure that it isn't consistent with criminal activity. So that's typically, it'll fall, if it gets past the communications operator and we are dispatched, we'll go out there. If there's still some ambiguity, that's what uniform field supervisors are for, to guide officers if they're unsure about it. So it's not always cut and dry. We wish it were. So that's kind of a generic answer.
No, I appreciate that, and it's good feedback because, again, as you all know, I work in this sphere, and often I do feel for all of you in uniform who end up making these calls, and it's really not your job many times to work with these folks, and you end up in limbo.
Right, but sometimes it's a matter of just taking the time to educate somebody, or the person who called, or even the person who is the causal factor, if you will, and saying here's what you made this person, why they felt uncomfortable, your behavior here, or just your presence, and you did something else that might. It's really it goes to a broad spectrum, but a lot of it's just taking the time to have a dialogue with people.
I appreciate you all doing that and going above and beyond.
We try. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. Great questions and good discussion. This question is for Mr. Newman. What is the goal of the staff, let's say yourself, when you approach a homeless individual who happens to be living in their vehicle or even just on the sidewalk? What is your goal to trying, why do you approach this person? What is your goal to trying to do for this person?
Well, the goal is obviously to help them, and I know that's simplified, but the goal is really to get to know them and build some trust and try to help them and get them to a better place, and that takes on a variety of forms, right? So I mean, there's no cookie cutter approach to it, and I think the outreach teams, our goal is to meet these people where they're at, and then find out what's going to be the best situation or best solution so to get them off the sidewalks. That could be reunification with family. That could be, a bridge housing, tiny homes. It could be a variety of things. And so, but first we get to know them and figure out what the best option is for them. And a lot of times too, is people just could use the help, but they just need somebody to partner up with them to help them navigate the system. Because navigating the system can be quite complex.
Absolutely, and I agree with that. And would you say that having additional staff who can do the outreach would be able to get to a lot more of those individuals who happen to be living in the RVs or living in their vehicles?
Well, for sure. I mean, that means more frequent engagements, and more frequent engagements usually lead to some results. And like I said, it'll take on many different forms depending on the individual. But it would be nice to have somebody else in the field in addition.
And that would help to reduce the 50 to 60 individuals who are unfortunately happen to be living in their cars. I mean, I'm making maybe an assumption, but based on what you're saying, if you have more assistance to do the outreach and have that conversation, you may be able to get even 2 or 3 out of 10 into housing, which is our goal, is to get them into permanent housing.
That's correct. And also, too, that next individual, we'd be hopeful to get somebody who has some expertise in certain areas that will be able to transition the people to the level that we want to get out of their cars or off the sidewalk, what have you.
And some of that, the assistance that we provide, and let's all be honest with the type of work that you do in approaching, including, the police department approaching some individuals. Sometimes we're also dealing with substance abuse. Sometimes we're dealing with mental health. So we also need to provide assistance and to referring them to specific organizations or individuals that would help them overcome the issues they're facing. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So the proposal, the slide that you submitted here on page 3, slide number 5, it says they operates between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. and it's not a 24 hours. And so my question is, I don't know how would a case manager will be able to conduct any type of outreach or investigation or, talk to those individuals to see what kind of assistance we would give them, given that they'll be there in the middle of the night. I don't know if this is something that they will be willing to come out and sit down and have a table and speak with you and see a case manager in the evening, even leaving at 7 a.m. In your opinion, how would we accomplish that versus now where they're on the street and you're able to approach them on the street when they're parked somewhere and you get a call from an individual, or even having additional staff and you identify vehicles that are parked on the sidewalk that you do approach?
Some of the safe parking programs have service providers that have case managers. And so after the people, obviously spent the night in the vehicle, usually they'll be connected to a case manager offsite to be able to continue to perform all the other services that they need.
So what you're saying is that when they leave at 7 a.m., they will be asked to see a case manager in an off-site location or connect with someone who's going to provide services for them that they might need, including substance abuse or mental health?
That is correct. But when you were speaking of the safe parking possibly being at the Metrolink, that would offer us a very pleasant advantage, right? Especially with the other services that will be nearby.
I think, let me just add, so as Mr. Newman just indicated, if the safe parking was in conjunction with a homeless services center and the council was to choose Front Street, because we haven't chosen Front Street yet, we're still looking at options, those services could be combined and leveraged together. And so if somebody came in, spent the night, then they could go into the service center afterwards and talk to somebody. One of the proposals that we're going to be bringing back to you on the 6th, that you asked for the memo for another outreach person, we will be talking about extending those hours for a new outreach person. And so should the council decide to fund that and move ahead, then we would have extended hours and we could ask that outreach person to go out to a safe parking spot and contact those people. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But we would have somebody go out there during that time that they would be parking and talking to them. Oh, I know what it was. I'm sorry. But there is a difference between a case manager and an outreach worker. I just want to point that out. So normally the outreach worker is the first line. They meet with the person, they talk to the person. It's akin to fishing. They're the ones that go out there and set the hook. And then once we reel them in, we'll hopefully get them connected to a case manager. So there is a difference between the two, but we wouldn't say just park here and don't talk to somebody, because that's part of the reason to have safe parking, is to start getting them incorporated into the system so that we can help them with other services.
Thank you. We also talked about the amount of spaces, and again, I know you mentioned the Metro parking lot in. I don't want to discuss 400 spaces right now, because I think that's a little exaggeration, because I know we need that parking lot for Metro as well. But I know originally when we're discussing 50 to 60 vehicles, looking at a placement would house approximately, let's say, 70, 100 vehicles, perhaps. What happens when the site is full and you have individuals who have come in that want to stay there overnight? And I know in the process, we don't have the process written down yet, but you did talk a little bit about it earlier. So what do you do with individuals? Do you put them on a waiting list? Do you just turn them away and ask them to come back? Or how do you process the moving around of the vehicles?
Right. Well, first, a couple of things. One, the parking, safe parking, should we move forward with that? We would look at creating an parking for Burbank homeless. So our residents that live within Burbank that are homeless would be the ones that we would want to service at that lot. So we've been told that a minimum number to make it financially viable is about 25 spaces. That doesn't mean that 25 is always full, but it could be somewhere around 25 to 30 to make it viable. So that's probably the number we would look at. We wouldn't look at trying to house all 65 to 70 people that we have in Burbank. It would be a percentage of those. And generally they come in and they go out and they spend some time, and there's always a rotation going through. So that's kind of the magic number, is to figure out how many people you have so that you always have one extra spot to put somebody else in. Mm-hmm. And we won't know what that is until we start incorporating it and in implementing a program.
And I'm sorry, that's going to be my last question before we give in our feedback. How do you know they live in Burbank? I mean, I know most of them would have to have a driver's license, but do they have residence in Burbank? How would you know?
So the way that we would probably propose this, and it's way too early to be talking about this, but it's just kind of, this is what we have been throwing up on the wall, is that it would come through a referral system. So you would be referred through somebody, a service provider that is already in Burbank. So say it's BTAC, it could be Home Again LA, it could be Street Plus, it could be one of those outreach workers. And more than likely, those people that are the service providers would have an encounter with that homeless person in Burbank before they got referred into a safe parking area.
Almost like a pre-screening.
Yes. So we would accept those that were pre-screened or had been referred, is what we call it, referred back to a safe parking spot.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, you had some more follow-up, or? Oh, all right, yeah, go for it.
Great. So thank you, for starters, for the report and for your expertise in bringing all of this together. I just want to share with my colleagues what my experience has been, because as you all know, I work directly with the safe parking site, specifically North Valley Caring Services, which is why I know where it is and all of that. That site in particular is one that also houses families. Personally, given that we have, as Mr. Donahue pointed out, much more resources like Home Again LA that serve families, my suggestion would be that we don't look at that, we look at individuals, because this is really to look at a pipeline for folks who do not have said resource, correct? And so just in thinking about this, I know there was talk of RVs and everything, and in my experience with starting sites, with all of this, that is a secondary thing that you want to maybe think about later. So I would 100% put a pin in that. And I just thank you again, Mr. Donahue, for pointing out that that's not what we are talking about tonight. And I would say that we focus on those vehicle dwellers, because that is the majority of the folks who need the parking, and there's a lot more that you have to think about when looking at RVs. I'm in talks with a lot of my colleagues in the city of LA right now who are still struggling with that, because it is a lot for RVs. But again, the majority of our folks are vehicle dwellers. And so, you know, of course, case management should be, or safe parking should be coupled with case management. Thank you to Ms. McFarland for pointing out that case management is different than outreach. It's a lot more. You know, as a case manager and now manager myself, like definitely it is a lot more. And I think folks at safe parking sites are the prime candidates for case management. What you get with a lot of folks out in the street is a free-for-all, if you will. I think everybody brought different examples today about what kind of folks we can encounter on the streets. Some folks are going to be violent. Some folks are families living in their cars who are looking for a safe place to be. It is a spectrum. I'm weary of folks that say, not all, or some. I think it is a spectrum. It is a mix, right? So what safe parking will often help with is folks who are maybe service hesitant or who have been, not in the place to go inside, or who haven't been offered that, or who are on some wait list somewhere in the county, a place to be so that they get the service that they need. The whole goal is that you are eventually connected to a service and that you eventually follow through to housing. So additionally, I only would feel comfortable with this if we were to put it, for example, by the Metro Station or somewhere where we are already planning on really building more robust service area, right? And no offense, Mr. Vice Mayor, the airport would not be my first choice I'm thinking with a provider hat, right? The other thing I would just offer up to my colleagues is if we move forward with safe parking, start small. To Councilmember Molzen's point, no, not 400 spaces. In my experience, you can have a safe parking with, say, about 35 spaces. Half of those are full at any given night. Again, it's not for everybody. It is actually for folks who are ready to make that transition. I invite all of my colleagues to look for one example. NVCS has a very robust list of what are qualifications to be in the safe parking. For example, like our city attorney mentioned, if you have pets and those pets are out there, you need to have them contained. There's even a leash length requirement, right? It gets very specific, and an experienced provider will know what these regulations should be. Liability for your belongings, that is also something included in most agreements when you agree to go to a safe parking. Most safe parkings require at least insurance or a license, right? One of the two. That varies, right? But there's some proof of documentation and, liability in the sense of your belongings, or we don't take any risk for you being here. We're just offering you a spot with case management. Some programs like North Valley Caring Services even go further into you must take the case management. You must be willing to work with us. And I think that's something we could look at. Again, this is for folks who are ready to take that step. One of our commenters, Mr. Pimento, you mentioned something that I think is very real that we see as well. I think a lot of us on the dais and in many cities love to think about the fact that, we have this resource. Home Again LA, and heart goes out to Albert, just like my staff, just like me, we are full of referrals, and often I cannot find a bed to put a family in, let alone an individual. So this is a nice mitigation effort when that happens. Say you have an individual that's ready and you can't find them a bed. It's a nice intervention space, right? So that they're still getting some case management in a way that is helpful to them. And when that bed comes up, you can send them in that direction. And again, start small. Less spaces is more. The other thing, I think I mentioned this a little earlier, that I would suggest staff do is really start looking at those RFPs through the county. Easier way to get money per car, literally it is per space. So easier way to apply to get your funding and to do it through a provider who's ready to do that. And we have, providers both in our city and in the area that are ready, that have this experience, and that would work well. The last thing I will say is if we were to look at something like this, hours. One thing that we mentioned, that's 7 a.m. to 7, or 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. One thing that I've noticed and this is fairly recent, that some providers are kind of tinkering with, is going till 11 a.m. or something like that, so that they can intersect their hours between when people have to leave and when their case manager comes in. So it's not a waste, or you can offer on site. But that's something that I've started to see, and I've heard from my colleagues that it's starting to work, right, with folks who are there. And again, I think, we're talking about myths, truths, right? There are a variety of people out there. Some will not qualify and will not be a good fit for safe parking. Others will, and they will benefit from the service, from having the service provision on site, and from being connected to something further. And whatever this looks like, it should be next to the other services we are planning to provide, so that we have a spectrum available on site. And that is what I will say.
Councilor Mullins, yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, it's okay.
Thank you. Great explanation. I appreciate you providing that feedback. So if we don't have any more questions, I just want to share part of my thoughts and also reasoning behind my questions. We have all set in the goal setting talking about reducing our homeless population by 50%. We've all come into an agreement that we do need to look at sites, availability for shelter. And we have asked staff to go back and focus on that. We approve funding to look into that. My main concern is, number one, is how do we get more boots on the ground to trying to approach individuals either in the cars or on the sidewalk. It doesn't matter where they're at. Is people, our staff to be out there doing an outreach and making sure that we are referring them to the right organization. We're referring them to also, for our MET team or whatever they need. This is my focus and my goal personally into trying to get that accomplished and allow staff the opportunity to flourish and get this done before assigning them an additional study, additional responsibility, and looking into another program where we haven't got this program off the ground yet, to trying to see how we're going to do it, how we're going to make it successful. It's a great idea, great thoughts of everything you have described, what the Vice Mayor has brought up here, but I think we're dabbling into too many things, in my opinion. Having to look at some other safe parking, and also speaking to other cities and some folks in the county that I reached out to get just their feedback, because I keep an open mind and I do want to listen to what others experience. Also reading the 90 plus emails that we got, and the concerns that having that item on the agenda and the public sphere, whether some of it was accurate or not. I think just driving on Forest Lawn and seeing the role of RVs, and driving on Coinga and seeing all the vehicles in the RVs, that kind of stirred up a lot of concerns from the residents. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. That's not what we're talking about, but I think it's just the idea of seeing that on the agenda. So my personal recommendation would be, I'm 100% supportive, is to allow staff to get what we assigned them to do originally, is to look at the site, to look at the shelter, allow them the time and the staff, and maybe get that extra, hopefully with the budget, everybody would be in agreement to get that additional staff, the 2 office staff, the analyst, plus the outreach, street plus, it's really late. So to allow them to do that, allow them to go do the outreach. And then this is a second issue that we need to take a look at once we get them settled and secure on that. So I'm not ready to move in step number 2 on this issue. Not that I don't believe that it's a great program, but it's unfair that I give him additional assignments to look at when we haven't even begun to really tackle what we've assigned them already to do. So not another program. That's just my thoughts.
Really quickly, can I just, one thing you reminded me actually to bring up in that, and I know we keep mentioning a case manager, and here's my advice perspective as someone who has been a case manager. Please do not hire somebody without giving them the services that they need to provide, right? Because that creates, it's great to have boots on the ground, but if I have nothing to offer you in my community, nowhere to send you, then it gets really difficult. So, and the other piece is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that this would come at the time of our congregate shelter. I wouldn't say this comes before or this comes, as we are building that piece, that should come in tandem as another effort that we're working on in tandem with that.
Well, with that, let me ask a question, actually. If we end up finding that safe parking is viable or doable or has a low barrier, near the piano store area, can we implement that sooner? I know we're currently doing the safe storage on that site, but if it's a low-hanging fruit and it turns out to be a simple process.
So that can't apply to everything. Not everything's low-hanging fruit.
Right, well, okay.
But
sure.
my point being, we've actually talked about a lot of components. And so if we're going to go after people who are already qualified through LASA, or that there's funding available, so we want to use a program where there might be some conduit to that, that's a specific approach. And so we'll want to approach that correctly. If we're trying to look at a continuity of services, so that's a different issue that's not directly tied to the money, but our facilities, to the point of the storage, the congregate housing, and then I'm moving like south to north along that block, then the parking.
Yeah,
I guess
if I
yeah,
could,
go ahead.
I mean, we really need to come back and look at the funding too,
Yeah.
because we are doing this on pennies to the dollar since we're not getting our Measure H local return guarantee.
Well, see, that would be my suggestion. If we move forward, I would just say, let's just explore that and see what options are available, what different levels we got, what funding is available, how easy or difficult it would be to implement, and all of that. That does sound like a second report.
So we are, we're hoping to get the resources, at least more resources out of the budget, which will help. But then that funding component is next, and we need time to figure that out in addition to how you would restructure or structure a program.
Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, thank you. So to the point that Councilmember Perez was saying about how, signing a case manager without having the resources there, I think I really like the idea of bringing in this program as one of the considerations for the entire homelessness coordination program that we're looking at kind of in general. So there's so many components to that all kind of work together. And I see
making it an available option to anybody who comes through our system.
Well, no, we're looking at like having a coordination center or like
Like a homelessness resource center.
Homelessness resource center
Okay.
has a lot of different resources available. And one of those resources to consider in the resource center is a place for overnight parking. And looking at it as a kind of holistic way rather than a piecemeal way. And I think too that, the overnight parking is kind of like a version of a shelter. I mean, it's you don't build a structure, but it's still a version of a shelter. And so it can be kind of under our shelter plan. We have the non-congregate housing, but this can be also non-congregate housing too, if you think about it temporarily, right? So maybe we can put it under that umbrella of non-congregate housing and under shelter as one of our considerations for a version of shelter. So that I like that. And I also like the idea of having a place for folks who live in their car to go for services rather than us hunting around the city trying to find them. I like the idea of having a place that does attract them. I actually do want to have a place to attract these folks so that way they will come for help for services rather than hiding and being afraid and maybe we get a call at 3 a.m. because somebody's parked in front of somebody's house. So I think that I like the idea of having it as part of our overarching homelessness plan and including it in there with it along the timeline of everything that we're doing together rather than adding more work to more work for staff. It's just kind of incorporated into the process as consideration of how we're going to provide shelter. What do y'all think?
Well, I mean, when I was living in my car on the streets of Burbank, I would have loved a place to go to know that it was safe. So, which apparently I learned sleeping in your car doesn't make you homeless now. I don't know. That seems weird to me. So I think it's great.
Yeah. No, I really, it's been kind of a pleasure being a passerby on this one. For a rare change. No, I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues. And if you told me 15 months ago that this would be a possibility, I would have been surprised. But we baked it into the homeless plan with goal 4.3. And I think tonight was a good first step. And I just say, look, it's the right thing to do. Not only in terms of helping those who really do need a helping hand in our community, but it will improve quality of life, mark my words. But more than that, I would just say that please do. The other thing I would say too is that we represent them too. The folks that are living unhoused in their vehicles, we represent them too. And they often don't get the resources and the attention that they deserve. Much like, children, every time we go through budget process at the state level, education always gets cut because they can't speak out or speak up for themselves. And I think we need to do a better job as a government of a step on this.
Do we need a motion, direction? What are we doing?
Yeah, because we need a majority vote, so we
Gotcha.
have clear direction.
I move that we advance it to a second step, based on all of the feedback and guidance given by the council tonight.
I'll second that. And based on the feedback that we've given tonight, thank you, staff, for indulging us and all the thoughts that we shared. I'm very thankful to everything my colleagues shared and look forward to reading the second step report that we have basically written for you in words today.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
The motion maker, are you asking for a separate report just for this item or incorporated in entire homelessness resource center plan?
My thought is that we would incorporate it into one ecosystem, which is our homeless resource center. Now, whether that comes back as a separate second step, because you need further guidance from us, I'll defer to staff on managing that workload. But
Can I ask a question? So one of the things that would be helpful for staff is if the council would direct us to proceed with moving ahead with the Front Street project as part of this overall ecosystem that you're talking about. for
What
service
project are you
centers.
talking about? Because
The-
this isn't agendized for, any physical
That's what I
location.
was wondering, if we could do
It's
that.
not agendized. for that.
So you would like direction from us to pick a location
Well-
to move forward with?
I would, but according to the city manager, or city
Well, you
attorney,
mean more
we
than just
can't do that.
parking?
It would be to incorporate the parking within that ecosystem at.
This
Front
isn't
Street.
about the ecosystem.
Okay.
I mean, that's,
Mr. City Attorney, I think maybe this is where the clarification is being sought. My intent in making the motion, whereas the first report was pretty limited in looking at the airport, my intent in making the motion is that staff would look specifically at the site where we're currently exploring options for congregate or tiny home style housing. So whatever you want to call that.
Well, we are
yeah.
looking at two sites right now that the council
Oh.
directed, because we have Lincoln Yard and we have the piano store.
I have a feeling which one's going to make more sense, but I don't want to limit staff at this point. So if you're looking at both of those sites, my intent would be that you include both of those sites in your assessment of what's possible.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Does the second agree?
Yes, I do.
All right. Further discussion? No, less time? Okay. All right. Let's go.
Councilmember
already late.
Mullins?
No.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now is the time for council members to report on their council committee assignments. Thank you, everybody. I'll go quick. I attended the remotely the La Casa inaugural meeting, the LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, and the Fiscal and Treasurer's Review Group, which we just saw tonight. Great. Anybody else have a meeting thing? No? Clarification?
Police Commission, May 17th, no reportable action.
Now we'll hear from council comments, including reporting on attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. I will only say that on Wednesday of last week, I had periodontal surgery, so I've been in a lot of pain and not sleeping, so that's why I'm not keeping up tonight, so I'm kind of jealous of all of you. Other than that, the Historical Society, you want to take care of that one? You got it. Go for it.
Yeah, the mayor and I went to the Burbank Historical Society 50th Anniversary Tea in the Garden. It was very, very cool. I also went to the Leadership Burbank 2023 graduation ceremony. Ms. Mullins was there, and Vice Mayor was there for a short amount of time, too. I also went...
I was having surgery.
You were having surgery. Well, there's no excuse. You should have zoomed in. And then that same day, earlier in the morning, very early in the morning, I went to the Walk, Bike, Breathe event. BTMO hosted that at the Point, which is the Worth building. And lastly, this morning, this morning, I went to the SCAG Connect SoCal community meeting online. They're looking at they're kind of like their strategic plan for LA County for transportation and housing.
All right. I attended on Saturday, May 20th, our Burbank Family Service Agency Care Walk. That was a lot of fun. And I was there with our city attorney who joined me in power walking through. And congratulations again to the honorees, including very close to me, Gloria Salas and Tim Murphy. Very well deserved. And I just want to say I'm so sorry to Dawn for not attending the Burbank Historical Society 50th anniversary tea in the garden. Thank you for saving me a sandwich. And I will be there for the Road Kings event and future Historical Society events.
I did a bunch of stuff that you've all talked about. I also just wanted to give a nod to our colleague, Councilmember Perez. I'm probably going to say it wrong, but I think you got, was it Pioneer Woman of the Year Award for City or County of LA?
Yeah, so for the city of LA, you're putting me on the spot. I was on Friday, I was honored with a resolution from the city of LA, and I was one of their Pioneer Women of the Year for my work in homelessness.
Oh, good work.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. You skipped it. You had to get him to say it. All right. Anything else? Yeah.
Attended whatever they attended. We're there.
Right. We're all there. We're all there. All right. Great. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of council have any items to introduce? No. It's two. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm barely awake. I'll just want a first step report. Banning live ammunition used in television and film production. Nope. All right. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, June 6th, 2023 for a joint meeting of the council chambers, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. We will see you there. Have a good night.